For Greg Papa.
Sleeping Flight is Superman! San Francisco!
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
How satisfying for the Sacramento Kings here as Quinones misses a three. And they chant "Light the Beam" here in Sacramento. And they're going to do just that. Two great friends, Mike Brown and Steve Kerr, an embrace.
We clearly weren't good enough, but not for a lack of effort or commitment from our guys. They were great all year. It's incredible when I think about, you think about how difficult and physical this game was. And these guys have had, our core group, 6 finals runs where, you have 24 of these games, in one playoff run. And that's what I was thinking about down the stretch of that game as it was clear we were losing, that, Sacramento dominated, but our guys have been fighting for so long. They're incredible competitors and warriors, and I couldn't be prouder of them. But, we've got an off season where we've got a lot to think about for sure.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Better late than never as the Giants come off a 3-1 win over the Marlins, but clearly the big story of today, and we'll get your thoughts on it as well. 118-94, and maybe mercilessly, the inconsistent season of the Warriors is over. Everyone burying the Warriors on a national level, that the dynasty is over. Is that the case? We'll look back at last night's game. We'll look at the big picture for the Warriors. For the first time in a long time, it is over early for the Warriors, middle of April, not June. 118-94 in Sacramento. I usually say good morning, my friend. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
And the sun did come up this morning, but it was not a good night last night as the sun set on the Warriors season on April 16th. And, I mean, you're right. We're usually thinking Father's Day, working all the way to the finals in mid-June. Last year it was mid-May and Mother's Day when they were eliminated in the second round by the LA Lakers, and this year they technically don't make the playoffs, and they're out right after tax day, and it's going to be a taxing offseason. Just did not play well. I mean, in any regard, the start was horrible. Just everything, when I thought, how could this go bad last night, it went that way. Their ball pressure was immense. Their two best players played well. Fox and Sabonis were solid, but it was the guys around them. Keon Ellis was just big time defensively. Keegan Murray was big time defensively. I mean, they basically guarded Steph. They switched off on Steph. Their ball pressure, De'Aaron Fox picked him clean. Keon Ellis got him a couple of times. And then Harrison Barnes played a great game all over the floor. His energy was there. He outplayed whoever he was on. And Draymond Green at times. And you're wondering, how does Harrison Barnes, he's the same age as Draymond Green. Younger because he didn't play as long in college. He was, only there a brief time, the Black Falcon at North Carolina. So when he came into the NBA, he was a baby. So he's 31. Draymond's 34. But he hadn't played. You heard Steve talking about, 5 straight years they went to the NBA Finals. And 2 of those years, Harrison Barnes was there. But then he left and didn't make the playoffs, obviously. Went to Dallas briefly and Sacramento. They made the playoffs last year, but they were out in the first round. He looked like, a guy that was half the age of the Warriors' big 3. I mean, Steph looked tired. There is physically nothing wrong with him. He just looked worn down. And he looked worn down to me Friday night, the home game against New Orleans after he played the night before in Portland. Just tried, but he needs help. He can play off the ball movement like he does. Just was not a very efficient night. He had 6 turnovers in the game. Draymond did not play well. Draymond could not guard last night. He was getting beat all over the floor. But the big story, obviously, is Clay. And it's just so tough to watch him play so poorly last night when he had played so well to end the year, coming back off the All-Star break with a new frame of mind, a new role on the team, playing off the bench. And the lack of shot making is obvious for everybody to see. he was getting hounded. They were physical. Mike Brown wanted them to play physically last night. They bumped him. He had a lot of shots that just skidded off, just slightly left and right, slightly flat. But I don't always gauge his game. Now, 0 for 10 is something we haven't seen, and he was 0 for 6 on the 3, so the goose egg is there for everybody to critique. But beyond that, John, it was his defense that was just atrocious. And he no longer can guard the ball. And we've been saying that for a while. I mean, after tearing the ACL and then tearing the Achilles and being away 941 days without playing a game, you don't expect him to have the lateral movement. I mean, in the old days, when he was before the injuries, he picks up De'Aaron Fox, and he shuts him down. And he does not let him get to his left like he did over and over and over again last night. Or, Zion Williamson's big, but Zion went right through Draymond. Draymond did not guard well at the end of the year, but it was, in fact, you couldn't put Clay on someone like that, and they had to be on Keegan Murray. We knew he couldn't guard Harrison Barnes. We saw that matchup January 25th, and HB just bullied him. But with Keegan Murray, it's Clay's weakness defensively. When he's off the ball, he's a head turner. He's not a lock and load guy. He cannot, everything that players do to him, coming off floppies and screens and pin downs, and he can't guard them that way on the other end. That's not his skill set. His skill set is a press man corner to get up on you, use his length to recover and his footwork, and he can't chase you around. And he got lost so many times last night. Their transition defense just leaving Keegan Murray open time and time again. I mean, the guy made 8 threes, could have made more, as Stan Van Gundy was saying. The 3 he missed, he was wide open. They just completely lost him. So there wasn't a lot of good. Some of the young guys played okay. Trace Jackson Davis really struggled, and I didn't like the matchup with him at all. You needed Kuminga to match up with Murray and Barnes and their perimeter guys, Keon Ellis, and they just got run by. But it was just really a hard night, and that's where you get into the offseason now, John, because these guys, and Kevon's in the mix as well, but for some reason we don't give him any credit. It's always Steph, Clay, and Dre. It's just a hard way for them to go out. And with the gray beards, and I didn't shave today, I wanted to show my gray beard. Everybody gets old, and you gotta understand it. And Steph's an old 36. He's played so many playoff games. Tack on all the games that they've won 98 playoff games together. That's an entire season of just winning in the playoffs, and those are hard games to get on your body, April, May, and June. Steph's aging the best, but he looked tired at the end of the year. Draymond did not guard the same on Friday against Zion, did not guard the same last night. How about the play where Draymond traces down a long rebound, defensive rebound? It's going to go out of bounds, and he runs and grabs it and steps out of bounds. You ever see him make a mental error like that? And Clay, just 0 for 10 is one side of it, John. How many of Keegan Murray's 32 points was Clay Thompson the primary defender on?
Yeah, it was horrible. I mean, like you said, not only the shooting, because like you said, that's what everybody's going to focus on, but if people go back and just watch the intricacies of it, the way they played pick and roll, the way they left so many three-point shooters, the way they lacked hustle. You just mentioned the mental error that Draymond made. And it's, we talk so much about experience. They'll pull it out because of experience, but what happened is they're old and they got tired, and the Kings' energy just swallowed them up. And from the get-go, Keegan Murray scored 14 in the first quarter, as you said. Keon Ellis was absolutely amazing. I didn't think the guy could play that good a defense. I mean, I knew he was solid, and I'd watched a number of their games, but they threw 2 guys, basically, and 3 guys at Steph Curry, and dared anybody else to beat them, and they couldn't. The rest of the starters, other than Steph Curry, were 9 of 30 from the floor and 3 of 14 from 3. The bench saved them. The bench outscored Sacramento 46-14, but the starters were outscored 104-48 by the Kings. And, look, I know we're going to get into this whole conversation of whether this thing's over or whatever it is and however you want to term it. If Steph's not going anywhere, then they're going to try to still win. But they need a major overhaul. I'm not taking a bulldozer to the house, but you certainly need a major overhaul to this whole thing. And I don't know who's on the table and who's not. I don't know if Clay's 0 for 10 pushed him out the door. I have no idea. But like you said, to have them perform that way was shocking, but they just couldn't do it. They were completely out of gas. The energy of the Kings blew them away. And from the beginning, Pop, and I don't know that I could ever say this about this particular group, They looked nervous. They looked frazzled. They looked like they were trying to go too fast. Right from the tip, it was like, who is this team? That's what young teams are supposed to do, and that was them a lot of times this season. They just didn't have the composure from the jump that they normally have.
Well, Steve used the word overwhelmed, and that's a tough word. And they were overwhelmed. I used the word when I watched the game Friday against New Orleans, the second quarter, manhandled. And I think last night they were getting manhandled and being on the road in that environment, knowing we can't lose this game. This is not the Friday New Orleans game, but that game Friday against New Orleans was critical. But last night they became overwhelmed. They were hurried. They were out of sync. They were outplayed in every regard. We have seen the Warriors get beat like this, even in playoff games. The season ended last night on April the 16th. But where this season was lost was December 16th. I mean, I don't know. When did Draymond, Whirlybird, Nurkic get the indefinite suspension? How long did it take Wiggins to actually guard? And Wiggins was not good last night at all.
Nope.
Not good at all. He could not, and it's hard to guard him. But Klay Thompson, even if you put Klay on De'Aaron Fox, and he's going to beat him right every time, Klay is going to get up into his left leg and put his right leg up and make him go right to allow De'Aaron Fox to get to a strong hand over and over and over and over again. Now, maybe they pushed him that way and they had help behind and then he sprayed it out. I don't know. But Andrew Wiggins could not stop the ball. If you can't stop the ball, they're going to break you down, and then everybody's involved. So that's where it always starts in the half-court defensively. You can't let dribble penetration. That's what Andrew Wiggins is for. So he reverted back to what he was earlier in the year. They just got too far behind the West. They were 19-24 when they lost a double overtime game to the Lakers. They got it together later and went 27-12. But guess what? It wasn't good enough to get you out of the worst position of the top 10. You had to play a play-in game on the road where if you lose, you're out. No margin for error. Remember last year, the Warriors lost Game 1 in Sacramento. Remember Game 2, the Draymond stomp? They lost that game. They were down 2-0 and came back, won 3 straight games, lost Game 6 at home, still won Game 7. So I think the way it's hard to evaluate last night, it's why I didn't feel comfortable going into a play-in, because you don't have enough time to get the full scouting report and really realize how to play these guys. And then you get on the floor and you just don't execute it. You just look disconnected. You're not getting back defensively. You're blowing assignments. They're physically manhandling you and overwhelming you. And now the beam's coming out and the cowbells, and you're walking the plank. And they're going to stick you in the bay. That was all happening last night. If this was a 7-game series, we would say
it would have been
okay.
4-0. It would have been 4-0.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to agree with it, but they're
old. I don't agree with that.
Here's why. Here's why. Yes, it is true.
They lost Game 1 and 2 last year and came back to win 3 in a row.
So let me get this straight. They, as old as they looked, as slow as they looked, they would have gotten better as the series went on.
Sure, of course.
This was, to be honest,
there and play.
To be completely
I don't
honest,
agree with you.
That's
don't
fine.
agree
You
with
don't
what
have
you're saying.
You don't have to.
Well,
but what I'm saying is that this is actually the best thing to happen, because there's no delusions here of Joe Lacob. Maybe this, maybe that. Klay is cooked. They're too old. That's just how it is.
What are you going to do with Klay, John? What are you going to do with him?
I don't know, because right after the game,
they're going to bring him back. They're going to re-sign him.
But here's the term that bothered me that Steve Kerr used after the game. Let's run it back. The term run it back means you either won a championship or you got close. Let's be realistic here. They were in 10th place. 10th place. They were horrible against plus 500 in playoff teams all season long. They were in 10th place, and they looked horrible and old and slow last night. And now they're a year older. So you have one choice really to make, is as long as Steph Curry's around, you're still going to go for this thing. But what you're going to have to do is make a massive decision, because there's no two ways. There's not young and there's not old. But are you going to say to Steph, we are still going to go for that, which then means Draymond's back, Klay's back, and you're going to take some of this youth that you really like, Pajemski or Kuminga or Moody or TJD, you're going to have to move these guys to get not a small piece. It's not just some, let's get a guy who can give us 25 minutes and do this or do that. You're talking about taking a massive swing for like a Paul George. He needs a Robin to the Batman, and really Steph isn't even a Batman anymore. I mean, they don't have a true number one player on this team. So if you want to keep this thing together, and I'm not saying you have to blow it up because you don't, but what you do have to do is take some of these young guys that you really, really like, and you're going to have to move them to try to get a major piece. 10th place and blown out in the play-in game. Let's not make a mistake. This is not a good team.
They won 46 games this year.
That's not enough.
Listen, I've seen them get manhandled. You want me to cite all the games? I know what they are. There are some nights they can't compete, but there
we need
are
to be
other
real.
nights they can.
They're not good.
I do not agree. I do not agree with any of that. They're a good team. They're getting older. They need help. They've got young players that can help them. They're going to be loyal to these guys.
But you have to move those guys to get anybody.
What are you going to get?
But you're not
going to
run.
Trade, John? Who
you
do you
have
trade?
to. You're going to run this whole.
Tell me who.
I don't have to. I'm not the general manager.
Well,
what I'm saying is, what I'm telling. I just told you who.
You want to trade Draymond Green? What are you going to get back for Draymond Green?
I didn't say that. Did I just talk to myself? Oh my God! I just said the young players that you like. Pajemski, TJD.
I'm not doing that.
Then you can't change the team. You don't
let
think
Chris
this team
Paul
needs
walk, and you take the $30 million from Chris Paul. You're not trading the young guy.
What is that going to do?
You're not going to trade the young guy. You clear some salary to go out and do something else. You got to let Paul walk.
You're in the tier 2. You can't.
They're going to re-sign Clay to a lesser number. His 43 is going to go down to maybe 23, and you're going to let Chris Paul walk. And talking to Bobby Marks yesterday, you can't trade Chris Paul for full value coming back. You have to take a lesser deal. They got to get below the second apron. They're going to make changes, but I do not see them making changes involving the big three. You heard Steve
They don't
talk.
have to. I'm not saying to do that, but what I'm saying is that everything around them has to change. Wiggins is on the table. Kuminga's on the table. All the young guys are on the table. You made a commitment to Steph to say we're gonna try to win. Other than those guys, which you owe something to, kind of. Definitely do Curry you do. I don't know about Draymond and Clay, but okay, you keep those together because Curry wants that. But outside of that, everybody's on the table. They have to be. You just finished in 10th place and got embarrassed in Sacramento, and you're now a year older.
I think what you do is you develop the young guys to get better. I would not trade Jonathan Kuminga. He improved immeasurably during this season. He's got to get better. Braden Pajemski is a player.
But how do you get better then if you don't want to trade anybody?
They get better internally. That's called player development. You never heard of Keon Ellis a year ago. Keon Ellis was in the G League last year and a two-way player, and last night he dominated the game. He took you off the floor both ends. That's how you get better. They will make roster changes, but it's not going to involve the big three. They're not a horrible team. They're a
10th place team, though. They have to be realistic. What are you laughing about? They're a 10th place team who just lost in the play-in, and they're going to be a year older, and the West is going to be a year better.
All
Oklahoma
they need
City,
to do is
Minnesota,
pick up a
Denver,
couple of extra
games,
and they would have been in the 6th spot. If they were truly in a playoff, I do not agree with the thought that what happened last night would have happened 3 more times. What happened last night was game 1, and we've seen that happen before, where they get blown out. They were down 2-0 last year to Sacramento, came back and won 3 games in a row, and did not have Draymond in Game 3. He got suspended. The fact that you were in a one-and-done on the road was the situation. You didn't allow your intellect and your basketball staff to get involved. It didn't look like they were prepared. It looked like a regular season
But they play the Kings all
night.
the time. This is not a team you don't know.
You got to lock in. They did not know. They haven't.
But how
played
come
this
the
version
Kings
of the
did?
Kings.
How come the Kings? You mean the version
more,
without Malik Monk?
Mike Brown.
The version without Kevin Huerter? They should.
They're better without Kevin Huerter with Keon Ellis on the floor. He's a much better defender. Huerter you could attack. Mike Brown knows the war. The way they took the split action away when they threw the ball to Draymond and Swipa just took it right out of the air from him. And then one time Draymond went in and tried to post to score because they X'd the X on the split. They knew exactly what the Warriors were doing. They wouldn't let him breathe. It was a 24-point game with 4 minutes to go. Steph crosses midcourt, and they trap him. They go and double him right away. They knew what they had to do because the Warriors players have been there before. There were some new wrinkles to Sacramento. I don't agree with that. I think if the Warriors had a chance to play Game 2 tomorrow night or the next night, they get back into the series, but you weren't in that situation. You didn't play well enough for the entirety of the year. The New Orleans game on Friday night really killed you and put you in this position where you had to go on the road and you were allowed to face a one and done, and now they're done.
I just think they have to be realistic. I think that Joe has to sit down and talk to everybody. And if they don't want to move the big three, that's his deal. And if he wants to continue to pay tax on that, that's fine. I really have no issue with it. But he does have to realistically look at the rest of the roster, and because they already made this decision. When Wiseman's not turning into anything, I understand that. But when they just said, "Look, we're going to go all in with Steph," they made the decision that they have to look into moving Kuminga and they have to look into moving Wiggins or whatever the case may be. Because if this same team comes back, it's going to be the same thing. The West is not getting worse. Denver, Oklahoma City, Minnesota, those teams are not getting worse. I don't know what's going to happen with the Clippers. Dallas is not getting worse. Luka's not even in the prime of his career yet. He's 25 years old. I mean, those teams are getting better. You're getting a year older. They have got to look into making major moves, not just a minor move, not just picking up a Saric or somebody like that at the end of the bench like they do every single year. They have got to get younger, more athletic. I mean, we saw that last night. I'm fine with the big three coming back.
Dallas did it at the trade deadline this year. The trade they made with Charlotte to improve
But Luka
their defense.
and Kyrie are in the prime of their career and they're stars.
But it's the three
That's
guys
the difference.
around them. It's the three guys around them that allow them to defend. Last night, the Warriors lost the game. Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox were excellent, and Sabonis was a different guy, and Fox is a great player. But it was Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, and Harrison Barnes who got out on the wing, and then later Davion and the few guys off the bench, Trey Lyles. But it was the other guys around him and the way they suffocated them defensively. I think the tough call is going to be Wiggins and what they do with him. Last night he just did not play well. He just could not stop De'Aaron Fox, and that's where it started. So I never wanted to trade him, but that's the one that would be open for some debate, and I'm sure the Warriors got close to dealing him in January. I wouldn't like to do that, but let's see who they could get back for him. But it was the Kings won with the three wing players around the point guard and the center last night, and the Warriors need 2-3 pieces, and then they need to move things around. Draymond just at the end of the year, he just didn't guard the same. He could not guard Zion to let Zion get left all night. He could not guard last night, and Wiggins likewise. When you get broken down like that, it's hard to win a game. But we'll see. They're doing their exit interviews right now. Trace Jackson Davis is talking. Clay's going to talk to the media today at 3 o'clock. He did not talk after the game last night.
All right, let's get into it. Your thoughts, 415-885-627 about the game last night. Wide open on that as well. How surprised you that that's the way the Warriors played in a win-or-go-home type of a game? What's the future for the Warriors? That is going to be a major question throughout the entire offseason. Give us your thoughts, both the text line and the phone line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials line and the phone line, the same number at 415-885-627, 415-808. KNBR. We'd love to get your thoughts on what happened last night and what is the future of the Warriors. Real quick, though, do remember 2 tickets to see John Fogerty with George Thorogood between now and 1 o'clock at Frost Amphitheater at Stanford. That is August 31st, 2024. Just tune in between now and 1 o'clock. We'll give you a cue to call, and you can be the 10th caller into the studio. This number only when you hear the cue to call, not right now, but when you hear the cue to call before 1 o'clock at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627, and you'll win. That's furnished by AEG Golden Voice. Find official rules at KNBR.com and tickets on sale now at AXS.com. Do we have a sounder? Oh, there you go. Good news is Giants won. Little center field there. 3-1. But we had to jump right into the Warriors. All right, give us your thoughts. The Warriors season is over. What about last night? What about the future of the Warriors? What would you do? We'll get into the conversation next. Pop and Lund on your Wednesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. After the Giants get the 3-1 win today over the Marlins, a big story, the Warriors, of course, but the Giants do win a series in Miami for the first time since 2016, and now, even this early in the season, because you don't play the guys in your division as much, they got a big 4-game series and a really good pitching matchup against Arizona. We'll talk more about that as the week progresses, as they're coming home from Miami now. But the big story, the Warriors get blown out in Sacramento. Thoughts on last night's game or the future of the Warriors? Do they need to blow it up? Do they keep everybody's buzzing about Clay locally and nationally because he goes 0 for 10. Does that mean he's not going to be a Warrior? What is that the story on? 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Real quick before we jump out the lines and text pop, I felt good at half because they were playing so poorly and offensive rebounds and turnovers and all those kind of things, and Keegan Murray gets the 14 in the first half, and Steph only had 5, and obviously Clay hadn't hit a shot. But Kuminga did give him the 10 points, and you look up, and despite all the bad things that happened in the first half, they're down 54-50, and so you're thinking to yourself, all right, you feel pretty good because the Kings didn't blow them out, but then the third quarter comes and more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, they were down 16. It was 38-22, 3 minutes into the second quarter, and you're like, just don't get run. But then they were able to stabilize the game, and they were able to get it to halftime with a reasonable number, being down 54-50. They started the third quarter going back and forth. It was actually a 1-point game. A minute into the third quarter, it was 56-55 Sacramento, and then they just steadily began to pull away. And all of a sudden, they're back up double digits, and it's 67-57. And so and Steve did make a lineup change, and I Trace Jackson Davis, I understand how well he played, and I think looking ahead, he's going to be a player, and Pajemski is going to be a player, and that's why Chris Paul's situation, Pajemski could easily mold in. He's a perfect third guard behind, and I don't even know what Clay is anymore. To me, he's more of a 3-4 than a 2. He can't guard ones anymore. But in any event, Pajemski can come in and he could take Chris Paul's spot and be the true backup point to Steph. He could play with Steph at 2 guard. He could play with somebody else at point guard. Moses Moody likewise. So I think that's where Paul and the contract is expendable. But Trace Jackson Davis is a player, there's no doubt, which leads to what do you do with Kevon Looney? Kevon doesn't get talked enough about with Steph, Clay, and Dre and Andre. But to me, he's right there, and he doesn't make big money. He does make $8 million, and when you're in that past the second threshold, the repeater tax, that's a lot of money when you add it all up. So I don't know what they're going to do with Looney. That'd be hard to move him out, but maybe he needs to go somewhere and be more involved. But Trace Jackson Davis starting the game, I understand why they did it. In retrospect, the way Steve started the second half probably would have been the way to go, is to have Jonathan Kuminga start and go back to that lineup before, Kuminga got hurt, where it was Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond of undersized 5 if you wanted Draymond to guard Sabonis. Because, and you heard Stan Van Gundy saying it, Trace Jackson-Davis had to guard out on the perimeter. That's not his game. You want his length and his shot blocking around the rim. So maybe they should have put him on Sabonis and then had Draymond roam. But you can't come off those shooters. You can't leave Barnes, Harrison Barnes, or Keegan Murray for a moment. So if Draymond's rotating off those guys, that's not good. So, but he did start the second half the way we thought they would lean, and that is just go to a sleeker unit to play Kuminga. But it really did not work. Kuminga did fine offensively, and he was able to attack the rim. But I almost always, John, when I'm looking at the matchups and everything, I want defense on the floor. I want to get stops and be able to turn the stops into transition, scattered floor, and play off the defense. And that's how the Warriors have won. Last night, they got beat. The defense was not good, but they got beat offensively. Sacramento's defense just completely took them out of the game. The ball pressure up and into them. They just had guys that could guard. They don't have a bad defender that they put on the floor. Every single one is a plus defender, and some of them are plus defenders. And we're talking about the Warrior young guys getting better. How much better has Keegan Murray gotten defensively? And overall, he looked overwhelmed last year early in that series with the Warriors. He came alive in Game 6, and then last night he was the difference maker. What he did on both ends of the floor, the way he guarded, the way they had length into Steph with him and Ellis. They didn't even put De'Aaron Fox on him. They had De'Aaron Fox on Draymond a lot of the game. So I think it was their defense and how they got up and into the Warriors, physically matching them, and then Mike Brown's intel on the Warriors' pattern offense. He just took away the split cut. When the ball went into Draymond, they fouled the cutters, the Xers. They let Draymond go in and post up. And then they bumped Steph when Sabonis jumped out at him and pushed him out of bounds up against the sideline when the game was pretty much over. So, they started slow. They got back into the game, but then they started poorly in the third quarter, even with the lineup change going to Jonathan Kuminga. There were moments where they stabilized the game, but not much. I mean, for like 36 of the 48 minutes, the Sacramento Kings completely dominated the game.
All right, the Warriors season is over. Anything you want to discuss about last night's game or the future? Obviously, Clay is a big talking point. What do they do? How do they get better? Steve used the term run it back. To me, run it back means you had a successful season, you got close to winning, or you won. They got to make some changes. What do you think they should do? 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call line. Let's jump out the lines. Irv leads us off in Berkeley. Welcome, Irv. Go right ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, good.
Two games or two teams I think the Warriors struggled against, and we keep letting Steve Kerr get off the hook with this. So we played Cleveland, and he talked about the length that they had, and we don't have length, but he's the coach. Then we played against Minnesota. They have length, and they're just too big for us to compete against, but we keep letting him off the hook. We don't need a big man that can come in and have to be like Jokic or the guy Embiid. We just need someone, a rim protector, and maybe a lob threat. You know, I get sick and tired of hearing Looney. Oh, Looney can stick a guard. I don't need my big man to stick a guard. I need my big man to be a guy that's physical, down low on the big man, and then on the offensive end, when you get an offensive rebound, you don't fall on the floor and flop. I've seen Looney do that all year, and it's frustrating when I look at a guy like Drummond in Chicago, who would fit perfectly with the Warriors, and they haven't tried to even reach out to him.
Thanks for the call, Irv. I appreciate it. Thoughts?
Andre Drummond is a slug who cannot run. Andre Drummond is a really good rebounder, one of the best we've seen. When I saw him this year, he looked really overweight. He can't play with the Warriors. I mean, beat up Kavan all you want, but Kavan's a big part of what they've done. There are certain times, when he had to take that dribble handoff and try to score out the right side. It got awkward. They did tip the ball back out on an offensive rebound and scored. We know who Kevon Looney is. He's a position defender. He's not a shot blocker, but he's a good player. He does impact things, but he's not the reason this happened last night. And, the teams with size do bother you. That's where Trace Jackson Davis's element for being, a player under 7, but really long arms and quick feet and can jump, takes that away. That is the modern NBA. And you got to be able to switch out on the guards. I know you got to be able to deal with Jokic and Embiid in the post and Karl Anthony Towns and the elite centers, Anthony Davis, but you also, everybody's switching 1 to 5 now. If you can't go out and switch on to a guard, you're going to get turned around. But, I mean, the bottom line is, John, they could not. There were certain matchups. Minnesota was too much for them. They played Oklahoma City well. Oklahoma City's got to learn how to guard. Obviously, Denver's been a problem for them. They beat Phoenix this year. But the teams that are actually in the playoffs, the top 6 in the West, the Warriors went 4-19
exactly
against them. And that's an issue you have to look at. I don't want to blame this on one isolated decision. It really wasn't a bad decision at the time. But when you look at the demise of the team and where they are now, why have they not been able to carry it out after the 5-year run where they went to the championship round, the finals every single year, won 3, should have been more. Really the post-Durant Warriors. It's that James Wiseman wasn't that guy. And you thought he would be that guy. He looked like that guy. He looked like the big, tall guy you're talking about that has to deal with Cleveland's front line, with Minnesota's front line. Just be able to rim run it, but then play post defense, be able to rebound the ball, and most importantly, be able to switch, not most importantly, but also importantly, otherwise they're going to pick on you, you're going to be off the floor. If you can't go out and switch on to a guard, because the Warriors because they switch everything. It used to be 1 to 4, now you switch 1 to 5. We thought Wiseman could move his feet well enough to go out and switch and be able to guard a guy occasionally like De'Aaron Fox or Kyrie Irving. He couldn't do any of those things. He had bad hands. He had bad position rebound. I don't want to blast Wiseman, but a lot of times you take a guy and you think you're going to develop him. He was the guy, but he played 69 minutes of college basketball. And, there were other guys behind him, but, who knew about Halliburton? And Sacramento had Halliburton, and they traded him to get Sabonis, so they changed their team. But, if James Wiseman just turned into the guy they thought he would be, and you wouldn't have Gary Payton on the roster, but he didn't play last night. But Gary's a good player, but I think a lot of the times you just get caved in. And the Warriors, last night, John, 15 offensive rebounds for Sacramento. And a lot of it was they were just better athletes. They were physically quicker. They beat you to all the 50-50 balls. They just took the ball away. But when you play small, and the Warriors are the smallest team in the NBA, and for a lot of nights they were able to overcome that and still, they finished top 2 in the league in rebounding. But there are times where you're just small across the board, not just on the front line. You're small in the backcourt as well. Keon Ellis' size is a problem. Harrison Barnes' size is a problem. You see these bigger teams that are just longer. So I hear you, but again, it's just, Wiseman's got to take his own career into his own hands. But how much different would the post-Durant, the post-KD Warriors be if James Wiseman really turned into a guy worthy of the number 2 overall pick?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, you have that pick, you expected to be something, and he absolutely busted out. But exactly what you just said. I mean, again, I get what he's saying about size. We can nitpick everything. But last night was typical, really, of the entire season, which was they were out-athleted. What the Warriors used to do, suffocate teams defensively and hit threes on the other end. Sacramento did that. They're younger, they're faster, they're more athletic, and the Warriors looked old and slow. And that's what they look like, and they're going to be a year older next year. So it's going to be really difficult because, like you said, if Wiseman had been Wiseman, Kuminga, maybe he's going to make that next jump. But at times I think he's going to be one of those type of players that you could build around, and other times I think he can be completely clueless. So it's just, I think it's going to be difficult. Look, Clay had an off night. I'm not going to say you've got to get rid of Clay because of it. I think what they're going to do is they're going to bring back the 3, and they're going to have to make financial decisions, which are going to be part of this whole thing, and decisions to try to get better. And players who fans like are probably going to be traded. Kuminga probably traded. Wiggins is not going to get you a ton. I mean, he just crapped again like he's done 3/4 of the year, and I feel bad about his personal problems in saying that about him. But you're getting an inconsistent player who is an inconsistent player in Minnesota, and that when you trade him, you're probably going to get that back, somebody who needs a change of scenery. So, look, it's going to be a really difficult offseason, but what last night was is what the season was. They looked slow, they looked unathletic, they looked old, and that's not going to get better with a year more to put on that agenda. And look, even Steph looked tired and older. Draymond looked older. Clay, obviously, as you pointed out, he cannot defend at that level. And if he's not hitting shots, he's really giving you nothing. So they're going to have to be careful in what they offer him, because you can't just give him a thank you contract. That doesn't work anymore. There's too much money involved. So is a team like Orlando, there's already been talk about Orlando or OKC or one of these teams, it's going to come down to Clay, because they're not going to offer him what those other teams are probably going to offer him.
You know, watching Harrison Barnes last night, this was a thought that I've had throughout, and we were all in on getting Durant. But, the 73-9 Warriors got off to a great start that year, obviously, and won their first 24 games. And I remember Harrison got off to a great start that year. He just came down for a defensive rebound and landed on one of the Morris twins' ankles and rolled his ankle. And he was out for a long time. He came back at the end. And he had a hard time fitting. But we knew Durant was going to be available, and we watched it all, and we were all on board. And then Harrison, just shot the Warriors out of the finals that year against Cleveland. He could not make a three on the 73-9 team. They did offer him a contract that October. Bill Duffy told Harrison to take it. He didn't. And the Warriors had what would have happened if he would have picked that contract up and you couldn't get Durant. Bob has told me that they would have traded Harrison Barnes. But sometimes I wonder, and at the time, Kevin Durant was a much better player than Harrison. Not even close. I mean, in all regards. Offensively way better, and defensively, and HB guards. But when Durant wanted the guard during those championship years, he suffocated you. So, would you have won any of those three without Durant? You won two, should have won the third. But then you lost Durant, and you had to take D'Angelo, and then you got Wiggins. And then you watch Harrison Barnes play and the way he played last night. Now, the reality is Harrison Barnes didn't play all those finals.
He doesn't do that enough, what he did last night.
His body would have been worn down like Draymond's body is, and Clay's body, and Steph's body. He was there for the first two finals runs. He wasn't there for the last three, and he wasn't there for the fourth one a couple of years ago. That took a toll on those guys. But sometimes I wonder, was it too much? And you know how much I love Durant. Was it too much to go get Durant? What if he just kept Harrison Barnes on that team? How would they have done?
He played a great game last night, but he just doesn't step up enough. And, you know this, and everybody listening knows this. I mean, Durant was the MVP of both of those. If he stays healthy against Toronto, they win that. So, you made a super team that everybody was jealous of, and I don't know how Harrison Barnes reacts. And like you said, they offered him a contract in the 60s. Ended up going to Dallas for, I think, $4.90, and then he gets moved over to the Kings. I like Harrison Barnes. He's a nice player. But like you said, people have short memories because he had so many shots. I can just see corner three after corner three and brick after brick. And I think it was one of the greatest things the Warriors ever did, because they got those two championships and would have got a third. And I don't know that they do that with Harrison Barnes. He just didn't step up enough. Did last night.
I'd like to have Harrison Barnes on the Warriors last night, not on the Kings, that's for sure.
All right, we'll get back out to the lines at 415-808-5627, whether it's last night's game, something you want to vent about, or the future of the Warriors. What do they do now? Papa and Lunch, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. We'll get out to the text and the lines coming up next. The Warriors' season is over. Is the dynasty over? We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors go down in Sacramento, and was that the last time for Steph, Clay, and Dre in a Warriors uniform together? Check out that story and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Happy Wednesday to you. The Warriors are done. 118-94, a strange season. 10th seed knocked out in the play-in round against the Kings last night, and it was early. It was often. Keegan Murray had 32. Keon Ellis was awesome. He had 15, but that doesn't tell the story. Defensively suffocating the Warriors all night long. Turnovers and offensive rebounds in the first half, but they were only down 54-50. So yeah, I thought maybe I have a shot at this thing, but in the second half, more of the same. The Warriors struggle, and they lose. So what do you do now? You want to talk about anything from last night's game? We can do that. Or the future of the Warriors. What does Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob, does he keep paying the tax for this team that was in 10th place but knocked out in the play-in round? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line and call-in line. Oh, by the way, real quickly, two things in the NBA. Zion will not play tonight. That was strange last night. 3 minutes left in the Lakers-Pelicans game. He gets hurt, goes off the floor. They lose. So now the Kings have to go to New Orleans, and they have not fared well against the Pelicans this year to play that game on Friday that the Warriors hoped they were in. And by the way, Jonte Porter gets banned for life from the NBA for betting. He bet $21,000 or made $21,000 on a bunch of bets. He even bet on the Raptors to lose. So that's not good. So anyway,
his
he gets
team
banned for life. How about that? Oh,
and not just the prop bets on himself. Wow.
Jeez.
And that's
Unreal.
Michael Porter Jr.'s brother.
Yeah.
The Denver Nuggets, and they're going to play the Lakers now. Just watching that Lakers game last night with New Orleans going back and forth. L.A. controlled the game, but in the end, it looked like New Orleans was going to get them. And
God,
Zion Williamson got to a strong left hand and made a restricted circle jump hook right over Anthony Davis to tie the game at 95. And he thought, here we go. And then he walks off the floor. Hurts himself, and it's a hamstring injury. He won't play. So that makes it harder for the Warriors now, because if the Warriors been able to win last night, they would have dealt with Zion. And Brandon Ingram didn't play much last night, so he's completely not over his knee yet. So we'll root for Sacramento after the pain of today. And if the Warriors can't play deep in the playoffs and they're out already, we're going to root for Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings to be sure. So hopefully they'll be able to beat New Orleans on Friday.
All right, let's jump out to lines. Again, it's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Earlier today, by the way, Giants beat the Marlins 3-1. You were listening to that early or this morning as they started at 9:10, and we got on the air about an hour ago. Their first series road win in Miami since 2016. Let's go out to Mark, who's been waiting patiently. Hi, Mark. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Okay, gentlemen, how are you today? I'm still going to be just like I always am, fired up. Now, listen, this is something I've been watching for 2 years now. When they're all over double and triple and Curry, all they got to do is get the ball to Thompson in a catch and shoot. When I'm there at the game, I'm yelling, Thompson, catch and shoot, catch and shoot. When he does that, he makes a couple threes, he's fired up. Then he can run around and do those one-legged shots and all that other crap. But if he does that at the beginning, he's done. He never comes back. We saw that last night. So if you look at this film, I don't understand why they don't get him the ball, catch and shoot. Let him get his couple threes, then he's fired up. As far as Moody and Kuminga, I think they just got outplayed by a couple of rooks from the other team, and they ought to look at that and say, holy smokes, we got to do some work. Love you guys, man.
Thank you, Mark. Love that voice. Love that voice.
Fired up, man.
He's the one that wanted us to take Draymond out when he got into the technical with the official. I thought Moody played well last night.
He did,
honestly.
actually.
He did well. Kuminga scored well. He was a little, again, the rhythm of him. I think with him, he just lost his rhythm late in the year with a knee tendonitis and then the pelvic contusion. He just he needed to play himself back into rhythm, which he would have done. As far as Clay, he got good looks. He got a lot of catch and shoots. I didn't think they were physical with him and bumping him. They weren't way off. It's not like the ones where he dribbles into traffic. He had a couple of those. He wasn't
forcing it. Like sometimes he's hunting shots. I didn't think he did that last night.
No,
at all.
but he did not. And he did catch and shoot. He had one drop step along the baseline, kind of a James Worthy move, and he just missed the layup at the cup. It was like, what's going on? So he just missed. They weren't. A lot of times, it's based on his rhythm. Catch and shoot numbers. Yes, Mark, you're correct. When he puts it on the deck, he gets himself into trouble. But he's been doing that lately where he still has been dribbling into openings. He made a couple of plays where he created for teammates. He's gotten a lot better at that. I just thought he missed. He just missed a couple of shots. They weren't, way left and way right where his shoulders are way. He's drifting and leaning. He went up. The ball did not go in. But you're right. When he does not make a couple of shots early in the game, it's amazing for a guy that's accomplished all he has in the Game 6 slay. But, maybe he was thinking last year in the Lakers series, or he didn't shoot well in Game 7 and he began to press, and he just started missing shots. Right. Now, the one thing he's talking about, they did trap Steph a lot. They played big bodies on him. Draymond was the outlet guy. They did not run that 1-3 pick and roll with Wiggins to get him downhill with Steph. I didn't see him run a 1-2 with Clay. Now, it's hard to run plays for those guys when they're 0 for 10 and 4 for 11 and 1 for 10 combined on threes. I get that. But there was not a lot of movement to the Warrior off. I mean, the Warriors had 19 assists last night.
Yeah,
Sacramento had 28 assists last night. They were moving the basketball. They went ping, bing, bing, good, better, good, great, better, whatever, good to better, whatever the line Pop had. How many times they find, Keegan Murray wide open, loaded in the corner off 2 passes. It was just, they moved the ball much better last night. The Warriors got stuck on the ball last night, and I think Clay just got out of rhythm right away. But what bothered me more than that, because I've seen Clay shoot the ball poorly and still contribute big time. Before Headband Clay came out in Chicago that night before Halloween many years ago, he couldn't make a shot for weeks and weeks and weeks. I've seen him struggle. But it was the way he could not guard last night, the way he was a head turner, the way he was constantly scrambling and not getting. You just can't leave Keegan Murray open. You got to stay connected to him. I haven't seen the breakdown, John, of Murray's 32 points. How many was Clay the primary defender on?
Yeah,
I know there was 1-3 when he wasn't. Was it the other 29? It seemed like he scored every basket on Clay.
Oh, yeah, and like you said, defensively, how many mistakes they made on pick and rolls, on going under screens, it was unbelievable. Like you said, wide open corner threes, guys not getting out and contesting. They just look slow. And then offensively, to oversimplify this thing, basically Mike Brown said anybody but Steph. I mean, they just had 2 and 3 guys on him at every time. You got to give a ton of credit because Murray and Ellis were great defensively on him, and the rest of the starters were 9 of 30. They got outscored 104-48 from the starters. I mean, it's just no Wiggins last night, no Clay. Curry had the 5-point first half, had that flurry in the third quarter for 11 points, but they just didn't get enough. And like you said, even Kuminga finished with 16. He had 10 in that second quarter, but you wouldn't say that he had a good game. I mean, it was one of those games where, like you said, Moody was open, he was hitting threes. There are very few people where you could look down this roster and say they played well. I mean, as I'm looking at the numbers, Moody's the only guy that off the top of my head I could say, you know what, Moody played well last night. Other than that, everybody played below average. Every single person on both ends of the floor played below average for the Warriors. Wouldn't you say that?
The only guy, every single Warrior was a minus last night. Kevon Looney was a 1, but I thought Kevon, he played okay. But one thing was Sabonis was pissed going into that game.
Better.
And he played a different game. He didn't play into the Warriors, you're going to sag off of me. He gave the ball up, got back into the post, caught it deep, or dribbled it right to the rim. He just played a much more aggressive game. He didn't play into Kevon's game. The one play where he got switched out onto Steph on the wing, Steph shot a 3. I thought Steph should have dribbled around him at that point. He missed the 3, and then he beat Steph down the floor on a rim run, took the ball out of the air at the rim, never put the ball on the deck. That guy, this is Domantas Sabonis's, his dad is Arvydas Sabonis. I mean, what a skilled player he was. And this guy, I mean, he's played much better last night than we saw last year. He caught the ball right at the rim and scored. He also got switched out into Steph late in the game, and he bodied him enough to have Steph step out of bounds right in front of the bench. The game was essentially over then. So, Moody was a +1, but he was just okay. Looney, I thought Moody played the best of all of them. Really, nobody else. You could look at numbers and all that. I just don't think they didn't play together as a group. And normally I look at the game defensively first because I think if they get stops, they'll get in the offensive end and score enough. They got beat last night with their offense. They were taken off the floor by Sacramento's defense.
Yeah. They had 18 more shots, and they had 8 more three-point makes. I mean, that's 24 points. You're minus 24 in that range, and that doesn't even talk about fast break points, offensive rebounds, turnovers, all those things, especially in the first half that the Warriors beat themselves with. All right, Benjamin is in where are you at in SoCal? Where you at?
I live in Chino.
Okay, I got you. All right, go right ahead. What's on your mind?
So after watching that game last night, that was really hard for me because I've been a Warriors fan since the We Believe team, and so I've seen the dynastic runs. Obviously, experienced the highs of that. Seeing that, I didn't think we were going to win a championship, but seeing us exit in that fashion was very embarrassing. And it kind of had me thinking afterwards, and I know this is not a popular opinion, but I'm kind of thinking of it like from the Joe Lacob standpoint. I feel like it's time to blow this thing up, start over, brand new team. The only guy I would keep, other than maybe Steph, because obviously I could see him wanting to keep Steph, is Kuminga because he has the highest ceiling. As far as this whole notion, we trade Kuminga, get a superstar, my argument against this is we had that superstar. His name was Kevin Durant. He left. I don't know if I want to do that, and I'm not sure we're Kevin Durant or LeBron away from a championship or anyone of that nature. I don't think it's that simple. I think
so you want to trade everybody but Steph and Kuminga and build around those two guys?
Exactly.
Okay. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Sorry, we got to run. We're going to talk to Kurt Heelan. They're not going to do that. I mean, they're going
to do whatever's best for the team, but they're going to be loyal to those guys. But I mean, what are you going to get back if you trade Draymond and Clay or Clay? What are you going to get back? And you got to take salary back,
right?
Who's going to take? For a while, let's see what Sacramento does. But I think now Sacramento. Last year they needed Draymond Green. To me, he was the finishing piece. They didn't guard like this last year. Mike tried to get him to guard like this. Those guys didn't guard that way. Keegan Murray is a good defender now. Keon Ellis, they developed that guy. He was a two-way player in the G League. He was an undrafted player, second-year guy. These guys are both second-year guys. Murray was a high pick, and Keon was not drafted. They got him better. And now you're going to bring, I don't know. The point is, I think Sacramento was in for Draymond last year. They didn't, he was going to re-sign with the Warriors. But now, that's a risk. He and Harrison Barnes don't get along. Does he get along with Sabonis? They hugged it out at the end of the game last night, but I'm not sure Sac needs him anymore. So that, other teams could look at him. But the bottom line is, John, and we love Draymond, he's not guarding the same here late in the year. He just is not. He did for a long stretch. He did not guard Zion well on Friday night. He had a hard time guarding last night. He just now, did he get tired? Did he get wear down? Is he playing through injuries? He's got the back. He had the knee. There's a lot of miles on him. So you're wearing him down too much. You had to work too hard, and he was gone for a long time.
He missed 27 games, and he was still tired.
Yeah. But it's hard to play the way he plays at his age, the pounding that he takes, the fact you had to play him at center so long is just not smart. So I don't think they're going to do it, but I don't think, what realistic trade? What do you think? You're just going to take Draymond off the roster and go get Paul George? How's that going to happen?
I just think, I don't know that it's what I would do. I mean, there's a lot for them to talk about and for anybody to say what they're going to do or not do, other than maybe Steph Curry staying around because they got to sell tickets. But I just don't see them. Draymond Green, I don't think's going anywhere because Steph wants him there. I think Clay's going to resign if he'll come up with a reasonable number. I think it really is in Clay's court because there are going to be teams that are going to offer him more money. But if they had their druthers, I think that they want to keep the big three. And then everything else, I think, is up in the air. I think they could trade Wiggins, Kuminga. I don't know if Gary Payton's going to make $9 million, and with those taxes, that's a ton of money. Times that by, 4? You look at Kevon Looney. Again, it's not much money individually, but it's another $8 million that he's going to make. You've got an option on that. I mean, there's going to be decisions that are going to be made that are probably not going to make Warriors fans happy, but there's not a whole lot of time in this thing. We saw it last night, as you just pointed out. They looked old and slow for the majority of the season, and it was really an exclamation point on all of it last night. That was the season in a nutshell. That's how they looked. The athletes that the Kings have, just the energy, not only in the building, but what they showed. They've got to change that, and the only way to do that is to move some of these guys that you probably don't want to move because you've made a decision to keep building around Steph and run this thing into the ground. And I don't think they can change course now. I mean, all of a sudden you're going to trade everybody and Steph's still going to be happy. I mean, if Green's gone and Clay's gone and all this kind of stuff, and Steph looks around and they're going to build around just some young guys, Steph's going to ask out too. I mean, right? He's not going to just say, "Oh, that's fine, trade everybody."
The one thing is, I'm thankful they signed Steve when they did. If he did not have a contract going into the offseason based on what happened last night, what guarantees did they give Steve that the group would come back when he re-signed? He said flat out, "We are desperate to re-sign Clay." That was the word he used.
Because his deal's 3 years, right? I mean, he's basically
got two more years.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So he's the writing's on the wall that they're going to run this thing into the ground, which there's nothing wrong with that. They're going to keep trying to maximize this thing as long as they can. And at the end of it, look, it's going to be a total rebuild. It's going to be like when Jordan left the Bulls or the big three left the Celtics. I mean, that is the Spurs, how low they've gotten. I mean, that's what's going to happen at the end of this thing. But I don't know that they have any other choice. They're not going to just blow this thing sky high and say, "Here, your brand new Golden State Warriors." He's got to fill the Chase Center, and Steph's going to do that, and Steph's going to want his guys around him. So that's probably going to happen.
He's already said that.
Right.
All three have said that.
I mean, that's going to continue to happen. It's going to be the other guys they're going to have to move, and like you said, who can they get out of those guys? What can
I
they
think
change?
Develop Kuminga. I would not trade Jonathan Kuminga. You got to develop.
But isn't he
him.
your main guy that you could get the most for?
Let
back?
him become the next guy. He showed he can do that. He got off rhythm this year because of the knee injury, the tendonitis, and the pelvic contusion. He lost his way. The last couple of weeks he fell out of he wasn't playing, and he couldn't find rhythm. Jonathan Kuminga needs to get better in the offseason.
All right, let's do it. Continue to let us know what you think through the text line or the call-in line. Again, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call-in line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 as the Warriors bow out in the play-in game in Sacramento last night. We'll take a quick detour, talk to Kurt Heelan from NBC and Basketball Talk. He'll give us the national perspective on what he sees ahead for the Warriors, and then we'll get back to your calls and texts. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You've probably heard the Warriors season is over, and a lot of questions will need to be answered as they enter the offseason. Check out that story and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. That's right. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state of California. That is not Chris Dolan. That is not the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area. That's what you want. For more than 25 years, it's been that way. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, I'm looking outside as we speak. It's beautiful out. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in great hands. The award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion, that's a billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you paid nothing upfront, nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Wednesday post-mortem as the Warriors are done, maybe mercilessly. 10th seed out in the play-in, 118-94. The Kings dominate pretty much from start to finish. Keegan Murray had 32. Kean Ellis was the pain in the ass, and the Warriors are off. And the big question now is, what do they do? Our friend Kurt Helens down in Southern California at Basketball Talk, lead NBA writer, managing editor at NBCSports.com. He always has great insight. Let's get a national view on last night. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Kurt. How are you?
I'm doing good. You know what I think you guys need to do? I think the Warriors just need to go get a guy like Harrison Barnes.
Oh, damn. We were talking about that for a whole segment.
Look at you stoking the fire already. I mean, this thing is complicated, man. You know, Clay goes 0 for 10, and what do you do? And there's taxes involved here, and you know, you got Steph Curry, so you got to make a run. I mean, I'm going to ask you a really complicated question that sounds simple, but what do they do?
Yeah, it's not that simple, is it? Because you've got to try to look. Curry is still a top 12, top 15, whatever, you know, wherever you want to rank him, and that's the lower end. Like, he's still a guy you can have at the heart of a championship team, but you've got to have the right players and pieces around him now. And Clay's not that guy. I mean, I think what's most evident, and it wasn't just last night, it was, you know, throughout the season, the Warriors need a second high-level shot creator, and a guy they can trust to take some of that pressure off. And Clay can knock down shots, but he just doesn't have that bounce anymore. And so they've got to find that guy. And, you know, look, odds can step up. There's guys who can help, but I think they're going to have to go outside to get that guy. And I'm not quite sure who it is or who's going to be available this summer that easily just fits into that role. But they've got to start there, and then you get into what's a fair price for Clay, and is it worth it? You know, if he's making 18 to 20, is that fair? And would he take that, or, you know, is Orlando going to come in over the top if he's really going to test the market? So there is no easy answer there, but I think it has to start with getting more offensive shot creation. As much as the rookies and Kuminga and everybody stepped up, like, you need somebody who you can trust to go out and, frankly, do what you paid Andrew Wiggins to do that he's not doing.
Well, they got to make financial moves in the offseason, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob has already been on record saying, you know, that they needed to get the salary down. You know, it's going to be a more punitive CBA. They kind of eased into it this year, as you know, but next year it's going to be even more punitive. They're you know, $208 million plus $176.8 million in luxury tax. So add the numbers up, you're talking close to a $400 million payroll. So they've already committed to next year, committed salaries of $174 million. The tax threshold is $171.3, and that's with Clay as a free agent, Gary Payton II a player option, and then with Chris Paul. I mean, does it have to be? And I was slow to warm to Paul being a Warrior. I think he helped, but he's a luxury item as a backup point guard because he's just not going to play the minutes here behind Steph to pay him $30 million. So is it going to be a one and done for Chris Paul? Is that the first thing, is that Chris Paul is going to move on one way or the other?
I would think so. And the thing is, with that backup, with their financial position and talking backup point guard, you're looking for somebody, depending on how good they are, either at the minimum or up to $5-7 million. And Chris Paul's just going to get more than that because he's Chris Paul probably. And there's some team that is willing to pay him to come in to be a veteran in the locker room as well as a guy who can soak up minutes for them. So I got a feeling he's going to move on. As much as he likes the Bay Area, he wants to stay on the West Coast. My guess is he moves on somewhere that can pay him a little bit more than – that's just not where the Warriors should be spending their money. He can't be the guy you need, so that might be a position where you can get away with someone who's good but a little less expensive.
Our guy Kurt Helin is with us, NBCSports.com, at Basketball Talk. Make sure that you're following him. So It would seem to me that they're going to keep the core three together because Curry's going to stay. Draymond is going to want to stay because Curry wants him to stay, and I think they'll find a way with Clay. But how much can you – what is Wiggins worth? What is Kuminga worth? I mean, what are some of these guys, some of these young players that they probably don't want to part with? They don't want to part with TJD or Pods or any of these guys. But to get better in the short period of time that Steph has, he's going to be 37 next year – they're going to have to part with maybe some guys they don't want to part with because I think they're going to run this thing into the ground because I don't think they have any other choice. So what are the guys not of the big three? What are those guys worth?
Kuminga has real value out there because I don't think he's fully – and I'm sure you guys agree. I don't think he's fully tapped his potential. We just finally started to see that this year. He's long. He's athletic. He gets up. There would be a real market for him, and he's the guy in a trade outside of whatever salary ballast you have to throw in. And it would be a trade. Obviously, they can't. There's no free agent market isn't that good anyway. But there's no. You're not getting a guy on free agency. Kuminga's. If you're getting somebody of genuine quality, it's going to be Kuminga as the sweetener and a pick or two, depending on who it is. Wiggins might have a negative trade value right now, just with his contract and with 3 years and 80-something million. I forget what the number is off the top of my head, but I think it's 3. He's still locked in for 3 years. You're just not going to be able to. Let's put it this way: if it's straight up Wiggins you're trading, you're attaching sweeteners. It's more like Wiggins gets traded with Kuminga with picks for somebody, and Wiggins is almost the salary ballast in there.
Andrew's making pretty big money. I mean, next year he goes up to $26 million, $26.2, then $28.2, and then he has a player option for $26, $27, and over $30 million. That's a lot of money. But when he's playing like Wiggins, he's worth it. But this past year, he just has not been the same player. And last night he struggled at guard De'Aaron Fox.
That salary is a steal for 2022 Wiggins, but it's a burden with the guy you got this year. And unfortunately, that's kind of been Andrew Wiggins' career is the moments and the stretches, and you got the best stretch of his career, but the stretches where you're like, man, this guy can do this, and even does it this season. There's games where you're like, that guy, where's that guy? And then he's gone for a couple weeks, and it was certainly that way in Minnesota, and it's been the frustrating part of his career is that there just hasn't been the consistency with the level he can reach for stretches.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, it's going to be tough because he's got he's essentially got 3 and 83 left. And I would imagine that with Wiggins, what you're going to do is you're going to try to find somebody who needs a change of scenery, right? I mean, isn't it a change of scenery type of thing with him? Like him and somebody else?
And somebody will be able to talk themselves into, hey, look, he has, again, you can talk yourself into him being there, and you attach stuff. You're going to be looking. A change of scenery guy is probably a really good answer for that, and we'll see who becomes available. It's there's a lot of teams with a lot of question marks going into this postseason. What does Milwaukee do if they get bounced by Indiana? Which, by the way, really could happen. That actually
without Giannis, right?
Without Giannis, but the Pacers gave them trouble with Giannis this year. It's just a bad matchup for Milwaukee, and now you need Damian Lillard to jump in the hot tub time machine and go back a few years because you're going to need that guy. But like them or Cleveland or whoever, could be breaking some stuff up. There will be guys out there, and Wiggins becomes at least part of the package to get one of those disgruntled, hey, let's just switch this up kind of things. And sometimes that really works. This obviously is a really strong Warriors culture, and certain players have absolutely thrived in it.
But as you said, now's not the time to trade Andrew because his value is so low. Yeah. And I think there were overtures, at the deadline this year, and they chose not to do it. He played better for a while, and then did not play well last night. The other guy, and you mentioned Jonathan Kuminga, and his in-season growth this year was really impressive. And then he fell out of the rhythm late in the year with the knee injury and the pelvic contusion. He was okay last night, but they got to make a call on him, whether to extend him. And he does have a player option. They already picked it up for next year, and they got one the year after. But he's going to be a restricted free agent coming shortly in 25, 26. They could give him – we had Bobby Marks on yesterday, Kurt, and he said maybe a 4-year, $130 million extension. You are trying to pay her salary here. That would be future money. So do the Warriors extend Jonathan Kuminga and develop him to be the number 2 to Steph, or do they try to move him in the offseason, not give him the contract that they gave Jordan Poole and it blew up in their face, and try to bring in a veteran player that already is developed?
Yeah, Jordan Poole might be available if you want him back.
Wow.
But, it's more like actually, who would be great on that team? Like Kuzma. I don't know. We'll see what the new Wizards management and coaches are going to be doing, but that's more the kind of guy who could really step in and help. But I get that. I get trying to extend him at a fair price and possibly, frankly, what you're betting on with what Bobby's talking about, I think that's a pretty good number, is if you give him that and he takes the leap I think we all hope he can make, then that's a steal of a contract. But that always comes with risk, right? And are you willing to? And also, like I said, I think more than Moody, maybe not more than Potts, but I don't think you're giving him up. But more than anybody, like that's a guy that's going to, if you really have to make a trade for somebody, that's the guy who's going to have real value around the league. And that contract isn't necessarily, again, if you give him that extension, that contract isn't necessarily going to drive people away, because that's going to be seen again like as a reasonable deal, especially if he takes a step forward.
Kurt Helin joining us, talking about the Warriors' demise last night in Sacramento. Real quick, just you're down in L.A. The Lakers win, and that was a crazy game last night because they had the big lead. But how about at the end, 3 minutes left, Zion is absolutely dominating that game, playing his best game of his career. And he goes out, and I guess it's a left hammy now, and he's not going to play Friday against Sacramento. Man, they can still win because they have dominated the Kings this year. But, man, in just the time that it happened, I mean, you could be the 7 seed. I know you're taking on the Nuggets, but it looked like he was going to lead them to victory, and then just boom, man. And it didn't even look like it was that bad of a thing. He just kind of landed weird after that short push shot, and then he's gone.
Yeah, and it's 2-week evaluation, so even if they do win, you're not going to see him through most or all of the next round against a really good Thunder team that, I know everybody wanted to face them, but they're really good. I just feel like that summed up Zion's career. And that, like, here he is having this monster night, maybe one of the best games of his career on this big stage, leading this comeback. He was the best guy. He was the only reason they were within striking distance of a comeback. He was brilliant. He's playing at this level. The crowd's going nuts. There's so much anticipation and excitement for what this could be. And he gets injured, and his body betrays him again, and he's on the sideline. And it just feels like that has summed up the Zion Williams experience so far.
Good stuff. Kurt, thank you so much for the insight. We always appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care, guys.
You too.
Thank you, Kurt.
Kurt Helin at Basketball Talk, lead writer and managing editor, NBCSports.com. He's down in L.A., so again, just fitting in that thing. And again, the other crazy story, Jonte Porter kicked out of the league for betting. My goodness.
And Zion's never played in a playoff game. And if they lose on Friday night and he ain't playing, and the police play-ins don't count. The one question is, can Brandon Ingram somehow get back? He played last night, but then he wasn't there at the end of the game, John. He did not play against the Warriors. He did come back the last Sunday of the year. They could offset the Zion Williamson loss if Brandon Ingram plays like Brandon Ingram, but is Brandon Ingram even going to play on Friday night?
Well, what's so crazy, too, is you didn't have Ingram, and obviously he's coming back from an injury, so they had him on a minutes restriction. And then the other side of it was McCollum was so bad he couldn't he couldn't throw it in the ocean, so they weren't playing him. So, you had Alvarado out there and all these different guys, and they still almost pulled it out. But if Zion plays in that game, plays at the end there in the last 3 minutes, I think they win. They had no answer for him whatsoever.
He tied the game in 95 on that 2-foot plant jump hook, and then he walked off the floor and was frustrated with a hamstring. He carries a lot of weight, so
yeah,
we'll see. Jonathan Kuminga meeting the media right now, and then we're going to see Klay Thompson, I think, in the 3 o'clock hour. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, give us your thoughts. We got plenty of time up until the 2 o'clock hour. We'll we'll talk to you for the next 25 minutes. Lines are open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. What do you do now if you're the Warriors? Oh, there he is right there, Jonathan Kuminga. Very nice. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, you would see that. We'll get out to you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Hey, if you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
How would you best describe your individual season and your guys' season as a whole?
My season was not too good, not great. I feel like I started picking it up the second half of the season, but the first half wasn't too good. team-wise, I feel like we were really good the second half of the season. We were figuring stuff out. But it's unfortunate that it, had to end this way.
There's Andrew Wiggins with a very honest assessment of his season. A lot of guys struggled. Draymond Green being suspended, all those different things in another year. As Warriors don't make the playoffs, get knocked out last night. You know that in Sacramento. What are the answers? What do you do? Who stays? Who goes? Clay goes 0 for 10. Does that mean he's not staying? Does that mean he is? Give us your thoughts on all of it. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get out to the lines in just a second. But, Pop, I don't know what else Andrew's going to say, but, I mean, he's pretty spot on. He struggled.
And that's Andrew Wiggins. That's just his understated demeanor. So when you look at, this team, a short time ago they were the NBA champions. And why? Andrew Wiggins was a dominant player on both ends of the floor. He was arguably your second best player behind Steph Curry, and he guarded, well, no matter what round it was, he was guarding, whether it was, Ja Morant before he got hurt, then obviously Luka in the Western Finals, the job he did against Jason Tatum, his scoring, and he was the guy. And then, Jordan Poole was also instrumental in that team winning. It wasn't that long ago. It was 2 years ago. They were the NBA champions. And Kevon Looney and what he was able to contribute throughout the entirety of the playoffs, rebounding, defending, everything. They just are, for whatever reason, Jordan Poole's off the roster. Kevon Looney had his 290-game consecutive played streak, and he was out of the rotation. He got back in a little bit, but even last night against Sabonis, he didn't play the way he did against him last year. And then Andrew Wiggins has just not been the same player. Why? Jordan Poole had to get moved. We know what the situation with the Draymond punch and all of that. Now Chris Paul's probably gone, so the trade you made there, it's a one and done. But what is the issue with Andrew Wiggins? Really, what is the core? I think when you hear him talk, you wonder, how much he loves the game, what's bothering him off the floor. He has a very different disposition. Some guys, Kawhi Leonard talks like that. But when the ball goes up and Kawhi's healthy, he's the claw, and he's all over you, and he walks you down to spots, and he shoots a line drive going downhill. How do you shoot that flat shot? It always goes in. He dominates. When it's time to go, he goes. There's never a time Kawhi is on the floor when he's not giving you everything. With Andrew, I could tell last night he just wasn't the same. He just did not get up into De'Aaron Fox and make him go right. He let him go left over and over and over again. He just didn't play well. He missed free throws. How about when he got fouled on the three?
That was their last chance to stay in the game.
Missed the first two. I mean, if you want to sum it up, I always think it starts with him defensively, but you can tell when he's just not engaged to guard. But then offensively, when he's missing layups around the rim and just a little chippies he gets bumped off of, and when he doesn't make foul shots. Early in the year, he could not make a foul shot. When he got back in, and you heard him very accurately assess his season. It started off terribly, got better later. I mean, you wanted this to have a microcosm. He was making his free throws later. He was in the proper frame of mind. Last night, he was not there. So you can't win a game like that last night when other guys aren't playing well without Andrew giving you what he's got to give you. So he's perplexing. I don't know what you could get back for him in a trade. He makes a lot of money, but not too much money when he's playing the way he's capable of playing. But why isn't he? I don't know. Do the coaches really know?
See,
I think they know what's bothering
him.
him.
I think that's the worst kind of guy to have on your team, because if you're bad, I know what to expect. If you're good, I know what to expect. What drives everybody crazy from coaches, owners, fans is when you don't know. And this was the same guy, and it was great in 2022, but it was the same guy that frustrated people in Minnesota because you just didn't know. And I feel bad for what's going on off the court, but the reality is a lot of people have stuff going on off the court, and they focus in. So I do think if they can make a deal, they will make a deal. I think the big one is Kuminga. Are they going to keep Kuminga? Are they going to move Kuminga? Is Kuminga going to be on the same timeline of these guys? Because I do think they're going to keep the big three together. I think they're going to find a way to keep Clay here. Now it comes down to how do you improve the basketball team? Because I think Kurt Helin was right when he just joined us. Wiggins, I think, is looked at as a net negative. He drives you crazy. So what are you going to do? And then there's the finances of, do you keep Gary Payton? He's at $9 million. That's a lot of money with taxes. Do you keep Looney? That's $8 million with a lot of taxes. I think they're going to have to sacrifice some guys that they want to keep. And the big question is going to be, do you keep or move Kuminga? Because he's really the best piece you have outside of the big three to get somebody that really can impact this basketball team.
I think the debate with Kuminga is keep him and extend him or trade him. And I would not trade him. I would develop him. Look at what happened to you last night. Keon Ellis got developed into a better player. That's what Chris DeMarco does. They have a whole staff of developmental guys that develop players, and he got better in the middle of the year. He's only started to develop what he's going to be, but I would not extend him yet. The Jordan Poole thing, and Jordan Poole was a 20-point scorer, even his final year here and during the championship run. You don't win that title without Jordan Poole's offense, what he was doing. Hell, he was taking end-of-quarter shots over Steph. He was that guy. But then you extend him. You kind of have to. The league tells you to. Players around him are getting comp deals. You do it, it blows up in your face. Do you have to do Kuminga right now? You're trying to pare salary everywhere. Can we wait a little while with him and ride him out a little longer and then see where he's at if he does develop as he does fit? If he makes the strides this offseason and into next season that he made this year in this season, Jonathan Kuminga's a player. With Wiggins, I don't know what's the nature of what's holding him back. The issues off the court. His father had a troubled NBA career. He was a completely different player than Andrew Mitchell Wiggins. Really skilled offensively, not a great defender. He had problems. I don't know what's bothering him, but something is paralyzing his ability, and he said it to himself. Not only are they doing exit interviews to the media, they're doing with Steve and Mike Dunleavy. Be honest with it, and they know what's going on, and to their credit, they didn't make it public. But it's hard for me to just give an opinion on Wiggins. I wouldn't trade him. I didn't want to trade him, but I need more from him. I can't have this up and down and all around. If these are personal issues that are holding you back, when you go on the floor, brother, you got to play. It's hard. But he did not play well. I'm not blaming last night on him, but he certainly did not play to his ability last night. So I don't know where it goes. And then speaking of Steve and Mike, the players are doing their exit interviews with the media today. Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy will be speaking to the media tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you during our show. And Steve will be on with Joel Burton Copes this afternoon at 5:30, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Andrew is up in Sacramento. Hi, Andrew. Welcome.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, it's rough living out here in Sacramento.
Will you not root for the Kings now? They got so many former Warriors. I'm rooting for HB and LB and Mike Brown, right?
I can't do it because it's like the Warriors are like my only child and the Kings are like.
I'm with you, bro. I can't root for the team that knocked you out. No way.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
And all my friends that here are Kings fans, I can't give them the satisfaction.
Oh, they're killing you.
I know, like the end of an era, all that code, all the that stuff. So anyway, I guess what I want to talk about was, I kind of agree with both of you guys earlier when you were talking, like, John was saying how I personally think they should go all in. Steph Curry, you're never going to get a player like this again, ever. You're just not. And to waste those final years waiting for people to develop, I just think it's going to cost him the final years of his career. And as a fan, I don't want to see that. And I think going all in, Kuminga, I think, can develop into something as he showed. But if he doesn't, then you're taking that chance as opposed to maybe packaging him with whether it's Paul's contract or whether it's, I don't know if Wiggins' contract's going to do anything, but a package with Kuminga and you go after people already established that you know what you're going to get night in and night out. And I would look at something like Chicago where you can go after, maybe if they flame out here in the play-in, you go after somebody like Caruso and DeRozan, something like that, where you kind of have a package that you get DeRozan, the skilled scorer every night is going to get you 23, 24, and then Caruso is that defensive presence and 3-and-D guy. And I just think I'd rather than be a bottom-feeding team and get draft picks than be a 10-seed in mediocrity and stuck there.
That's a good point. Thanks, Andrew. Best of luck in Sacramento. I think that's going to be the biggest story of the offseason. I mean, I know that Clay is going to be a big story. I think he's going to come back. But what do you do? I think Kuminga. He's the one that could get you the biggest piece back. But like you said, he's also the guy that if he develops could be really, really good. But is he on the same timeline as what Draymond, Clay, and Steph are? Is he going to be good enough in time, or do they need to?
Yeah, because he was your second best offensive player when Steph's not on the floor. And really, the bottom line is here, they're so much different offensively. To have Steph play the way he's forced to play now, that's not the way the Warriors play. The way Sacramento plays last night is the way the Warriors play. Move the ball, move bodies. To constantly try to create for one guy to take a shot, you can load up on that. You can guard that. Those are beatable teams. When Durant, as great as Durant was, you could beat Durant in Oklahoma City. The Warriors got to get away from leaning on one guy. And with Kuminga, he's a guy that you can clear aside for, and he does bust it. He's a little like Durant. He's not Durant, but he does have the ability to beat you off the dribble. So, but they're going to try to pair salary, John. I don't know how you move Kuminga and his relatively inexpensive rookie deal and take on more salary. To me, you got to develop him. But I would be a little reluctant. Maybe it's the Jordan Poole thing where I'm not sure I'd extend him right now. I want to wait one more year and then be able to do it the following year before I extended him.
All right, we'll give you a couple of more remnants before we get out of here. At the top of the hour, don't move, because Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour. I'll take more of your thoughts as the Warriors get knocked out in Sacramento last night, and Steve Kerr's going to join the guys at 5:30, so make an appointment for that as well. It's Pop and Lund on your Wednesday, post-mortem of the Warriors being knocked out by the Kings, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. It's time for you to grab the keys. You and I. Let's go to Modesto Toyota right now and get a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. It's the perfect time to get out there because you can count on Modesto Toyota for great savings. You come in, you check out all the models and deals, or do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com. You see all the incoming vehicles. You check it out, which has all the bells and whistles that you need. That's the one. Then you pick it out. And you get a great price and a special lease deal, and you save big time on gas, which we're all trying to do with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. And mine is the RAV4 hybrid. It is awesome. Very satisfied. I can go forever, so gas is not an issue for me. Or if you just want to say, you know what, no gas at all, the all-electric BZ4X. Have you seen this thing? It's awesome. Need a low price or an incredible lease deal on the BZ4X. So it is time. Let's grab the keys. Let's go check out your new Toyota. And Modesto Toyota has been doing this, family-owned, since 1965. You know how difficult it is to stay in business nowadays? That's impressive. They've had thousands of happy customers, including me. You hear the big smile on my face? I mean, maybe you can't see it, but you can certainly hear. I'm very happy because of the great service and great prices. So now's the time to grab those keys, get your new Toyota, and win big time. And did I mention also that there is no dealer markup? So what are you waiting for? Time's never been better. It's where I get all my Toyotas. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour. They will continue to analyze last night's loss and what the Warriors do from here. By the way, Giants win today, 3-1. First series win in Miami since 2016. And good pitching matchups in the Arizona series. Webb, Snell, Harrison, Hicks, Montgomery, Gallen, Kelly. And by the way, they're saying Friday night, Snell v. Montgomery on Apple TV. Snell versus Montgomery Friday night. How about that?
Well, I know one organization that's happy that the Warriors are out. That would be the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, you'd think.
Well, last year, I mean, they had to battle with for years, with the Warriors playing all the way till Father's Day, carving into their summer. And then last year, the Warriors were out on Mother's Day. And remember, the Giants started slowly last year. They were 6-13, and they began to turn their year around right when the Warriors were knocked out on that Friday night of Mother's Day weekend. And then Casey Schmidt came up, Patrick Bailey came up. They turned their whole year around. The fact that the Warriors are out in not mid-June, not mid-May, but mid-April allows the Giants to have, let's see what they do on their homestand, John. And they've got an exciting homestand coming up. Arizona's playing right now at home against the Chicago Cubs. So
that's been a great series.
Our friend Logan Webb, who was happy about last night's game, he will start the homestand tomorrow against Arizona.
By the way, if you want to see that Logan Webb jersey that they've been promoting, when you go out during the commercials, you go out in the studio, they got some Logan Webb jerseys hanging. Those look pretty cool. By the way, Copes was going to jump in, but I'll break this. So we're going to have the draft coverage a week from Thursday, live from HQ, as we always do, 49ers HQ. And Dante Whitner can't make it, so you and I and the whole crew with Todd Husak. And he's going to talk to us about quarterbacks. So, obviously, early in the draft, could be 3, could be 4 at the top. Could have Penix and Bo Nix go later in the first round. So, we'll be talking lots of quarterbacks. So, Todd Husak is going to join us.
Todd is a friend.
Cool.
We text throughout the year. I'm going to try to get Andrew Luck to drop by as well. Andrew's,
really?
Showing up in Indy. No, we're not going to get Andrew Luck. But we will get Todd Husak, who does
That'd be great.
Who does know the quarterback position well. And there's some with the Washington Commanders and our friends, Adam Peters and Bob Myers. Caleb Williams is going number 1 to Chicago. They're not even going to bring anybody else in to Chicago at all but Caleb. He's the only guy, and he's not going anywhere. But Washington has all the other quarterbacks coming in today, including J.J. McCarthy today.
Yep. This is a great line. I don't know. I kept a straight face. Jonathan Kuminga was asked about his extension. Oh, wow, I didn't even think of that. Oh, I'm sure you didn't. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll do more Warriors talk tomorrow, get into that Giants and Arizona series, which is already a big series this early in the season. We'll start looking to the draft, all those kind of things tomorrow. But the boys, you want to hear what they have to say. Tolbert and Copes, all about what happened last night in Sacramento, reviewing the season as well. They'll take all your calls, plus Steve Kerr is going to join the guys at 5:30, so you cannot miss that. It's all next. Pop, thanks as always. We'll see you 10 a.m.
4 hours tomorrow, John.
Yeah,
not,
4
not
fulls.
slacking and doing 2 hours.
Yeah, no shorties tomorrow. 4 full hours tomorrow. Thanks to Danny. Thanks kind of to Walter, too. As always, doing a tremendous job. The boys are next. Tolbert and Copes only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the show, a lot of basketball. Sam Amick from The Athletic is going to join us. Mark Spears, Anscape, my former teammate Mitch Richmond will join us. And then Stephen Douglas Kerr. Mitch Richmond.
Rich what?
Rich. And then we'll do, I guess today we're going to go Quincy MD. We're going to be forensic pathologists and do the autopsy a little bit today. It'll be an incomplete autopsy, but we'll try to do it nonetheless.
What are we
as best we can?
I don't know is it a verb? What are we autopsying?
The Warriors.
Oh, the dynasty or the season?
Both.
Oh, this should be fun.
Both.
This would be good to get into.
I mean, we can definitely autopsy the season. Is the dynasty? Is that an autopsy? That's still to be determined. But
we'll absolutely get into all
it's
this,
worth combing over. There's no doubt about it, and kind of looking into the future and what's not just what's out there, but what can be done. There's a lot of questions. This will be a very, very interesting offseason for the Warriors. In terms of the game itself, the Kings were, in my estimation, hungrier, younger, quicker to the ball, more desperate. It hit me last night at some point. It hit me in the second half, and it had been going on all game. It just didn't quite come to me yet. It came to me. The Kings were playing that like it was a Game 7. The Warriors weren't. And I'm not sure if it just they weren't capable of it because, look, that's all they had to give, or the Kings were just, again, more desperate, just hungrier, younger, more spry. It seemingly got to every loose ball, killed them on the offensive glass in the first half.
Yep.
Had 18 more field goal attempts than the Warriors. As I said, that's no way to go through life. Fat, dumb, and stupid, and giving up 18
and 18 fewer attempts is no way to go through life. No.
There's no way to go through life. You can't win games. You just cannot win games that way unless you are insane from three, and they were not insane from three. In fact, if anybody was insane from three, it was the Kings in the third quarter who just couldn't miss. So the Kings deserve that one. They played with more force last night, and they absolutely deserved the result that they got. Steph gave it everything he had, but he just didn't have enough help offensively. Ellis did a fantastic job on him. Murray did a good job on him. And then when it wasn't one, it was two. And when it wasn't two, it was three. They just were not going to let Steph come in there and drop a 50 spot like he did last year. That was not going to happen. So Clay and Wiggins were going to have opportunities, and they just couldn't get it done last night. For whatever reason, they just could not get it done last night. The only spark offensively was a little bit of Steph to start the third quarter and a little bit of Kuminga in the second quarter. And other than that, it was pretty much a wipeout. I had this stat. I'm going to take a stab at it. I think it's close to being right, but do not quote me on this, even though I'm saying it. I think Warrior starters were outscored by Kings starters 104-47. It was absurd. It was like almost 60 points. Their starters outscored the Warrior starters by.
Yep, I'm at 34.
I mean,
36.
it's insane.
Yeah, it might be 48. 48 points. Maybe it's 48 points for it's 48 points for the Warrior starters.
It's a dumb number. Like, it is just ridiculous. And they deserved it. They played harder, and I kept talking about Monk and Herter, and I'd seen them play a few times, but not consistently. They actually got lucky when Herter got hurt, because Ellis is much better for them than Herter was. Now, they still miss Monk, but Ellis, that guy's a baller for an undrafted guy. What a find. Guy that can hit threes, play defense, athletic, long. I mean, I like him. He was nice. And then Murray was just bonkers last night, hitting 8 threes. Harrison had his 4, and I mean, they were just better. Again, younger, hungrier, quicker, more desperate. That's it. And that looked like an old team versus a young team. It's exactly what that
That's what it was. I mean,
So I mean, shouldn't be that surprising, although it caught me off guard a little bit. Like I said, I thought they would win yesterday. Of course, I did say everybody's picking them, so they're probably going to lose because that's the way it works.
You did say that. You did say that to us yesterday. I said, I picked them. I threw money on them,
Yeah, I couldn't have seen this. I
was surprised. I was surprised by this.
Yeah,
surprised by the performance. They just got rolled. Yeah, just obliterated.
Oh, just obliterated.
They were outplayed the whole first half, and then even as close as it was at 54-50 at the half, it didn't feel that close.
Yep. And then immediately, well, not immediately, the first couple minutes were
back and forth for a minute, and then the 15-point end of the third.
They cut it to 1.
Yep.
And then it went to 7. It was 2 threes. Boom, boom. And then Steve called the timeout because he didn't want it to get away from him. And then it got away from him. Because, I mean, there was just only so much you could do. I mean, I think they were 7 for 9 from 3 in the third quarter. They just couldn't. I mean, they couldn't stop him. Everybody was hitting. Murray hit a couple. Ellis hit a couple. Fox hit a couple. I mean, they were just rolling them. So, now it becomes where do you go? And this year, you could say if you want to be really generous, you could say, well, look, if Draymond didn't get suspended and he was able to play all those games, that their record would have been a lot better. And they wouldn't have been in a playing game.
But he didn't, so they weren't.
But he didn't. And remember, when he played early, they were 500.
Yep.
When he played early, they were 500. I mean, if he didn't get suspended, maybe Kuminga doesn't get inserted into the rotation. Who knows where the rotation goes if he doesn't get suspended? Who knows? I mean, maybe they're better, maybe they're worse. But you can't just go back and say, well, let's just put Draymond that played at the end of the year, who was really good, put him in there all those games, and look what their record was at the end. It was they're playing 580 ball or whatever you want to say, and go, okay, they would have played 580 ball in the games that he was. Remember, he was a part of that Kings game where they copped it away. He was one of the ones that made a horrific pass at the end of the game to Klay Thompson in the right corner, right next to the Warriors bench, that helped the Kings win that game. He was part of that loss, like a big part of that loss. So don't just say, well, this was a record at the end of the year when he was healthy. Let's put him in there for all those games. Now, it didn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. But even if you wanted to be generous and say, maybe they squeeze into a 6, and then what? I mean, does anybody believe the team we saw last night was going to beat anybody in the top half of the Western Conference? No. I don't believe that at all. I mean, and look, they were 27-12 down the stretch, so we all kind of thought maybe they got a chance. And you start hearkening back to glory days, like, oh, man, playoff stuff, championship DNA, all those things that I even said. And then you watch, and you're like, oh.
It's again, we talked about it all year. What could be the ceiling for this team, even if they were to get out of the play-in? And you watch what happened last night, and you go, okay, I don't think they would have gotten all that much further. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. 415-808-5627. Safe at third, Dwayne and Mort, who's been waiting for like 2.5 hours on the line. We will get to Mort today at some point. His takes and thoughts on the Golden State Warriors.
2.5 hours or 2.5 months?
I don't think it gets to months yet on this counter here. We will still tell you coming up how you can win tickets to go see the Marley family. How about this? It's the Marley brothers are going to be out at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. We'll tell you about how you can win tickets to that coming up. But we do want to get to your thoughts on the Warriors' loss. Was it, to sort of paraphrase Buster Olney's old book, the last night of the Yankee dynasty? Was this the last night of the Golden State Warrior dynasty? That's something we'll talk about all day long. And was it as close to a revenge night as the Sacramento Kings could have had after last year? 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text your calls and thoughts all day long right here on the Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
The Warriors season is over after last night's 118-94 loss to the Sacramento Kings. What are the biggest moves you want to see the Warriors make this offseason? Let us know at 808 KNBR or at our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
De'Aaron Fox, the steal and the jam. And they've got this crowd popping early. Ellis says wide out. And he's got it. Keon Ellis. Second year out of Alabama.
Off the side iron, Green leaping for the rebound, tempts to Sabonis, who jams home with the left hand. Right place, right time.
How satisfying for the Sacramento Kings. And they chant light the beam here in Sacramento. And they're going to do just that.
Warriors season came to an end last night, 118-94. I was going to say it didn't feel that close. No, I kind of felt that way. That's about the way it felt. That's how they played. The way it went down.
At one point, I said I really enjoy symmetry, especially when symmetry works. The Warriors were down 26 at one point. I think it was 116-90. And I looked down, and at timeouts, they bring you box scores, stat sheets. And the Warriors had been outscored points off turnovers plus second chance points by exactly 26 points. Exactly. They were down 26, and those two stats really told a lot of the story of last night. Just the ability to get to the glass and beat them on the second chance points and then beat them on points off turnovers. And that just, it was perfect. It was like 26-26. Like, there you go. That's kind of the ball game right there. Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Klay Thompson on the game, 0 for 10 was his performance. I mean, this is really the story of the day because of what it could mean for Klay's career as a Warrior, if it was the last time we've seen Klay as a Warrior. And we'll get to your calls and thoughts. All you guys who are calling in on the phone lines at 808 KNBR. We'll get to him in just a minute. But just your thoughts on his performance. It wasn't just that he was 0 for 10, 0 points. 0 for 6 from 3.
Yeah.
This would be not just – it would be disappointing no matter what if Klay went out and this was it. But a lot of times, like in baseball, like a pitcher goes out and it's like, it's the end of his career, and he's older anyway, and maybe he gets to walk off the mound or something and get an ovation. It's different like the way Brandon Crawford left. He is still playing, but he sort of aged down a little bit. This was just like, it's like the worst performance he could have, possibly, as a shooter, as a member of this trio, after what happened last year in the playoffs where he was not very good at all against Sacramento. The way the season has gone for him, this would just be a really sad way for it all to end. And we're not there yet, but your thoughts on Klay's performance?
Well, I'm bummed for him.
Yeah.
Because I know how hard he is on himself, and I know this one will really, really sting. The kind of the funny part, and I don't know if it's all that funny, but if out of all the guys that played a ton of minutes, like Pajemski was a -3 plus-minus, and Moody didn't play as much, but he was a +3, which was surprising. But Klay played 31 minutes, and he was a -12, as opposed to Draymond -22, Wiggins -25, Curry -21, Kuminga -22, Paul -15. Like, he actually did some okay things out there, like defensively and trying to rebound. But he just, Klay will tell you, he kind of bases his game on shooting, and when that's what you do, that's what all everybody focuses on. And when you focus on it, it doesn't go your way. It's rough. I won't remember him if this is his last game, and I really hope it's not. If it is, I'm not going to remember this. I won't remember him going out this way. I remember
You
him.
won't remember. No, you're not going to remember it as Klay Thompson's. It's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean,
is
it's always going to be there, but it's not even going to be.
It won't be your lasting memory.
It'll
of
barely
Klay.
be a footnote for me, to be honest with you, because it's not like a team that I expected to win a championship, and then he was like 0 for 10 and missed shots down the stretch that could have helped them win the game or win a pivotal game. Like, this was a team that's going kind of backing up anyway. So to me, it doesn't even really resonate all that much. I just feel bad for him because I know it's going to really, really sting. But I'll remember all the good moments with Klay. But yeah, I mean, it was tough, and then even tougher because Wiggins couldn't get it going. He had like a little spurt in the third quarter, but a little one, and that was about it. And they needed one of those two guys. I remember talking about this a lot at the beginning of the year. Like, either Klay or Wiggins has to come along for the ride. One of them. Doesn't have to be both, but one of them. And when they both did, then they kind of looked like the Warriors that could win like something or cause some damage in the playoffs. But last night it was neither. I think they were what was Wiggins, like 4 for 11 maybe? Were they like 4 for 21 between them, something like that? It was rough. Like, it was, and you could tell Klay wanted it so bad, and then forcing shots and maybe taking shots that weren't quite open and rushing shots a little bit, trying to get something going, trying to kind of kickstart it. We've all seen it when Klay hits one. Sometimes he hits 4 in a row. That one wasn't coming. That one was not going to come last night. So, yeah, it was a bummer. I don't know how much of an impact it will have, like, moving forward, because I think you have to look. That's the toughest part about trying to assess the season. You got to take the season as a whole instead of the very end. Because unless you win, you're going to be upset at the very end because you lost, and why'd we lose? We lost because of this. Okay, we need to change that. We need to change this. But that may not be the case. So it's not just about last night. But, yeah, I mean, again, he looked old last night. They looked old last night, and the Kings look young. And that's kind of the way the sports world goes. For those people that just jumped on board with the Warriors like about 2009, 2010, it's welcome to reality. Okay? You've been living in a fantasy land for like a decade, like, with this team. Like, this is it. I mean, they took the Spurs. Spurs won 5 championships. It took them 17 years to win those 5 championships. Like, there were some droughts there. There were some first-round losses there in those years. It doesn't go as smoothly as it has gone for the Warriors. And now that the players are starting to get older, it's getting tougher. And the league's getting younger. It's getting more athletic. I mean, OKC's the average age of, like, they're like a college team. And they're the number 1 seed. They're like 23 years age on average. I mean, it's a joke how good that team is and how young that. I mean, it's not going to get any easier. San Antonio's going to get better. Houston's going to get better. I mean, it's not getting easier. It's going to get tougher. So it was
easier, man. That was a bummer. It never gets any easier.
It was a bummer, though. It was a bummer. I felt bad for him because I know how personally he takes it. But I thought his body language was good last night. I saw him on the bench. He was clapping. He was high-fiving guys coming off. Like, it wasn't like,
It wasn't like early in the year when he was.
It was not.
It was different.
No,
You're
he
right.
wasn't in his own feelings last night. Like, God, it was like he was in it for the team. Like, he was being a good teammate, and he was there for the guys, and he was trying to cheer the guys on and trying to keep a positive attitude. It goes that way sometimes. It just does. You just don't expect to see it with one of the greatest shooters of all time. But even those guys are going to have nights like that. You know, Jordan, I remember him having like a 6 for 24 night in the playoffs. I mean, people don't remember that because they want to romanticize Michael Jordan.
I'd have killed for that from Klay last night. 6 for 20. Just a little gallows here. I would have killed for 6 for 24 last night.
It's just tough. It was tough to watch. Like, you could tell everybody was like, "Oh, please make one.
Oh, come
please
on!"
make
And then
one.
the standing there at the end of the court when he did the walk off and he stood there, I was like, "Oh,
I know."
gosh, you just made. Oh, that's the one that got me. I was like, "Oh, Klay, man, no." 808 KNBR, the number to call. Let's go out to Safe at third. Safe at third's been waiting in San Francisco. Safe at third. You're on these sports today. How you feeling after this Warrior loss?
You know, I feel that things will get better. They needed to have this realistic thing happen, as much as we hate it, as much as we have to look at it. But it's like you say, it's real. Let me give you some bullet points, gentlemen. Number one, They had no answer for Murray and Ellis. Youth. Number 2, you're going to have to get rid of Wiggins and Chris Paul for the money because they're going to keep Clay because it draws people to pay bills at Chase. Number 3, they had Mike Brown. That's 50% of why they got beat. You had a person that knows the system. Number 4, you need height. We can't be the shortest team in NBA no more, no matter why Mignogna is going to be around and all that stuff. We need some height, gentlemen. We need somebody close to 7 feet, if not 7 feet. And I think they should have gone to the paint more last night and stopped trying to get threes because it wasn't happening. At some point, you got to drive to the paint and draw fouls. That's all I got. Oh, one thing else, gentlemen.
Please, go ahead.
We have a better owner. We don't have a Jimmy Dolan in New York. We got Joe Lacob. He's not standing for it. Gentlemen, you have a great evening.
Hey, appreciate the call, Save. By the way, maybe the most...
I don't care what the rules are.
Maybe the most concise, got right to the points. He was
comprehensive.
He was on hold for 27 minutes. He had bullet points written down. He was ready to
comprehensive.
Go. Way to go, Save It there. Hell of a call from you. Rack him, dude. Some good points there made by Save It there. We'll get into some of that as well because we'll put it out to you, the callers. And Dwayne, I still see you waiting. We will get to you. Steve, Mort, I promise, man. 2.5 months will not turn into 3. At 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Text lines open. Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line as well as the phone lines. Question, though, for the callers. The biggest changes you do want to see this offseason. What is coming for the Warriors this offseason? No more Kuminga? Do they trade Draymond? Andrew Wiggins has got to go, right? That's all next. Your thoughts, your calls. We'll get into all this at 808 KNBR. And how about this? We're going to give away some tickets. Tickets to go see the Marley Brothers. It's going to be the Marley Brothers. There was a cool name for this tour. Now I can't find the name of it. Damn, Derek, find the name of this tour. You cut it off. Anyway, the tickets were given away to caller 10 when you hear the cue to call. Oh, I found it. The Legacy Tour. You didn't cut it off. My bad. Legacy Tour, Ziggy, Steven, Julian, Kai Manny, and Damian are all going to be out at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord, September 10th, 2024. Tune in all day long and all week long when we give you the cue to call. Caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR wins the tickets, furnished by Live Nation. Rules at knbr.com. What's the cue to call?
This sucks.
Now you can't use that again all day unless it's the cue to call. Way to go, Tim. 808 KNBR is the number to call for the phone line. 415-896-KNBR is the number for the contest. Your calls next. What changes do you want to see from the Warriors this offseason on the Sports Leader? Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. We just had tax day. Steve, what if you did your taxes and you're like, oh, dude, this is an absolute mess? What happens next?
You call us and we want to straighten it out for you, whatever your situation. If you take a look at your records and your accounting and you say, this must have been done by a raccoon on meth, we want to straighten it out for you. The bottom line is that people do have a lot of problems with their taxes. Some of it is because of accounting, organization. Maybe you don't have the money to pay the taxes. Maybe it's been management. There's so much we want to do for you. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. What do you have to lose by calling us, see what we want to do for you, and then let us go ahead, straighten it out, and think how much better your life would be, your business would be, your marriage would be. And it all starts off with a free phone call.
Oh, man, nobody wants to deal with a raccoon on meth. Give Steve Moskowitz a call, 888-TAX-SEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes to the Wednesday afternoon following the season-ending loss by the Golden State Warriors at the hands of the Sacramento Kings. It was close to a revenge game as the Kings could have had. Like, not as big of a deal as winning a playoff series in a first round in a 7-game playoff series. That hurt the Kings a lot last year for the Warriors to come in there and do that. And Steph had the 50-point performance. But as we move further away from this, depending on what happens this offseason and where this organization goes, this win may be looked at by the Kings as an even bigger and more impactful win. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Warriors have only a second-round pick that they acquired, I believe, at the deadline this year, right? Wasn't it in the trade with Indiana? Who was the player who was here? I forget his name. He was a vet. Who was the guy they traded to Indiana for? Corey Joseph. There we go. Couldn't remember his name. I was like, was he a member of the Jazz before? I can't remember. I was like, I felt like that guy floated around the Western Conference.
The Spurs before.
There you go. Corey Joseph was traded for a second-round pick at the deadline. They have no other picks this draft. Klay Thompson is a free agent. Dario Saric, Chris Paul is a team option. So they can pick up the option and trade him if they'd like, but you're not going to get the one-for-one value there. Can you bring back Klay after last night is the question we'll put out first at 808 KNBR. Your thoughts, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely you can. Again, you can't look at last night just in a vacuum and say that's where we're going to base everything off. Now, things will have to change. I think he'll be coming off the bench, and the price tag may be lower than he wants, and that will all have to be figured out because I think they want him here. He wants to be here. I think that's a starting point.
Agreed.
Then you could go from there, and what other variables could come into play? Well, does anybody else want him on their team? Does anybody else find him valuable? Does anybody else find him more valuable than the Warriors do? And if they do, how high would the Warriors be willing to go? How low would Klay be willing to go to stay with the Warriors? Because he talked about his next contract will be a lot about peace of mind. That, whether you believe that or not, I tend to believe it with Klay. But look, money's always going to play a part. Let's not kid ourselves. So where is that gap? Would he stay here for 2, 3, 4, 5 million less? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, but I think the starting point is he wants to be here. They want him here. Okay, that's a good starting point. Now it's what other teams may be interested in him, and how many, and then at what price? And that's where you start negotiating, trying to get into. But, yeah, I would love to have him. I would love to have him back. I mean, have a guy like that coming off the bench who's just a flamethrower who come in and get you 20, 25 points. But here's the thing. You can't sign him to a contract to where it precludes you from going and get other players because you can't count on him every night like you used to. He can't be a guy where you go into a game saying, okay, we have Steph and Clay. And then we have, no. Now it's like you have Steph and Clay. He'll be there some games, won't be there other games. He's not the defensive player he once was. So you got to factor all those things in. But price will play a big part in this. But do I want him back? Yeah, I would love to have Clay back. And I know the Warriors would like him back too. It's just a matter of, does it make sense for them and what they're going to need to do this offseason, and how does Clay feel about it? Is Clay going to be good with the number, or again, it all depends on what another team offers. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's going to depend on who's out there, who wants Clay on their team, who might be willing to overpay. I know the Magic get mentioned all the time because they're a young team. They have a lot of cap space, and they could use a shooter and a veteran like Clay. And that would certainly help them.
A piece of mind.
What are they willing to pay? I mean, how do they look at last night's game? Maybe they don't even look at last night's game. Maybe they look at it as the whole season. Like, last night's game doesn't really even play a factor. It's like, okay, let's look at everything in total and work our way from there. But I think, again, it's a good starting point when I know he wants to be here and I know they want him here.
I agreed. And many people are checking out on the YouTube chat here even. Mr. E says, bring him back for the low. Coming off the bench. That's kind of what people are saying. Somebody else on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here at 831 says, this is great for the Warriors in terms of Clay. He can come back at like 14 or 15 million a year. Who's giving him more than that? And somebody else on the YouTube chat checks in, Dingo82, says,
that ain't my baby.
Says, actually, sorry, this is Horita. Says, Clay loves driving the boat too much. He's not going to go somewhere else. And that's, hey, peace of mind. That's a factor there. Let's go to Steve in San Francisco.
I'm pretty sure other cities have water as well. We're not the only ones.
Steve in San Francisco. Yeah, well, NBA cities, who knows?
Orlando doesn't.
No, it's not good. That's Central Florida. Steve's in San Francisco. Steve, off-season changes for the Warriors. Is Clay one of them? What do you want to see?
What's up, guys? Yeah, to me, definitely would like to have Clay back for a reduced rate. I think he's the perfect sixth man at this point. The thing I like about the Warriors now is they finally hit on their youth movement here. You got TJD.
You got it.
Kuminga, Pajemski.
You there, Steve? He's flaming.
He flamed out. He just flamed.
He flamed on TJD, bro. Steve. I feel bad. Steve waited for a while, too, man.
Dude.
Oh, man.
Fucking building fell in on him.
Let's see if we can get another one back here. Dwayne's in Stockton. Dwayne, what do you want to see? Are there all changes? Are we tearing it down? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up? I got to tell you guys, man, we didn't just witness the end of the Warriors season last night. We witnessed the end of the Dubs, man. That was the end of the Dubs era. If you think about how good these guys were, they fought through a lot of things that would bog other teams down. Wiggins is good, but that dude is high maintenance, man. With his voluntary disappearing acts, leave of absences. You got the Draymond saga, man. I mean, with his assaulting people and forced leave of absence. You got Kerr having to try to fit in all these young guys on top of the fact that Chris Paul was a bad fit. All that is what we saw last night, and we especially saw it after the game on Curry and on Coach Kerr's faces. So we're going to see a different Warrior team going forward. Clay is finished, man. Clay is done. Now, I want to know what you guys have to say about all that, but there's one thing else I want to throw in.
What's up?
Your boy Dwayne from Stockton, man. I feel like I earned those Marley tickets, man. I'm going to need y'all to rig that up for your boy. All right, fellas.
Rig it up.
My boy Dwayne in Stockton. Hey, Derek, what can you do for my boy Dwayne in Stockton, bro? Put him on hold. Oh, dude, he dropped him. Tim screwed him.
Well, I don't know. You're the PD. You decide.
Hey, man, I'm not putting my fingers in that, dude. That's not. I can't be caught in the scandals now. You know what I mean? I got an image to uphold, Derek. You're the guy who does all that. You're my Bill Barr. KNBR is the number to call. Dude, I think he made some good points, and I think that there are a lot of Warrior fans that feel the way Dwayne feels. That if you want to continue this, and I said to you yesterday, Tom, I do think Steph can still be, and I don't think this is a crazy take and outlandish at all. Steph can definitely be the best player on a championship team based on what we saw this year. But he can't be the only guy on a team trying to get them into a 10 seed, which is the point Dwayne's trying to make, I think.
Yeah. Well, let's remember this. He never was the only guy.
No.
The first one they won, it was him, Clay, Draymond, Iguodala to a lesser extent. I mean, Bogut.
But a huge role playing.
He was the best player. And then the other two, you can make the case he wasn't the best player on that team. I mean, KD was the MVP of both finals when he played here. So,
but he makes everybody better around.
The only one where you could say he was clearly like head and shoulders above everybody else was the
number 4, right?
That one was the one where it's like that's kind of Steph's crowning achievement. Like he proved everybody for those that needed an extra dose of school on Steph Curry and how great he is. He provided it in that season, in that series. He got his first NBA Finals MVP and just was clearly the guy. But, yeah, I mean, that was a couple years ago. And next year it'll be 3 years removed. So I think this year he could have been the best player on a team that won a championship. Will he be next year? I don't know. I mean, you just don't know how age is going to affect players from year to year. One of these years he won't be that guy. I don't think it'll be next year, but, I mean, at this age, you never really know. But it's not this team.
That's a balancing act they got to manage here, too, is how many years do you go in on what you're trying to do? Are you mortgaging the future? It's where the Kuminga thing comes in. It's what leads me to believe Kuminga will be here. Because I don't know that you have another young – like, he's the one who you look at and say, that guy's got a ceiling we haven't seen yet. We have time for one more? Time for one more call? Greg in Morgan Hill. Let's go Greg in Morgan Hill. More on the Warriors offseason. Where do they need to go this offseason, Greg? You're on the sports leader.
It's so sad before I go to the offseason. It's so sad because Kevin Durant fits so perfectly in with the Warriors, but the personalities, for whatever reason, just clash, man. But anyways, I would say, TJD and Paz, if they could trade those guys for another superstar and maybe Kuminga for, I think his name is Duran, he's the center of Detroit, and then you're able to get Clay down, way down in value for what he wants price wise. They could still get something going again, but they got to start thinking like OKC sooner or later. I mean, if you are able to change a franchise around, it doesn't take that long if you make wise moves like OKC did.
Who do you want to see him get for TJD and Pajemski? Who do you think they could get for those two guys?
And that's a tough one. Tom. I really don't know. That's where those guys make the big money. But somehow, you got to don't you admit you got to bring in some kind of superstar? You got to bring in another star.
But you're not getting a superstar for those two guys. You're just not. I mean, maybe those two. Well, but there's no way. Nobody's going to give up a superstar for Pajemski and TJD. They're not those type of players. I mean, you can't give up, like rotational players that are like 6th and 8th guys in your rotation for a superstar. I mean, no one's going to do that. And then the salary wouldn't even come close to working because they're not worth that type of money. So, I mean, you just can't do those type of trades. Wiggins would be look, we'll get into this. Frank, thanks for the phone call, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we do, Greg. Thanks for the call.
We're going to get into this at some point. Like, what options are available
to
them? Like, what if they want a facelift on this team, which I think clearly everyone feels like is necessary.
Necessary?
We're going to get into, do you want to go for, if you're fans, do you want to just max out on a championship while Steph is still viable? Like in the next 2 years?
That's kind of where I'm at. We'll get into, we do have to get into this, 'cause that's sort of where I'm at.
Do you want to start planning? Do you want to start planning for 2-3 years down the road and say, okay, look, Pajemski, TJG, Kuminga are going to be part of that. Now we got to start putting pieces around them, and try to fill this out one way. Like, what direction do you want to see this team going? Because those are two different paths, And those would be two different results. Those would be completely different off seasons, depending on which way you thought they should go and which way you think they will go. Again, it's going to be really, really interesting to see which way they go this offseason. One of the more interesting Warrior off seasons in quite some time.
And really, we have no idea how Mike Dunleavy would operate that. He's already done things far different than I thought that Bob Myers would go about things this past offseason. So really, really interesting offseason ahead. Bartender, I see you hanging out. Russell in San Francisco, see both of you. You can hang on the line. You can give us a call back. We will get to you. But Sam Amick of The Athletic, who was on hand yesterday, is going to join us when we come on back and talk about this loss. I was telling Derek, there's a book from Buster Olney from years ago after the Yankees lost the World Series in 2001 called The Last Night of the Yankee Dynasty. Then they went to the World Series 2 years later. They lost it. But he was sort of right in that window of time for that team had somewhat come to an end. They didn't get another one until 2009. Is this window over? We'll talk about all that with you, the callers, and with Sam Amick next on the Sports Leader.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Giants won 3-1 today over the Miami Marlins. What can the Giants do on this next homestand to spark the imagination of Bay Area sports fans? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Warrior fans, crying in our beer today after a season-ending loss, and one that feels a little bit bigger, like it could be the end of a dynasty. Many people on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line have checked in saying just that, and we will get to more of your texts and your calls, reaction to where the Warriors go this offseason. We're working to make the connection with Sam Amick of The Athletic, but while we do that, why don't we check in with Russell, who's been waiting in San Francisco. Russell, you're on The Sports Leader. Where do you want to see the Warriors go this offseason? You're on KNBR. What's up, man?
Well, I wanted to ask you guys to do a nuclear thought experiment because, first of all, let me start by saying my hat's off to Joe Lacob. He obviously wants to win as bad as anybody out there. But let's remember, he's the guy that traded Monte to, great disdain. People were very unhappy. I think Joe would do something like that. I think he'd do anything to get us back rather than continue on this nostalgic tour. So the question is, if he tried to trade everybody over the age of 26, excepting Steph, would we get first-round picks in return plus expirings? What would be the outcome?
Russ, that's a great question about where they go this offseason, because I think it's on the table. Does tear it down play into potential for where they go beyond this year? Like, keep Steph and Draymond, or keep Steph and move forward? We can talk about all that with Sam Amick of The Athletic, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Sam, good to have you on, man. And I know Warrior fans feel like it's a bummer, but a big topic day in terms of the organization and this dynasty.
Indeed. Thanks for having me, guys. Plenty to talk about for sure.
So were you surprised by what happened last night?
Yeah, I was shocked. First of all, Tommy, I feel like a guilty a friend here. You were like 10 feet to my left last night. I meant to say hello. I'm sorry I missed you.
Well, thanks.
I shouldn't have even brought that up. Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying it was busy. It was crazy. I was shocked because you guys know I live up here, so that means that I had watched a lot of mediocre Kings basketball for the last couple of weeks. They lose Malik Monk down the stretch. I think they were 3-5 without Malik. Defense was bad, offense was mediocre. So if you consider that the Warriors were 26-11, I think, coming in, and we're fully loaded health-wise, I was shocked. I mean, my only disclaimer that I told people, because it was the March Madness style playing game, was if they get hot, if the Kings hit their threes like they did, Keegan Murray, more than anybody, then who knows? And that's largely what happened.
Yeah, it didn't look like last night, Sam, that was just the younger team versus the old team. The more desperate team was the Kings. The more energetic team was the Kings. The more desperate team was the Kings. I mean, that's what it looked like to me last night. It looked like they were just – it looked like – it looked like they were playing in a Game 7 and the Warriors weren't. And I don't know if that's because the Warriors have played in so many. I don't want to say they didn't give it its proper due, but maybe they're just – they're getting to that age where it's harder for them. And the Kings really wanted this. They got to every loose ball. Didn't it seem that way like last night? Like they were just – it was like a young team versus an old team.
Yeah, no, that element was there for sure. I think the part that sneaks up on everybody because the Kings had been losing a lot is that the defense that you saw last night that was very good. I think it was the second lowest point total for the Warriors for the entire season. Keon Ellis doing a really nice job on Steph Curry. Keegan Murray helping out. Davion Mitchell doing his thing. That defense had been there since the beginning of March. They were third in defensive rating from March 1st to the end of the regular season, but they didn't really get much kind of acclaim or spotlight for that because the offense had been bad with Monk out and they weren't winning very many games. Now that matters a lot for their program because that was Mike Brown's MO going into last summer was, okay, this was cute, this was fun to get back in the playoff, but if we're going to take the next step, we got to get better defensively. So that's a bit of the plot twist at the end for Sacramento is that it seemed like Mike's plan had fallen apart and just not worked. But for it to work at the perfect time against the team that he came from, the team that the Kings owner, Vivek Ranadive, came from, with all the subplots within these two organizations, you got the Harrison Barnes, Draymond Green, like big brother, little brother dynamic. For the defense to be the star for the Kings was huge, but to your point, the youth, the energy, the aggressiveness was all part of that.
Yeah.
Sam Amick with us on the Uma guest line of The Athletic. In terms of how they approach this offseason, specifically with Klay Thompson, I don't know if last night's game changes anything. It just seems like a sad moment, if in fact it is the end of his Warriors tenure. What's your take on him and what kind of role he could play next year, whether it's with the Warriors or somebody else?
It's funny because I heard the caller that you guys just aired talking about basically don't forget Joe Lacob's history as a decision maker. It's a valid point. You know, he has shown a willingness to do unpopular things and to be kind of validated by them because the Andrew Bogut trade worked.
Mm-hmm.
So I love the perspective in terms of boots on the ground, you know, insight from yesterday. It was wild for me because I went to Warriors shoot around, saw a bunch of people, went to the game, saw and talked to a bunch of people, like, you know, people who absolutely know the pulse of where things are. And before tip-off, had the kind of, in my mind, had the opinion that, okay, so Klay's going to resign, probably on a couple-year deal. He's going to have to get over his feelings a little bit, and they're going to, a little bit of massaging, I think, has to happen between he and Joe in particular. Joe is he's a tough negotiator who, to put it bluntly, kind of routinely pisses people off within the Warriors with the way he handles sensitive situations. You know, it's just his personality. It happened with Steve Kerr. It happened with Steph Curry. Somebody reminded me yesterday that, and I forget the timing of this, but Steph's most recent, I think his most recent extension, that they could have done it 2 years out, and instead chose to make Steph wait, you know, until the following summer. Like, there are just somewhat mysterious decisions that get made by Joe when it comes to contracts that get under people's skin. So, but all that being said, what I was being told is, yeah, chances are, you know, they'll hash that out. Klay doesn't want to leave the Bay, wants to stay with the Warriors, wants a statue, wants to, you know, take his boat to work every day. But then, this is the crazy part about sports, he goes out and goes 0 for 10, and I'm literally, I'm going to sound like a creep here, I'm watching Joe Lacob with my binoculars from press row.
Creep.
And I know. Hey, I'm a reporter, man. I'm trying to study the human.
How do you look? Yeah.
He just looks stressed as hell, you know? And it's like to watch his reaction. When Klay missed, and I wrote this today, when Klay missed his last shot, like, Joe was not real emotive the entire game, but the most Joe offered was kind of a head tilt to the right, you know, and I don't know a good analogy, but it's like if your kid just wouldn't stop making a mistake in a baseball game or something. Like, it was that type of thing. He seemed pretty, you know, at a loss as to Klay's performance. So what does that mean? I don't know. The Warriors don't even know. People post game were sitting there going, wow, that was something. So it's a lot to unpack.
Creep. That is Sam Amick of The Athletic. Nice enough to join us. So here's what I want to know, and this is what I've been trying to figure out, Sam. If they want to do like a facelift this offseason, where it's not just a touch-up, I don't even know what options are available to them to make them appreciably better. Because let's say they want to win in the next couple years with Steph being the best player. You're trying to build around Steph, so you don't really. I mean, you don't have a draft pick this year. Your options, to the way I see it, are Wiggins, Kuminga, maybe Draymond. Although I think Draymond is more valuable to the Warriors than any other team, and I'm not sure if any other team wants to put up with the baggage that comes with Draymond because he doesn't have the equity with those teams. And Klay, but if Klay leaves, unless it's a sign and trade, which is doubtful, you're not going to get that $40 million back. I don't know who's going to want Chris Paul for $30 million, maybe. But then if Wiggins and Kuminga leave, well, then you've given up your wing depth and your athleticism and your length. And what are you going to get back? That's like, I don't really see an avenue right now. There might be one, but I'm having a hard time seeing an avenue that makes this team appreciably better than they are right now, gives them a really good chance to win a championship, and they have the assets to do that. I mean, look, I've said it all year, Sam. This is a life cycle of a dynasty. This is the way things usually end if you want to reward everybody. They get older, they're not quite as good. It's harder to get rid of them because they're not as valuable to anybody else because they don't have equity. And you just got to deal with it. That's just it. You got to suck it up and deal with it somehow. So, do you even see an avenue that makes them, again, appreciably better next year? Like, puts them in the top 4 of the Western Conference with a real chance to win a championship? Because I'm trying to find one.
I mean, genuinely, I probably don't. For the sake of discussion, I would probably say that the optimistic idea for them is that, first of all, I think the prospect of, Chris Paul's money being non-guaranteed, obviously the prospect of him not being back is very, very real.
Yep.
So financially, that's an important factor. The one part of team development that I think a lot of times gets glossed over because we are all obsessed with free agency and trades is that word development. So the optimistic outlook would be if Steph, Clay, and Draymond can stay at the same level, which is that's a big F with all caps and bold and underline because of their age, but that's a factor. If those three can stay at the same level, if Clay returns on a contract that is palatable for the organization, but also makes him feel respected, then the development component, like there's really, really, really genuine excitement about, basically from the Warriors standpoint, people saying, can you guys in the media please not overlook the fact that we just drafted for Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Jonathan Kuminga finally figured it out? Like those three guys have them pretty fired up about what they have. Yeah. And so if you wipe last night kind of out of your memory briefly or temporarily, like 26-11 is a very good pace. That is a top 4 pace if you keep that up for an entire season. Again, that's a big if. So I think that's the vision. And again, before the result of last night, if I was handicapping it, that's the way I would see them going. And as a quick final thought is, a while back, somebody made this parallel to me that is a little imperfect, but still fascinating, is kind of an acceptance that, like, when the Lakers gave Kobe his last contract, there was a lot of criticism about the fact that what he was delivering in that current time was not reflective of the market value they paid him. They gave him a legacy deal because of what he had done. There is a sense from the Warriors that they're not trying to go all in like that, but they're very clear-eyed about the fact that because of what this group accomplished, that is just going to be part of the puzzle, is to care that the fans love these players, care that even if they're not actually winning a title, that they are filling the building and winning games and entertaining the Warriors masses, and then trying to push as much as they can.
Sam Amick of The Athletic, the voice you hear on the Yuma guest line. Did you get the impression last offseason, because I did, that Mike Dunleavy is going to be a much different operator in terms of roster construction or how he goes about the team building than Bob Myers did? Now, it was different when Bob Myers got here, and he had different pieces here, but Dunleavy, I thought, was very aggressive last offseason, made some moves that I didn't think Bob Myers would have made. Do you have any kind of grasp or thought on what kind of GM he could be or how different he'll be than Bob Myers was?
I mean, he's getting a big thumbs up internally, and that's not a small statement considering the shoes that he had to fill. And, I remember when the Warriors lost to the Lakers in the second round last year, trying to catch Klay Thompson on the way out of the locker room down in L.A. and asking him about if Bob leaves, how does that hit you? And he said, he's like, there's no Warriors without Bob Myers. Like, that's the kind of love they had for Bob. So to be able to get, thumbs up and approval a year later from some of the key stakeholders is a really big deal. I mean, some of the moves that you mentioned that have paid off, have been impressive. His demeanor within the group, his thoughtfulness, his ability to be, he's different than Bob, but he has some similar traits to Bob at the same time. So it feels like the Dunleavy experience is going really well.
So what do you foresee for this team next year, Sam? How different does it look? And I agree with you. That's the only thing I could come up with in terms of them making a big jump next year was all the young guys take a jump. Like, all the young guys take a jump, and the old guys still are more than viable. I mean, that's really trying to thread a needle there, but that's kind of the best hope they have. But do you see them trying to go out and make moves? Like, do you think this team will look appreciably different next year, or do you think it's going to be mostly the same and just hope to develop the young guys and they take another jump and the vets are still able to kind of hang in there for another year or two?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly the same, but the major disclaimer is, just how does Clay feel? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's funny. I was joking with one of his people that, if he was a shrewd negotiator, he would stop posting videos about how much he loves taking his boat across the bay, because they don't have bays like that in Orlando. You know what I mean? Like and his affection for the area is well chronicled, and that stuff matters. And so, how's he going to feel? But he's a proud guy too. So if there is a threshold here. If he doesn't feel respected enough, and Tommy, you've been an athlete at the highest level, that matters. So I don't know. I just don't know how Clay feels. I think if history, we studied Joe's history a little bit. If you want to study Clay's history, like, it's probably worth remembering that when he almost got traded to Minnesota for Kevin Love, the question was, is that something that Clay wanted to go break free of the Steph Curry shadow and go be his own man? He didn't really want that back then. Like, he always knew what he had. And, and for better or worse, that has been the way he's approached his career. So, if history is going to repeat itself, I think this group looks mostly the same. And again, I mean, I'm going to sound like a PR propaganda guy for the Warriors, but the young guy thing is it's a really big deal. Like, imagine that they had no forward momentum with any of their prospects. And it wasn't that long ago that you were looking at it going, okay, Moody can't get in, Kuminga can't stand the coach. Trace Jackson Davis was a name that nobody even knew. Like, it's, it is significant that, Trace in particular, like, last night is a tricky matchup, so they had some loony out there, but like, Trace has got them fired up about his rim running and what he opens up in terms of spray threes and his activity. I mean, they feel like they got some really good players in those three.
Before we let you go, I'm assuming you've already cast your MVP vote.
I have indeed. That is an accurate statement.
If you would like to share, I would love to hear.
Tell us who it is. Yeah.
I don't think there's any wrong answers. I think there's three answers. I think there's three answers that could be right. If you would care to, who'd you go for?
I'll tell you if you're right. Yeah.
I went for the big fella in Denver, not the big fella in Dallas.
Good call.
That was the 1-2. And I got SGA 3, which is probably maybe a little controversial. I think a lot of people – I think Jokic will win. SGA probably gets second. Luka had an incredible finish to the season. And from there I had Giannis 4 and Jason Tatum 5. The Tatum one was – I gave some thought to Brunson. But it's hard, man. It's an inexact science to study this stuff. And it is – you talk about – how quickly things change. It feels like 5 minutes ago that people like myself struggled to vote for Jokic again for MVP because he was an unproven playoff competitor. And now the debate, I think, is, as a voter, you have to make sure like you're evaluating this season and not just giving him another pat on the back for winning the title last year, but those types of thoughts, I think ultimately are part of it too. But yeah, that's how I had it.
I agree. I would think I'd have it the same. I might even have SGA over Luka, but I could go either way.
I would too.
I would go Jokic number 1. I mean, it's close. I don't know that there's a wrong answer there, but I just think if you look at just the numbers, you'd vote for him, and if you just watch the games, I think you'd vote for him. He just controls the tempo of the game so much, and they're so good. But the other two are too. I mean, the other two do it in different ways, but it's a year where I think out of 3 of them, I wouldn't really argue with either one. The fact that OKC got a number 1 seed with that team and that youth, and he was the best player on that team that led that team. That was pretty amazing. And then Luka speaks for itself, and then Jokic. So no, I would have been with you, Sam. I think we both would have taken Jokic, but the other two are certainly worthy. It's been a good year for basketball, especially at the very, very top.
No, it has. I mean, the historical framing can sometimes be a little deceiving, but Luka in particular, like nobody's literally ever done what he did this year. When you talk about the combination of points, rebounds, and steals, and assists, and Jokic has a similar profile. SGA, is a two-way player. The guy tied De'Aaron Fox for the league lead in steals, and like you said, they come out of nowhere to win the West. So tough call, tough choice. I always have a mixed relationship with voting. I kind of enjoy it, and then I go to the game last night, and without putting names on it, I run into a prominent agent who, like, immediately just says, "Did you put so and so on All-NBA?" And it's just like, oh boy. And when the answer is no, you're going, "Good seeing you."
Sam Amick, the voice you hear on the Uma guest line. Warriors fall to the Kings. Sam, we got to do it again soon, man. We'll talk to you later this NBA postseason probably.
Good stuff. Thanks, guys.
Good deal, man. Sam Amick, a great piece on The Athletic today on what could have been the end of the Warriors dynasty, as he was on hand yesterday. All right, so the Warriors are holding their exit interviews. The players are with the media. Klay Thompson just spoke to the media, and he spoke about his future. We will play that for you next, as well as more of your calls at 808 KNBR. Klay Thompson speaks on his future to the media. It's next on the Sports Leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
Klay Thompson was 0 for 10 in last night's season-ending loss to the Sacramento Kings. Was last night the last we'll see of Klay in a Warriors uniform? Let us know your thoughts on our socials at KNBR.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Wednesday afternoon following the Golden State Warrior loss to the Sacramento Kings. Season over, and lots of talk about whether or not this is the end of the Warriors dynasty as we know it. 4 championships starting in 2016, right? That MVP seasons from Steph, the Finals MVP, many different rosters, including the middle championships there with Kevin Durant. But if they want to win one more with Steph Curry, this team has got to look a lot different next season. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. We do have Klay Thompson sound. So they're doing their exit interviews. The Warriors players are. I saw Andrew Wiggins spoke to the media earlier today, and they've all been kind of cycling in and sitting at the podium. Well, Klay Thompson is probably the one that everybody is most interested in hearing from. He spoke to the media just a little while ago, and he started by talking about, well, he was asked, what is it with you guys? You don't want to live in, is it, Derek, this is set up where the cut. Klay is frustrated here. He was asked probably about his future. And here's what he had to say.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
So what was the question? They asked him about his future. Just what I saw about your future. And what was it with you guys not living in the present? That's very, was it Palmero or McGuire who said that? I'm not here. As McGuire said, I'm not here to live in the past, or Palmero, one of those guys. Hysterical. Anyway, they then asked a little further about his future. And here's Klay on how much he's thought about it.
To be honest, I really haven't given it much thought because what I previously just said about the season we had and how much commitment it takes to play the games we did and give it our all. So I really haven't thought about that deep in the future because I still need to process the year we had, and it was one filled with ups and downs, but ultimately I personally and our team did everything we could to try and, win as many games as we possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, he's still there talking about what they were able to accomplish. His future, again, I don't know what he could say here, what he would say here. It's pretty clear he wants to be back. This has been his home for so many years. Imagine this is the place he wants to play and finish his career. He was a big Kobe guy growing up, right? So few guys get to do that and have the career that he's had and play it in one place or do it in one place beginning to end. It would be a weird thing to see Klay in another uniform. And while I want to see him succeed, it's to me, it's much different than the Brandon Crawford situation. It's far different. Basketball in itself is different. This guy's a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players of all time, one of the greatest players, top 5 players ever, or 6 or 7 players ever in organization history. One more here from Klay Thompson, who this is just a little while ago, meeting with the media in his exit interview, walking off the court last night, 0 for 10, 0 for 6 from 3, 0 points. And he stood there and he just kind of soaked in, like, was this the final game I've played as a Warrior? Klay, on what was going through his head coming off the court against the Kings?
Some of the things going through my head. Well, the first one, just disappointment because did not shoot the ball well, obviously. Big old donut, so that wasn't very fun. I did look up in the nosebleeds, though, and I did see a man wearing a number 11 jersey. That made me happy, considering my history in Sacramento from playing a state championship there to playing the Kings in the playoffs. That was kind of a full circle moment for me. So that was actually a good moment, just seeing that Warriors fan standing by his lonesome up in the 300 level, repping 11. That made me grateful.
Yeah, man. This is one where, and Tom said it right earlier. He said, if this is the last we've seen of Klay in a Warriors uniform, that's not how I'll remember him. That's not what he'll be remembered by. It's just a bummer way, if in fact it is the end, that's the way it goes out. Buster Posey came back and emptied the tank, right? Like, how cool was that? He stood there on the field, same thing, last day of the year, and just kind of looked out and soaked it all in. We're going out to the phone lines here at 808 KNBR.
Big old donut.
Yeah, keep that around.
Did you go get a donut?
Big old glazed donut. 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR. We'll get to calls now, and we're going to do a bunch of calls next as well on what you want to see the Warriors do this offseason or your reaction to what you just heard from Klay there on his future. Let's go to Bartender. Bartender's been waiting for a long time in the East Bay. Bartender, this offseason going to be a big one. Where do you want to see him go?
What's up, gentlemen? I want to see nothing sometimes they say the best hiding place is in plain sight. Don't do anything. Wait for other teams to make moves. And I'm a little upset about hearing some other hosts on this radio station, talking about we rooting for the Kings. No, we're not. I've never rooted for anybody that has beaten me. Also, Warriors fans, live in the moment because guess what? I got two names for you. Todd Fuller and Patrick O'Brien. That's all I got to say. Peace out, y'all.
Appreciate the call, bartender. I don't put Patty O'Brien in the same classes as Todd Fuller. It's only because that draft wasn't as deep as 96. You know what I mean? Like, the 96 draft is wild. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Woody Wonka, Scarecrow, Mort still hanging on the line. We'll get to all you guys at 808 KNBR next. Lots of people checking in on the text line. Where do you want to see the Warriors go this offseason? Part of me is partial to an absolute teardown in saying if you think you can win still with Steph Curry or that Steph Curry can be the best player on a championship team, why not go all in on the final maybe 2 to 3 years of his prime and do it right now? Mike Dunleavy has a certainly not a blank slate and a lot of different balls to juggle here this offseason. Kuminga could be gone or have a different role. Draymond Green, what happens with him? Wiggins, Chris Paul, Kevon Looney, lots of money out there. No first-round draft pick. 808 KNBR. Warrior fans, where do we go from here? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big old donut.
Thank you. Host Klay Thompson, speaking to the media, just a little while ago on his future, Warriors holding their exit interviews after the frustrating, upsetting, what Sam Amick called shocking loss to the Sacramento Kings after the play that they had. I mean, they lose their potential sixth man of the year in Malik Monk. Herter's out for the season, so the shooting is far different. Warriors roster construction yesterday, like had they had Gary Payton II, sure, it may make an impact there on De'Aaron Fox, who I thought just looked way better. But the team in general played absolutely flat. Tom said it. He said it felt like they were playing, the Sacramento Kings were playing a Game 7, and the Warriors were not. And that's effectively what it was. By the way, the Kings now get to travel to New Orleans to take on the Pelicans, who will be without Zion, who had a hamstring injury yesterday, led the Pelicans in scoring, and he is out for Friday's game. Kings are 0-5 against the Pelicans this year, if you include the play-in. 0-5 on the season. 415-808-5627, 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. I'm a little bit at a loss, which is why part of me thinks the Warriors should tear it down. Steph Curry is the best player the organization's ever had. He can still win you a championship or be the best player on that team, but you got to build the right stuff around him. Let's go out to the phone lines. Woody Wonka is in Redwood City. Woody Wonka in Redwood City. What do they do this offseason?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I'm not giving up the ship. I mean, they still got the trio, and if I'm Joe Lacob, I'd probably offer Clay something reasonable, not what he wants. I'd give him probably anywhere between 15 and 17 for a 3-year contract, and if you play well, we'll bump it up for 4 or 5 or whatever you want. But I get him a decent big man. I like Kevon. Don't get me wrong, and I think that TDJ, give him a season or two. The kid's got a lot of promise to him. Pod's got some good promise to him. Let him get us some tutelage from Steph. But I'll be honest with you, Clay, you went 0 for 10, and the clips you played, he had disdain in his voice. You're the conductor on one of the worst Warrior train wrecks I've seen in a long time. I remember the '75 championship team. I like Clay, but man, don't cop an attitude when you played so poorly, as did a lot of other guys. And maybe everybody should do Steph's training regimen off season.
Well, what do you want? Do you think part? Hold on. What do you want? Do you think part of the frustration was with himself though, and not with it? I'm okay with him being frustrated with himself. Tom was saying too that it's not like he was sulking on the bench. He didn't look the way he did at the early part of this year.
I don't think so. I'll be honest with you. I think if I had $5 for every time I saw a pouty face from Clay this season, I'd probably put a down payment on a house in Atherton tomorrow. I love the guy, but and he say, hey, don't talk about the future, talk about the present. Well, let's talk about last night.
You're talking about moving. You think it's time to move on? You think it's time to move forward then from Clay?
No, I think it's time to offer him a fair contract, give him a little bit extra for what he's meant to the team, but you got to. I'm an old school guy. You got to earn your contract, and you got to. I didn't see Steph sulking last night.
I led the team in scoring. What do we got to run? I appreciate the call. I mean, he's sort of bouncing back and forth. He's like really angry with Clay, but he's like, no, sign him up, 45 for 3. I'm like, that doesn't play. You're like, I'm an old school guy. I got to earn the contract. But then what is it? What are you telling me he earned? He said, I'm sick of him sulking. I'm sick. That's kind of my question is, it's different to me than Brandon Crawford, but this is the boat Giants fans were kind of in. Did you want back a shortstop who hit 190? I think it was really more about being pissed at Farhan, but was that the right move for the team? Clay, I think, still offers the Warriors far more than Brandon Crawford would have offered the Giants this season. Is it enough to help them compete, or what are the goals in the immediate future? And to your point, Tom, are you transitioning now towards the next wave of Warrior basketball, right?
Yeah.
What do you want him to do?
Well, look, if Clay doesn't sign, then I'm blaming Farhan.
Yeah, okay. That's good. Couldn't get Clay, huh?
I mean, look, I don't think options are great except for the young guys. Like if the young guys take a step, and it's still, Clay is going to have to be still pretty good. Steph's going to have to be where he was this year, or maybe close to it. Same with Draymond, and then Wiggins. You never know what you're getting from Wiggins. Like that's a question. Like what are you getting from Wiggins?
I expect to get the lower end of production from Wiggins at this point. I'm like, to me, the outlier is the All-Star season with the championship year. Like to me, that's not. We haven't seen that except for that stretch of time.
You might be right. And maybe he's the guy that they look to move this offseason. Maybe that's a possibility. But he still's a really good defender. I mean, he was out guarding Fox last night trying to. I mean, Fox is so damn quick. Hardly anybody can stay in front of that guy. But he guards some of the bigger wings. Like, he can make it difficult on he's their best guy. He's their best option. as far as a perimeter defender. But I mean, look, I know everybody wants a change, but there is a good chance it could come back looking a lot like it looked this year. And is that going to make anybody happy?
No, probably not. No.
Probably not. Kuminga, Pajemski, TJD would have to take pretty big steps for them to be, I think, where they want to be.
They're role players
next year. And maybe that's just the way it is, right? Maybe that's just what it's got to be. And that you don't want to trade away your fat draft picks. I mean, you got to have a future. You got to start keeping these draft picks. Because if you don't, then you're really putting yourself behind the 8 ball.
And you don't have time for a rebuild. 2 years left with Steve Kerr, at least on this contract. 2 of Steph. Draymond has an option in 2 years. Where's the rebuild window? There's no time for that. You know what I mean? If you want to do something with this couple of guys, and you've just said you did because you locked up Draymond, right? How much can that change in one offseason? To your point, they've traded away future picks. I don't know that, I mean, again, I don't know what they perceived Clay's performance would be like this year, or that Andrew Wiggins was going to play more games. But to me, there's while I think that might be the best option to say, hey, we got to just get real creative and throw a bunch of crap at the wall. I don't know that there's a without mortgaging the future. I don't know that there's a big enough window of time to do that. If Kuminga is the one piece that you look at and say, of all the young guys, who's the most likely potential all-star, it's him.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you can move him unless you know you're getting somebody that's going to drastically change this team. But who is the one guy that does that unless it's one of the best players in the league?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't see that. I just don't perceive that happening.
I don't know. That might take Kuminga and Wiggins.
That's exactly.
And if that's the case, there goes your wing depth, right? And there goes your length. It's like that, and they need more of that. Like we talked about it last night. What do they need? What do they need next season? I go some more athletes on the wing, some more depth, some more length, another off guard that can get out and really defend, because they don't have that. They had that before Clay's injuries, and again, that's what made him so perfect. Is that Clay and Steph? You could put Steph on a non-offensive threat because Clay would go out there and he would guard the best a perimeter offensive player. He would go out there and take that challenge, and he'd be great at it. He can't do that anymore, so he doesn't fit quite as well with Steph anymore. It's not the same because Steph's probably better than he was or as good as he's ever been defensively, but he's still not great. So you need somebody. Pajemski tries. He's not a very good defender. He's just okay. They need someone like that. They can get out there and have some length. They can defend. Well, they do it. They have a couple guys. Wiggins can do it. Kuminga can do it, although his defense, I mean, as good as it can be, he goes for pump fakes too much. His weak side defense, he falls asleep sometimes. He's not as attentive as he could be or should be. So maybe that changes next year. But again, that would be growth if he were able to become that guy next year, that you put on some big wings and let him guard those guys. That would certainly be some growth for him. Pajemski maybe getting a little bit better, although I think with his athleticism, he's probably going to have certain deficiencies. He's not super big, so that'll be tough. But he's certainly a guy you want in your rotation. Like he can be really good, I think. But again, to me, I'm trying to think, how do you change this team? And not only just change it for change's sake, but change it to make it better. And then not give up too much of what you have for the future, if anything, because you're going to need them at some point. And it can't be, hey, let's just go all in the next 2 years. Because you could probably get something. I mean, Kuminga, Pajemski, Wiggins, you package him in because he makes a lot of money. You could probably get something for those guys. I think a lot of people probably like Pajemski. He's a winning basketball player. A lot of people are still tantalized by Kuminga and his athleticism and his upside. You could probably get something for that. But if you get it and you don't win, then now you have nothing for the future. You have TJD pretty much, Moody, and that's it. And those guys are kind of fringe rotational guys. So again, said it before, I'll say it again. It's gonna be a wild offseason. Like, my best guess is they probably just kind of tweak things, and it's gonna come back looking more like the Warriors look this year, which probably is going to please a whole lot of people. I think a lot of people want the whole facelift. Like, hey, just let's go. Let's do something different. Let's get rid of some of these guys. This didn't work. We were a 10 seed. And Joe Lacob's probably thinking the same thing. I spent $400 million for a 10 seed that didn't even make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's tough.
Well, I don't want to do that. So I gotta shave some salary here. I'm not doing that again. And if he's going to shave salary, how much and what does that look like? So we know one thing: Joe Lacob's willing to spend when they have a chance to win a championship. I don't think he's going to have the stomach to spend that much when they don't have a path or an avenue to a championship.
Yeah, I don't know if they have an avenue to a rebuild. That's the issue. That's what Mike Dunleavy has to navigate this offseason. Scarecrow's in Sacramento. Scarecrow, you're on the Sports Leader. What do you want to see him do?
I keep thinking what this team would have looked like with a real good big in the middle clogging things up. And I keep thinking that might have been, if you're going to go make a change, that is a way you can get the biggest bang for the buck, because I don't see them getting rid of the trio unless one of them actually wants to leave. And I'm not sure that Draymond can hang as a center. I mean, he's a good power forward, but I'm really wondering if you're going to get, if you're going to make some changes, if that might be where you need to go.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. My thing is when people say that, we talked about this a couple of years ago, Tom, 2 years ago, I think, was, well, who do you want to get? Who's out there that's the real good big man? Every big man that's like starting and that is playing big minutes in the NBA is kind of freakish in that they're athletic, they can shoot outside, or they have an elite skill set from inside. But those guys don't grow on trees. It's a hard thing to find. They tried to get one in Wiseman. They don't exist. There's not too many of those.
Well, that's the thing. They had their chance, took a crack at it, didn't work out. Like, if Wiseman were a legitimate player in the NBA, we'd look at this completely differently. Completely differently. And that's why I don't fault them at all for drafting him. You took a swing. How many times do you get athletic 7-1 guys? You don't. It's just hard. And you're just hoping that you can develop him. And I wish he would have got a fair crack at it. I don't know if it would have made a difference one way or the other. But the COVID and the injuries just completely set him back. And then he only played 3 games in college. So he really needed that development that he never got while he was here. And they didn't have time to develop him anymore because that's when they were winning a championship in 22. And they just didn't have time for the young guys. Like, they had a team that could win a championship and ultimately did win a championship. So it just never worked out here. But I don't blame him for taking a swing at that one. You're right. I say it all the time. Big guys are like left tackles. Like, they're not out there. I mean, everybody doesn't get one. And if you have one, you should feel lucky that you have one, because big guys that are skilled are tough to come by. And you look at what they can mean to a team. Well, look no further than Joker. Look no further than Holmgren or Towns and Gobert.
Yeah, look at all these guys.
Embiid, Porzingis. I mean, they make a difference. They absolutely make a difference. Now, it's hard to get those guys that are, rim protectors and three-point shooters and guys that are, can move well enough to defend the perimeter. Like, Wembanyama is the ultimate freak in being able to do all that and do it at a high level. But, I mean, it's hard to get those guys. It really is hard. It's not like the Warriors saying we don't want those guys. If they didn't want those guys, they would have never drafted Wyatt.
Yeah.
It didn't work. If that hits, it's a totally. I mean, you can only imagine what this team looks like if Wiseman was a 17-9 guy with 3 blocks a game. Oh, this would look completely different. I mean, they'd be on a viable path to another championship, and then moving forward, the future would be bright. They missed on that one. Didn't work out, and that hurt. I mean, even teams that are as good as the Warriors, it hurts when you have a chance to draft that high and you miss. So, what are you going to do? I know it sounds easy. I always kind of chuckle when everyone says that. They need to get a big. Go get a big. Oh, okay. What store are you going to? You don't get them at the dollar store. I mean, this
seems like big and tall would be the obvious answer.
Yeah,
Tom. Seems like that would be the obvious place to get a center.
This is high-end shopping.
You're looking for a guard. You came to the wrong place, sir. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. And for those who are like, they need to stick with the young guys and do it the way the Thunder have done it. The Thunder traded for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander like 5 years ago, and they made the playoffs in 4 seasons.
Yep.
They had losing records every year for the last 3 years. So a rebuild is a full rebuild, but this team may not be set up for it. Mark Spears is going to join us, ESPN and Anscape.com, when we come on back. 4:50, Mitch Richmond. And then at 5:30, we'll catch up with the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr. Mark Spears next on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr joins Tom and myself for one last time today at 5:30 to recap the Warriors season. Listen live on KNBR, YouTube, or on twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 at 6/8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
We do it every week of the basketball season. Catch up with the Hall of Famer, senior writer for ESPN and Anscape.com. Our guy Mark Spears joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. I was surprised by how it went down last night, Mark, but I'm not surprised that the season came to an end mid-April. What's going on, man?
Yeah, no, I was actually optimistic at halftime that they had figured it out. I had talked to Monty Poole, and I'm like, you know what, I think they got it. And I wonder if that change with Kuminga starting over Davis, maybe that had an ultra effect, and I don't know. But for some reason in the second half, it was just like they were ready to go to Cancun or something. I don't know what went wrong. Obviously, Clay was awful. A little surprising, especially as thin as the Kings are. They never really took advantage of their bench. But, yeah, I'm sure there's a big hangover from Warriors fans kind of trying to figure out what happened last night. And now when you look to see that Zion is out on Friday, like they could have figured it out. They likely would be playing Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round, and now it's up to Kings to do instead of them. So certainly quite disappointing for the Warriors, but I don't know if I'd go so far as say surprised that they're out.
Didn't the Kings just, to me, they just looked younger, hungrier, more desperate?
Yeah, I mean, I got to look at Steph's numbers in April, but he just looked fatigued. And, I think the Kings also have done a good job of putting, like, Keegan Murray on him, putting some size on him that, maybe isn't – it's just length, that kind of gets in the way. But I think Steph kind of hit the wall. Clay, I don't know what wall he hit. It just – but Clay's had some bad nights right along the way. He's kind of a feast or famine player. And to me, like, everything that is a concern about that team, reared its ugly head. I mean, Steph can't do it by himself. They never addressed getting a number 2 scorer, the lack of size, right? Just the fatigue that came from all the situations, dear assistant coach passing away, Draymond being gone for 15 games. Like, if you look at it, like, I don't know how different this team would have been, but even if they win half of those games, if Draymond plays in those games, and they're not even in a play-in situation. So I know there's a lot of potential finger-pointing to be had at the end of this season, a lot of things to be disappointed about, because they certainly, to me, this should have been a playoff team, despite what happened last night. And for the second year in a row, I'm not saying they were a title team, but they got to be scratching their head about how this all ended.
Man, the Kings kind of got lucky that Herter got hurt, because they would have never played Keon Ellis. Monk and Herter get hurt.
Isn't he a great defensive player?
He's a good, and he can shoot. He shoots 40% from 3. Like, he's like, like, hey, look what we have on the bench. It's unbelievable.
But you know what? It was great about him. Like, he was this guy that last year spent most of the season in the G League.
Yep.
He's a guy that entered camp as like a two-way player. So for him to be where he is now, it's probably stunning to him, like you said, by kind of default. And in fact, you mentioned Herter being out. I don't think Herter would have got a starting spot back. They were going to leave it because there was some hope that he was going to return. And I got the sense from some people with the Kings that, Ellis wasn't going anywhere. Like, Mike found something and he was going to stick with it and wasn't going to change it. And with Monk being hurt, maybe it would have been all right for Herter to come off the bench anyways. But I think that, assuming the Kings beat the Pelicans and they go forward, I wouldn't be surprised if they're kind of some easy work for the Thunder, because Thunder just very underrated. We got to give them credit for being number 1. They got depth, they got size, they got everything. They just don't have experience.
Yeah, that's all they are missing. What do you think the Warriors do next year? Like, I know it's kind of soon, but well, that's what we do. What options do you think they have? And Do you think they'll look a lot different? Do you think they'll look similar to what they look like? What are their prospects of getting appreciably better next year outside of maybe the young guys taking another big step?
Well, I'll tell you what. This is going to be a really, really big summer for Mike Dunleavy Jr. I was kind of disappointed with what the front office didn't do at the trade deadline, because there are assets, and that's, to me, the Warriors' saving grace perhaps this offseason is their assets, right? You didn't trade Chris Paul's contract. You were afraid to trade Kuminga, which I half understand that. Trade Clay it's hard to say, but Clay's an asset, right? So you go into this summer, you could lose Clay's money or maybe pay him a lot less. Does it behoove the Warriors to take Chris Paul, who's not going to retire, his $30 million option in order to trade him? Like, I talked to Chris Paul after the game yesterday, told me he's not going to retire. I said, do you expect to be back? He had no idea what's going to happen. Said it's up to management and to Mike Dunleavy. But to me, if I'm the Warriors, maybe, like, you kind of hear some scuttlebutt of, say, the Spurs having interest in Chris Paul in this last year, and the Spurs got, probably could use a vet with so many young guys, a vet with Wembanyama. Like, if they could flip Chris Paul to get somebody like Keldon Johnson, do it, add some scoring. That might be the thing to do, is to flip Chris Paul for a young, talented player like a Keldon Johnson. I wish you guys would do a poll on this. Need an all-star to go with Steph. Be like the Yankees. Go for it. Get somebody big that could help now. When Steph's deal is done, when Steph's days are done, feel like you did everything in your power to try to give him a chance to win. The Warriors did not do that this season. So, if it means trading Kuminga to get that guy, I think you got to trade Kuminga to do it.
Yep.
I think that's, maybe you do a combination of Kuminga and Wiggins to get the money up to do it, because I know they'd be interested in Kuminga, and he's up for a contract extension, so that team would know that you could lock him in for a while. Maybe you do a sign and trade with that contract extension. But if he's going to get you a Murray, a DeRozan, like somebody that could take the Warriors that gives them that dependable number 2 scorer, like you do it. Is the dynasty over? That's up to Mike Dunleavy. That's up to the Warriors. That's up to how creative they could be this summer. And I think that, like, I was funny. I know I'm rambling on, but Mario Ellie, he tells me to tell you hi. I saw him earlier today. He's in town. And, like, I was kind of asking him about, like, remember when, like, the Rockets ended up getting Chuck, Charles Barkley, and Pippen? And, like, it didn't work. But I respect the fact that the Rockets tried to get Dream one last run, right? Like, did something to try to get him back into a championship opportunity. And to me, the Warriors have to be creative, they have to be aggressive, and you have to give up something to get something. So if that means moving Chris Paul's contract for something, if that means moving Kuminga, connecting Wiggins, do it. Give Steph the best chance to win.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape on the UMA guest line. We were talking a minute ago about, before you came on, about Joe Lacob and his willingness to spend when he knows he has a championship roster. How do you think he'll spend this offseason? Because you're talking about moving money around, of course, with pairing a couple of guys and maybe making a trade. But what has to happen, you think, for him to feel like, okay, we're going all in or we have this? Can you do that for 2 years with Steph?
Well, I'm curious to see what Clay wants, what will make Clay happy. One of the things that could be certainly humbling is to be in the free agent market and see what your value is. Right? Tom, you've been there. You want to see how pretty you are, go into free agency. They'll let you know. But it really just takes one team to fall in love with you. So, I wonder, does Clay get taken away, and maybe that's the way they save money and move forward, right? Because you could lose Clay's money. You could lose Chris Paul's money. So perhaps they save money there. But again, like, if you could use them as Clay wants to go, maybe use them as an asset the same way you use Kevin Durant to get D'Angelo Russell from the Nets. Like, you got guys you could get assets from. That you could use as assets to flip. They got to treat this like flipping houses. Like, be creative. Clay wants to go to get some more money somewhere else. Maybe you help that team by getting some of their talent back. So that's where I think, the Warriors got to put all their smartest people in the room and find that team that, to answer your question, that gets Joe Lacob excited to spend that money.
Yeah, because he ain't spending $400 million again for a 10th seed. That's not going to happen.
And then one thing said yesterday, and I don't know if you guys picked it up, and I wrote my Chris Paul story. I got back from SAC at like 12:30, wrote the story. So I'm listening to Draymond Green talk about Chris Paul, and he kind of slid in there, and I don't think anybody followed up on it, like, if we're back next season. I was like, whoa, we're? Like, I was actually trying to chase Chris at the time on the floor, and I got him, and I missed Draymond, but I definitely would have liked to follow up with Draymond there, and, like, what did he mean by that? Like, does he think that he could get moved? Like, does he? So I feel like maybe this team is going to the offseason, like, truly thinking that anything is possible.
Well, don't you believe that? Like, I believe Steph will be here, and other than that, I'm not sure. I don't know.
That, well, I think Podziemski will be here, right? I think he'll be around because his number's low. But hey, if you could move him to get better, then it's 30, and whatever you could put around 30, really. I mean, and that's respectful to Draymond. That's respectful to Clay. Draymond knows the business, and I think he said that for a reason. Like, Rich Paul, his agent, was at the game yesterday. So he had several clients in the game, so maybe that wasn't just Draymond related. He also has De'Aaron Fox. But I'm really, really curious to see what his team looks like going into training camp next year. Like, could you envision, dare I say, a picture entering the season with Steph with two other guys? It's not out of the realm of possibility, right?
Hard to even imagine that. Really, it really is. And I'm just wondering, though, is Draymond? Because to me, it seems like Draymond's a lot more valuable to the Warriors.
To answer your question, does he have value? Yes.
No, not does he have value. Come on. What do you think? I just watched basketball yesterday?
No, I mean not. Okay, value is the wrong word. I do think that there'd be interest in the league for him, yes.
Man, well, if you'd let me finish my question.
Yeah, you're right.
You're like on Jeopardy, and you tried to jump in before I finished the question, and I had to go, wrong.
What is talent? Yeah.
No. Is he more valuable to the Warriors than he is any other team?
That's a great question, and no, I didn't think that was a question so right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hand of the scores table.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I said my bad 3 times.
Okay, good. That's fine now. Now it's getting a little embarrassing. All right.
That's the question that people have asked for years.
Yeah. Then I'm wondering, what they could get back.
To me, it had to be a vet team. Like, could it work with Oklahoma City? Could it work with Orlando? I think it has to be a Lakers, a Milwaukee,
Phoenix,
a Clippers, Phoenix, like a vet team with a chance to do something who they could all curse each other, walk out, and then the next day they're good, right? Although maybe Draymond and KD may not be that way, but like New York, right? Like, it can't be no young squad, man. I don't think they have the skin. Them dudes are too sensitive to have like Draymond coming in, and I mean Dallas maybe, right? It has to be somebody of that ilk.
Can you imagine OKC and Draymond? That'd be a shock to the system.
Living in Oklahoma City.
That would be something. So who do you
cowboy hat on?
Who's coming out of the West?
Wow.
Is he there? You still there, Mark?
Yeah, man. I don't know.
I thought you were kidnapped. I thought something happened to you.
Oh, man. I'm agonizing over answering this question. West is just that good. To me, like, what? Denver is like the easy answer, but I'm looking at the matchups. I do think that can beat Minnesota. They're 3-0 against Minnesota this year. So I'd probably be one of the people that would take Phoenix. They're feeling good about themselves right now. I visited with Bradley Beal yesterday. So I'll take Phoenix in that series. Phoenix, Denver.
Phoenix played him pretty well this year.
I'll say this. It's easy to say Denver, right? I'd say two teams to keep an eye on. I would say Dallas and Phoenix.
Okay.
I do think Dallas will beat the Clippers.
So do I.
Yeah.
And then I would have asked you about the East, but I think we all have the same answer
man,
with the
Boston.
Boston's
gonna. I will tell you this. I think I told you this already. I think Boston's just gonna win the whole thing by default because whoever wins the West is gonna be bloodied up by the time they get there.
Here's the only thing I hope for the Eastern Conference. I hope Orlando beats the crap out of Cleveland because what Cleveland pulled on the last day of the regular season was shameful, absolutely shameful. Just tanking.
That might be the end of Bickerstaff, though.
Oh man, he tanked the last quarter and a half. Tanked because he didn't want to be the 2 seed because he didn't want to have the possibility of facing Philadelphia in the first round. So instead, he drops to the 4 seed. And you're getting Boston in the second. I mean, just not only do I think it was stupid, it was like, I mean, just watching it thinking, what are you doing out here?
Well, Orlando ain't no punk either now.
No, they're not.
Be careful what you wish for. I mean, that kid Banchero, he's the real deal. And I'm excited. I know we don't see Orlando much on TV. You got to have the package to watch them. This will be an opportunity for Banchero to show everybody how special he is.
Yep.
He's a rising star in this league, and I think the playoffs are going to help him show everybody. I would not be surprised if Orlando won that series.
I hope they do.
Mark Spears, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, ESPN and Anscape.com. Warriors season comes to an end. Mark, we'll have to catch up with you, though, before the end of the season for sure. We'll keep doing it.
Talk to y'all next Thursday.
All right, man. Okay, I'm just whatever, Mark. I'll talk to you then. Yeah. All right. Okay. Fine. Whatever.
Later.
All right, bro.
See you, Mark.
See you, dude. Mark Spears, ESPN&Anscape.com. We'll continue the Warrior conversation with your former teammate, Mitch Richmond, going to join us at 4:50, and head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, going to stop by at 5:30. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. Do you believe last night was Klay's last game as a Golden State Warrior? We'll get to your calls and your thoughts on this next on the Sports Leader.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
The Warriors season is over after last night's 118-94 loss to the Sacramento Kings. What are the biggest moves you want to see the Warriors make this offseason? Let us know at 808-KNBR or at our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but one thing you might have in common with other homes is you have a bum Wi-Fi spot. You're not getting the Wi-Fi there. You're not getting the speed you deserve. You're not getting the reliability, and either you're upset or someone else is upset. You got a big house, a lot of devices, a lot of people. You got the tablet, the TV, the computer, the laptop. Everyone wants their Wi-Fi. Everyone deserves their Wi-Fi. If you don't have Wi-Fi, I mean fast, reliable Wi-Fi, in every part of the house, that's because you don't have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. You don't have to worry about having bum Wi-Fi in the house, like the attic or the basement or the corner bedroom. Nah, whether you're streaming, gaming, working, schooling, everyone has the same Wi-Fi, which is fast and reliable. And that is nice. And you get that with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout your whole home? You will love Xfinity.
Ah, this sucks.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
In July, yes, I want to re-sign with the Doves, but I also prioritize my mental health and lay out what is important to me at this point in my career.
They work it to the right side. Thompson, will he score? No, it rolls off the rim. 0 for 10 for Klay Thompson.
We need Klay back. I know he had a tough night tonight, but what he represents for us, the spacing, we're not a deep shooting team. We're a little top heavy. Klay's presence means so much to the spacing on the floor, to the flow of the offense, and he's still got good years left. And I know I speak for everybody in the organization. We want him back. Obviously, there's business at hand, and that has to be addressed with Klay's representatives and Mike and Joe. But what Klay has meant to this franchise, as good as he still is, we desperately want him back.
We want Klay back. Were the words from Steve Kerr, who's going to join us, by the way, at 5:30. Warriors eliminated from a potential playoff berth in the play-in yesterday to the Sacramento Kings, who get to play the New Orleans Pelicans in New Orleans on Friday. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Do you believe we've seen the last of Klay Thompson in a Warrior uniform? Again, this is all going to come back to what the dollar amount is that Klay's looking for, the role he's looking for, the peace of mind. Does going somewhere else for more money really make him more happy? And he's talked a lot about that. Not the money stuff or going elsewhere, but how to embrace the role and his aging game and how Steve Kerr's helped him with that this year. And I wonder if that sort of peace of mind or that stability is something that is going to be a huge factor for him. Sam Amick, who joined us earlier from The Athletic, said that Joe Lacob has a reputation and a knack for being a tough negotiator and one that pisses people off within the building. So I don't know what Klay views his value as. The turning down 24 for 2 years, or was it 48 over 2 years before the season started, certainly something that looks weird now. Had they offered him that, had he accepted that, I don't think that would be a great look entering this offseason, but it certainly is a factor as he enters free agency.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's all going to factor in. I mean, you could tell Klay not only wants to be here, he loves the Bay, he loves being on the water, he loves, playing with Steph and Draymond. It fits him. The Warriors fit him, he fits the Warriors. That's just all there is to it. But, again, there's a business aspect to it. And when you get away from the game a little bit more, you clarity kind of comes into focus, and you're like, okay, well, if I can get this here, that might be kind of fun, kind of a new challenge somewhere else where I'll get they'll ask me let me try to phrase this properly. They'll put more responsibility on my shoulders. And I think I want that. I think I'm good with, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Again, I'll just go back to what I said earlier. They want him. He wants to be here, and that's a great starting point. I just got to kind of figure it out. So, again, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, you got a lot of options. You really do. You could see what you can get for Wiggins, see what you can get for Kuminga. And I know that might turn some people's stomachs. Like, Kuminga, he's our best young player. We want to keep him for the future. So you ask yourself, do you see in Kuminga a top 2 guy? Like, is he a 1 or a 2? I'm not so sure. 3, maybe.
I'm good with 3 for now.
Maybe he's a 4 on a really good team. I'm not sure. Maybe he is a 1. We don't know exactly what he is. But, if you want to give yourself the best chance at getting another star, and I'm not even sure if that makes him better, if you had to give up Wiggins and Kuminga to get another star. Okay, what does that get you? And who is it? And what position does he play? You got to assume he's going to be a wing. And the other team just wants to get Kuminga because he's younger. So, I don't know. Again, it's not easy. And as somebody told me, it's hard to land these planes. It's hard to land them smoothly when you've had the success they've had, and you have the salary cap issues they've had, and then you get people on the backside of their career. Some are at hole 12, some are at 16. So it's not going to be easy, but if you want this team to look differently as a fan, you got to start thinking, who are you going to be okay with giving up on? Are you going to be okay if they get rid of Kuminga? Are you going to be okay if they get rid of Wiggins? I know the answer to that. You don't need to answer. Kuminga's the one.
It depends.
Most curious to know about. Would Warrior fans be okay with getting rid of Kuminga for a guy who's better now, but may not be better in 3 years? Presumably, the idea would be this player would give you a better chance at a championship in the next year or two than Kuminga would. Presumably. I don't know if that's the case or not, but would you be okay with getting a player that gives you a better chance in 2 years, but in 3 years, Kuminga might possibly be the better player?
It's the old baseball trade deadline. Ran a player trade. It's Aroldis Chapman for Gleyber Torres. We know Gleyber Torres is going to be a player, everyday guy in the next couple of years, but this guy gives us a better chance to win right now, and it's something that we need. Baseball, you don't mortgage the future in the same way with a prospect like that, but those things have kind of gone away in baseball because of what you're talking about. The Warriors are in a precarious position of having an all-time great player who's still in his prime and having to put things around him, and the pieces they've put have kind of fallen flat. By the way, Kuminga had a great line today in his exit interview with the media. Somebody said something to him about his potential extension, and he said, "Oh, I hadn't even thought about that."
Yeah.
I bet you some people in your camp have. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Quick check of the text line. 510 says, based on his performance last night, I'd say that was Clay's last game as a Warriors.
Thank you.
Shout out, Monte. Let's go to Richard. Richard is in Petaluma. Richard, was it the last we've seen of Klay Thompson in a Warrior uniform? You're on the Sports Leader.
Big old donut.
Actually, my answer, I'm sorry, I was cutting you guys. My answer to your question is simply no. I think Klay is the type of person, as he said, it's about his peace of mind. I don't think money is really an issue. The Warriors should definitely keep him because of Kuminga. And Kuminga, I would definitely keep Kuminga. He's going to be a game changer. He's 21 years old. He is a beast off the ball, and Klay would be a great bench coach coming off the bench, being just in the building. You look at Willie Green in New Orleans, and you look at Mike Brown in Sacramento, the Warriors tree, and Klay on top of that with Draymond and Steph. They are family. And I honestly believe, going back to the original point, is Klay loves the Northern California lifestyle, and he can afford it. God bless him. So I say we keep him, and he understands what he needs to do, and let's take care of his mind. That's my 2 cents.
Appreciate the call, Richard. Again, I think based on what we learned about Klay and how he navigated this season mentally and his relationship with Steve Kerr, which he's talked about. Remember, Steve said to us a couple of weeks ago, this wasn't like one conversation or two. It was a lot of them. It was a long time that they had to do this. It's a process here for Klay to understand this. So, again, it all depends on what kind of role he's looking for. And, again, maybe a 2-year deal is the right thing to get them to the end of this little run here and see what happens going forward. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. Mark, we will get to you in just a minute. Mort, we'll come back to you in a sec as well. A lot of guys on this roster who could not be here at the end of this offseason. Jonathan Kuminga, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green is potentially a guy who they could make a decision on this offseason and move on, as Mark Spears was saying to us. Is Kevon Looney somebody you've got to look at now? GP2, just because of the price on the roster. CP3, how many different guys could be gone from this team? And that's why when we say rebuild, it might not be a complete rebuild. It could be more of a teardown and a retool. So we will see how Mike Dunleavy navigates this summer. Tolbert & Copes, by the way, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. How many of those guys are back, and have we seen the last of Klay Thompson? More on that topic and more from you, the listeners. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. We'll talk to Mitch Richmond at 4:50. Steve Kerr at 5:30 on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know overtime rules, right? You got to know the overtime rules. You could lose the game. That's why when retirement planning and investment management, it's like knowing the overtime. You got to know how to do it. You got to know you're doing it correctly, because there are no do-overs, especially when it comes to planning for retirement. If you're looking for a local fiduciary, somebody who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money-related, call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For over 30 years, he's been helping people just like you plan, protect, and get peace of mind by setting up their retirement correctly. Call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you're planning the right way or setting yourself up for that lifestyle that you have always dreamed of. So call him now, 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a problem.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Warriors fall to the Sacramento Kings, and the discussion today is all about where this dynasty goes and if it'll continue. We were trying to define behind the scenes today before the show, Tom, what a dynasty was. Like Gary said to me, so are the Spurs a dynasty, and did it last 17 years? I was like, oof. That's a tough one.
Eat shit, Derek.
Like, it depends to me. I don't think there's one generic or general thing you can say. I would say the Spurs at times were a dynasty. I would say that they, not at times, I would say because they did it with that core, the same coach, for so many years with the same group of guys, in an era where other dynasties were happening, right? They got like 5 rings in the Kobe and Shaq era, the LeBron era. That thing spanned for like 20 years. So that's maybe an outlier, a more unique one. The Warriors 4 are certainly a dynasty. It's about how many you get in a window of time. Baseball, nobody's won 3 and 5 since the Giants have. Nobody's won 3 since the Giants won 3 and 5 starting in 2010. So for this Warriors team, like, if you win another one, sure, it's a dynasty. But if Klay Thompson's not here anymore, or Draymond, or one of those 3 is not here, it certainly doesn't feel like it's the same group.
I don't know. The way I look at it, is there a thread there? Right?
Yeah.
Is it the same coach, or do you have the same players there? Or do you have like 1 or 2 players that are the same? Like with the Spurs, it was always Popovich. It was always Duncan. There was Parker, there was Ginobili, there was Kawhi, but those 2 were always there. So that, to me, absolutely constitutes a dynasty. The Bulls, absolutely. Although they didn't do it for 17 years, it was about 8. But they were so dominant. The Celtics were like 11 and 13 years. Auerbach, and I don't even know if Auerbach was there for all of them. I think he was, but maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was there for like 8 or 9.
I remember he moved around. He went upstairs.
Yeah, he was the
president.
president.
Like the GM of the president. Yeah.
But Russell was there for all, if not most of them. Kuzi was there for most of them. But it's the Celtics, and they're like 11 of 13. Like, if you win 11 out of 13, it's almost like, okay, that's a dynasty. I don't care who's coming and going. But I know they had some players. I think Russell was there for, I think he was there for all of them. So there's your common thread. Lakers in the 80s dynasty, right? I mean, Kareem was there for some of them, not all of them. But Magic was there. Worthy was there for some, not all. In fact, I'm trying to think. Maybe Kareem was there for. I think he was there for all of them. Actually, he missed the one they lost to the.
He has
Bulls,
5.
but,
yeah.
Yeah, I think he was there for the Detroit. But they had 2 different coaches. They had Westhead, and then they had Riley. But Riley was there for most of them. Magic was there for all of them. Kareem was there. Worthy came on after I think a couple of them. I think he came on board for. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any strict definition. It's like, does it feel like a dynasty? And to me, is there a thread? If there's more than one thread, great. But like if it's a coach, then that's thread enough. It could be that thread, the coach. But when you start adding players, Jordan, Magic, Curry, like I wouldn't consider the Heat aren't a dynasty.
No, absolutely
for
not.
What they did, they won a few.
They went to 4 and they won the 2 middle. But I said that to Derek. I said they're not a dynasty. They didn't dominate the league for a generation almost.
No, that's not a dynasty.
The Pistons, 2 of them.
No.
Nope. They show up in Marcus Thompson's dynasty book.
Well, I don't think it's a dynasty.
Oof, we take that up with Marcus.
Well, okay, I will.
Tomorrow. Right here on the Sports Leader.
I don't really care.
You don't give a damn. It's a good book, by the way. Check it out, Dynasties by Marcus Thompson. But I think it's a good, excuse me, what I say tomorrow, Friday. I do think it's a good question to ask about where this thing goes, because I think when Steph's no longer here, certainly it's over. He has to be the spearhead of it.
It's unless Steve stays.
But then it's still
well, if they continue on, I mean, it's still the Warriors.
Yeah.
And you still have the same coach. I mean, I don't foresee that happening. But let's say it does. Let's say somebody comes along and plays with Steph. And then all of a sudden, they're like viable again. And then Steph retires and they win another championship because they have like 2 more guys that they've added. And you have Steve coaching the team. Then, yeah, I would say that's still part of it. But they already have won 4 at 5 straight finals. Like, it almost has to be like a lengthy period of time, or like just kind of a concentrated championships, like in a period of time. Like the Lakers when they won with Kobe, Shaq, absolutely dynasty. Would they go 3?
They went 3, and then they went to the 4th and they lost it, right?
Exactly. Well, did they lose? They lost the Pistons. Yeah, they lost the Pistons. Of course they did. I should know that. I was working that one. I was there for that one. It's silly me. But then
Evan George out there starting at the 3.
Yeah, then they won 2 more, but that was like what?
That was later on. That was Bynum. That was Kobe
10 years later. Right? That's not part of it. That was a different.
No, that was a different run, but it was Kobe,
yeah.
and it was Phil coming back, but it was Kobe and Bynum and Lamar Odom. It was a totally different team. Yeah.
That was Gasol on that team. So that's not it. But Kobe's there.
The
Phil
machine
came back, but he wasn't there the whole time. So yeah, I don't know. Like when I look at dynasties, like I look at like if I were just like right off the top of my head, just rip the dynasties off, it'd go Celtics, just kind of in chronological order. Celtics, Lakers, Bulls, Spurs, kind of in there somewhere. Lakers again, and Warriors, and that would pretty much be.
That'd be the most recent one. I'm with you on that.
That'd pretty much be it.
LeBron, 8 straight finals appearances in the East, 0 dynasties. Let's go back to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Catch up with Mitch Richmond in about 15 minutes here at 4:50. Steve Kerr at 5:30. Steve Kerr going to join us at 5:30 this evening. Mark is in San Ramon. Mark, is it the last we've seen of Klay Thompson? What do you think of the status of this dynasty?
Oh, hey, actually, I'm in Santa Rosa, but I think I'm wondering if the Warriors are not interested in keeping Klay with the last performance. If he was like 90% from three in the last game or something, that might kind of make it seem better. But he just clunked so hard, and we all love Klay Thompson. But I'm wondering if the Warriors would lowball him an offer to make him just kind of find a better offer somewhere else, and then they could free up space there. And I don't know the logistics on the Chris Paul contract. Can they send that contract and that $30 million somewhere else?
They have a team option on him, so they could pick up the option and then trade him, I think is the thought.
Okay, yeah. I think if you kept Draymond and Steph, Kuminga is amazing. I think that next year he'll just be getting better. Wiggins played great this year. And I was watching like one of the last games, and the announcer for the Warriors on the TV was like, they were playing since September 30th, some of the best basketball in the league. But you got to look at their needs. We always talk about the Niners. What do they need? What positions? The Warriors need big guys. They need people against Anthony Davis and Jokic. They're too guard heavy. They have so many guards. So I feel like they can't get anything for Klay because he's unrestricted. So they might lowball him, is my thinking, and then he'll be like, well, I'm going to go play for the Lakers and try to help LeBron get one more, and I can get one more.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my thinking.
Appreciate the call, Mark. I don't know that's help. I don't know if anybody's going, I'm going to help LeBron get another one.
Yeah, no one's feeling sorry for LeBron.
Clay's like, what? I was thinking about helping Steph get one. I think I'm going to help LeBron get another one instead. I was going to do that, but I think I'd rather go down there. Again, we don't know totally what Klay wants, but the perception, I think, and the understanding is that he'd want to be here. He loves that. By the way, you see the video of him on the boat with CP3 and Kuminga going to the final regular season game? He drove them on his boat to the game. And it's so funny because he's like on the front of the boat. He's kind of driving around. And then you see behind him, he like pans the camera behind him. And it's just Kuminga and Chris Paul. Sunday was really cold and windy. They're like bundled up in there, dude. They're like standing in, so like staying outside. I'm like, why do they go on this boat with Klay? Not even hit the high seas, dude. So Dan is in San Jose. Dan and Dan Jose, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Thank you. I think all good things come to an end, and we've seen that with the Giants. We've seen that with the Niners and everything else. I think Klay's days are numbered. Keep Kuminga. He has a lot of potential. He's shown it, and trade Wiggins. But what the Warriors need is height, gentlemen. Height. They need the Wembayamas of the world get in there and get.
Whoa! Hold on a second. What do you mean Wembanyamas of the world? Like plural? There's one of those. That's it.
He's a freak.
All right, he's an anomaly. But I mean, they need height, is what I'm trying to say. And all good things come to an end. Brandon Crawford, if I can use the Giants as an example, it's time. But the bodies just can't do it. You couldn't even buy Wiggins a free throw last night. They missed a lot of free throws. And those points count when it really comes tight at the end of the game. It's tight. So those are my 2 cents, fellas. Great show, and we'll see what happens.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the phone call.
I responded to Dan by saying,
he was killing me.
Yeah, he was
the Wembanyamas of the world.
The Wembanyamas.
Let's just get one of those. Let's get one of those, dude. I mean, I'm not kind of cracking on you for the size comment, but I mean, you're not the first one that said that, and it's not wrong that everyone's saying that, but you can't just go out and grab one of those guys. That's the problem. They know they need size. They want size. It's not something that you just say, okay, let's just go watch a little summer league, maybe go over to Europe, watch a little ball, and we'll grab one of those big dudes and bring him on over here, and we'll sign him up. Like they don't exist. If they existed, people would get them. And again, we talked about it. They tried with Wiseman. They know that's why they got Wiseman. They know they need size. Didn't work out. Those opportunities. You take a look at the teams right now that have size. We went over them. Jokic, second round, and that was just an incredible draft pick. They didn't even know what they were getting. No one knew what this chubby kid from Serbia was gonna be. Like nobody knew. And all of a sudden he's about to be a 3-time MVP possibly. One of the all-time great centers. Then you had Holmgren, OKC. Everybody kind of knew what he was, but you had to draft in the top 2 to get him. Dallas doesn't really have a big guy, nor do the Clippers. They don't have a big guy, and there's kind of your 4 and 5. Minnesota has 2 of them. I forget where Gobert was drafted. I want to say kind of middle first round, if I'm not mistaken. But Towns was the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
So it takes your number 1 pick to get him. And then Gobert, it took a while for him to blossom, but that was a nice pick. Porzingis.
He was a 27th pick near the end of the first round.
Was he 27th? Okay. Porzingis, I want to say, was higher up in the first round. Yeah. Embiid, first overall pick. So when you start talking about these guys, I think Jared Allen may have been low first round, but he's not like a, big time. But I mean, he would look really good in a Warrior uniform. I'll tell you that. Jared Allen's like really nice. So again, I'm just kind of cherry picking these teams. But you have Dallas, and I like Gafford and Lively, but that's like they've been playing really good. 5th seed. They don't really have a center. Like they're not like loaded at size. And the Warriors have a guy kind of like Lively and TJD. I mean, he's not as good, but he does similar things, run the court, get offensive rebounds, set screens, stuff like that. But I think what people are talking about is like big dudes in the they're just not a lot of those that are going around. I mean, there just isn't. So again, they know they needed one. They tried to get one, didn't work out. What are you going to do? They'll try again if they can. They ain't trying this year though, because they ain't drafted in the first round this year. And if anybody has a big who's really good, they ain't giving him up. They're not going to trade him to you.
Just have him, no.
Yeah, exactly. Like wings, I know this kind of became a wing league when the Warriors won in 2015, because that was one of the strengths of their team was their wing depth, their length, and they just kind of built on that. They loved long wing players. Now you look at teams, like a lot of teams have long wing players now because they kind of adopted that. So those guys you can get. You can get those guys in trades. You can get those guys in free agency. Those guys can be available because they're plentiful. Big guys are not plentiful. Like there is no way in hell OKC's getting rid of Holmgren. Not a chance. I mean, he's not Wembanyama.
Oh, he was a number 2 pick, wasn't
he? Yes, he was. He's not far off, though. He shoots it. He can handle it. I mean, we saw him against the Warriors. Like, he's really good.
Like, get hacked at the end of the game.
He's not quite.
Some get hacked on that 3 by Draymond. I remember that.
He's not the freak of all those Wembanyamas that are running around out there, but he's.
Gotta give me one of those.
Yeah, he's good. Like, he's really, really good. So, again, I know we go over this and over this and over this, but anybody that calls or texts or hits the chats, like they know they need size. We know they need size. You know they need size. But instead of like saying they need size, tell me who you want. Tell me who you want and give me a viable option for size. And don't just say trade TJD and pods for Holmgren. Like, let's go get Holmgren and see if we can get. Like,
who says no?
You got OKC loudly.
Okay.
Like, you got to be realistic. Yeah. You got to be realistic. Like, come with something realistic that you think maybe the war, if they need size, what you could get size for. Because again, it just ain't easy.
I actually don't even care about the size. As you know, it's not the size of the boat; it's the motion of the ocean. Tom.
That's right.
Chris is in Vallejo.
I want a girthy center.
Nice thick dude. Yeah, Diago ain't walking through that door.
Exactly.
Chris is in Vallejo. Chris, is Clay staying or going? You're on the sports leader.
Yeah, I think Clay stays for another year. Anyways, thanks, Tom, for saying that. I just can't stand when people are like, oh, they need a big, they need to do this, they need to do that. Yeah, Niners need more pass rush, need a better quarterback. The Giants, all they need is a home run hitter, a guy who can steal second and third.
It'd be nice. Yeah, it'd be nice to get one of those.
Yeah, I want one of those.
I mean, it's like, yeah, I need another home. I need someone to take care of my mortgage. I need another car, by the way.
Ooh, damn, now you're talking.
You know, like, seriously, give me a break. I think they get rid of CP3's contract one way or the other.
Yeah.
I agree with everybody else. Wiggins, I don't know how they get rid of him, but I think he's kind of going somewhere else and going to hide behind somebody else on another team. And then I think Clay's going to be whatever happens to those 2 contracts. And I would love for them to just kind of like what they did, Pods and Davis, like bring in some other like kids, show them the ropes a little bit and see what goes there. That's probably not what they're going to do because, well, Curry's only got so many left in him. All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, man.
Thanks, Chris.
Appreciate the phone call.
I'm with you. The frustration of just go get this guy. Doesn't always work that way. We are going to catch up with Mitch Richmond, Tom's former teammate, Larry in Hayward, Bobby in San Mateo, and Diego in Nashville. We will get to you guys. Just if you want to hang on the line, or you can give us a call back. But we will get to you. Mitch Richmond next, and then Steve Kerr at 5:30. Tolbert and Copes wondering about this Warrior Dynasty's future next on the Sports Leader. The Giants won 3-1 today over the Miami Marlins. What can the Giants do on this next homestand to spark the imagination of Bay Area sports fans? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, Underdog is the fan-favorite way to play fantasy sports. Regular season basketball is over, but you know what that means? The NBA playoffs are almost underway. As soon as we get through these play-in games, but that's where the pick'em game comes into play for you as well. You can get in on some of that action tonight with Underdog Fantasy's NBA Pick'em game. It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players. You build a pick'em entry, and then you select higher or lower on a player's stats. It might be their number of points, number of rebounds, assists. Maybe it's added all together. If you go 5 for 5, you can hit and make up to 100 times your money. Endless projections to choose from. You get to create your own experience. Plus, it's legal in California, and it's a blast to play along as you watch through the NBA playoffs. It's easy to use, Underdog Fantasy, and it's even easier to get started. All you have to do is go to their easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR, and they'll match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick'em entry. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, like you're listening to now, to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 matched, plus your special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Crawford and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are making the connection with Mitch Richmond of Run TMC and Tom's former teammate. We'll catch up with Mitch in just a couple of minutes. Steve Kerr at 5:30 following the Warriors' 118-94 loss at the hands of the Sacramento Kings and ending their 2023-24 season. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Larry is in Hayward. Larry in Hayward, have we seen the last of Klay Thompson in a Warrior uniform? How are you feeling about this dynasty?
Well, I hope not. I mean, I hope at least they try to offer, let's say, the 2 or 3 years that at least Draymond has left on his contract, try to keep the band together and then kind of revisit it, at that time. Do you think he'll take a hometown discount? Because he's probably not getting a max contract from anywhere else.
Well, no, he's not going to get a max contract from anybody. I mean, that would be $40 million or so. So he's not getting that.
If he does, more power to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
God bless him if he does.
There's just no chance that'll happen. But I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's 20, if it's 15, if it's 25. I have no clue. The length will probably be maybe 3, possibly even 2. But again, even that, somebody could come in and offer him 3 years and a 4th-year option or something like that. Who knows? I just don't. I'm awful with that stuff, trying to gauge contracts and what people are worth and what they're getting. I do not know.
Appreciate the call, Larry. Yeah, people keep saying like 14 or 15 million, which, sounds like it works. I don't know if that's – he's at 40.
I have no clue. Now. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, that sounds good. But if that's what he wants, I mean, again, I don't know. Maybe if somebody comes in and says he actually would be a better fit for us here and we'll give him 21. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm with you. And basketball contracts are insane. I remember last season we were talking to Marcus Thompson, and he said something about spending money on a player coming off the bench. And you said, you want $22 million or something for whoever that is off the bench? And he said, Tom, you got to recalibrate how we're thinking about where money is spent. I mean, Dame Lillard's making like 60+.
I know.
There's a lot of guys doing that.
Jaylen Brown making 70.
It's a lot of guys like that. It's more and more every offseason. Back out to the phone lines here. Diego in Nashville. Diego, was that Klay's last game as a Warrior? You're on these sports.
Yeah. What's up, fellas? Hey, have either of you guys ever stayed up till 1 a.m. Just to get continuously punched in the oysters and know it's coming? Yeah, that's what it felt like watching that game last night. My God. But I do. So 2 things real quick. I think it's the end of Klay, only because he's so sensitive to he's got they call the rabbit ears, right? He's social media, he's on it. He needs to be needed. To end the 0 for 10 in the season like that, it's gonna be a long summer of just, Klay's done, that's it. Like, personally, I want him back. But it's one of those things, does he just feel the love from Orlando or God forbid the Lakers and he takes it on just hey, they want me. And then, like I said, careful what you wish for. It could be a bad ending. And then the other thing is, what do you think if we could get Chris Paul and Kuminga straightaway trade to the Indiana Fever for Caitlin Clark?
Thank you, Diego in Nashville. Appreciate the call, man. I mean, that's really more of the question that I have is how many of these guys can you bring back and say that there's a valuable role for them to play? Not that there wouldn't be, but if we know that this roster got you 10 and Joe's not spending that money at $400 million for a 10 seed, and he shouldn't. I mean, that's not what you're paying for. I mean, I look at CP3, it's got to be somebody who's not here, right? I just don't think that worked out. I don't think that was the right situation. I would say Jonathan Kuminga is the biggest question mark of them all, right? Because he's not one. I mean, you wait and maybe see what the market looks like for him. Klay Thompson, the other question mark. But to me, Klay comes back to me depending on what else you're able to do to the roster, right? Like, to me, it can't be like, yeah, absolutely, let's get that out of the way and then figure the rest out. So Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney. I mean, there's a lot of guys who Dario Saric is a free agent. I don't know that he would be back. And it's Klay, Saric, and Chris Paul, the only 3. Chris Paul with a team option. But do you have a feel on any of these? I don't want to write guys off, but thoughts on we keep saying Klay, but there's a lot of roster moves that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to keep. I'd love to keep. I mean, look, you'd love to keep all of them, right? Because they were all here, or most of them were here when they won the championship a couple years ago. Would I love to keep Gary Payton? Absolutely. I mean, love his defensive intensity, his energy, his vibe. Cool. Looney. love to keep Looney for what he's meant to the organization. I mean, he helped them big time win that series last year against Sacramento, but more importantly, helped them win the series against Memphis when they went on to win the championship. So he has kind of been an unsung hero for the Warriors, where he's come up big for him in critical times, but you don't really pay much attention to Looney. But who knows? Maybe they feel like they want to retool the center position. Maybe they feel like they could spend the money better elsewhere. I still think GP2 would be a great value based on what he can do. But you heard Steve say it. This isn't a great shooting team, and you need some more shooters. Everybody keeps thinking this is a great shooting team because they have the greatest shooter of all time, and Clay still a good shooter. I don't know if he's what he was, but he's still really good. But other than that, there's not a whole lot. I mean, Draymond had and Draymond had a really good year from three, but more length, more shooters, more size, which everyone's looking for. But I don't know. My gut is this team looks similar to next year's team's going to look similar to this year's team. And again, I don't know how many people are going to be happy with that, but that's just gut. If it looks completely different, then that wouldn't shock me either. I mean, Steph will be here. We all know that. After that, I think the most likely to be here, Draymond, 1, Kuminga, 2, Podziemski, 3, TJG, 4. And the only reason I put them up there because, well, they're under contract. They're young. Yeah. Then after that, it probably Clay. I still think Clay is going to. I think they'll figure something out with Clay. Moody, I would put in there, and then kind of down the list, the guys that I think could go: Paul, Wiggins, Looney, GP2 are guys that I could see maybe being on Saric for sure. I don't think he's going to want to be back next year. I think he'll probably want to go somewhere. Maybe he'll get a little more playing time, which he did this year, early in the year, but not toward the end of the year. So those are the guys that I think are probably, either gone. I think the most likely gone are Saric and Paul. Those are the most likely. And then after that, maybe we'll see with GP2 and Looney. Is Looney a complete free agent this year? Is it like a team option or something like that? Possibly this year. And then I think Wiggins, like if one guy's going to get traded, probably be him. Like he would be the guy that you would look at and say, okay, if you package him with somebody else because of his salary, maybe you can get somebody. Like maybe somebody sees something in Wiggins and they have a specific need for a big wing that can guard other wings and can be really good. And maybe they have enough scoring. They're like, we don't need him to score. If he gets us 13, 14, we're good with that. We don't need to ask him any more than that. So that's always a possibility too. But again, I'm fascinated by what this offseason is going to hold and kind of the breadcrumbs that they're going to leave out there as to who's going to be here, who's not going to be here. Like if you're Clay, you got to go out there and put yourself out there. I mean, if not for anything else, but for negotiating purposes. Go take your visits. Go see what you think. And go see if you can get the Warriors to maybe up what they're going to offer you. Of course, it could very well be the Warriors offer him a nice contract. And don't try to, lowball. I don't think they'll lowball him. But look, teams try to get the best deal for them. Players try to get the best deal for them. That's just business. That's the way it goes. But it was funny when Sam Amick said that it works against Clay when he professes his love for the Bay Area, and it's all over his Instagram. Like, they're like, oh, he's not going to leave. He wants to be here. We could probably get him for a little less. But we'll see how that goes as well. But it'll be a fun offseason.
Somebody checked in a few minutes ago on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and said, hopefully Klay Thompson doesn't pull all his Warrior stuff off of his Instagram and Twitter. Like Brandon, I scrub his Instagram and Twitter.
Oh boy.
Let's go to. By the way, Mitch Richmond did check in with us. We're gonna talk to Mitch tomorrow. We had to reschedule with Mitch for tomorrow. Okay. We still do have, by the way, at 5:30 in 26 minutes, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, is going to stop by, and we'll talk to him about the end of the Warriors season. Back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go to Kendall. Kendall is in Scotts Valley. You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, Kendall?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Yes, Klay Thompson. Excuse me, I can't speak here. Klay Thompson will be back. I think they give him a 2-year deal, kind of like Draymond has. And,
well, Draymond had a 4-year deal.
Well, what I'm saying is the same money.
25
2 years,
a year?
probably.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I would do. And if I were Klay, I'd take it because he doesn't need the money. And then, I'm not ready to just give the reins to Kuminga. He disappeared a little bit in the playoffs. He still kind of plays a little bit out of control. So, I agree with you, Tom. They need shooters still, and you just can't get. Where are you going to get 20 points a night from somebody?
That's a great question. I don't know.
And I don't know. I agree with you. I think they're going to probably keep the team together pretty much, and then try and maybe. I don't know. I agree with you guys completely. Where do you find these guys? They just, I want a big man. Okay,
France, that's where we get them.
Yeah. France, that's where they're coming from. Yeah, appreciate the phone call, man. But that's it. Look, that's probably your best way to make a jump next year. Is maybe Wiggins, trade him if you can get something for him. Maybe like 2 young wing guys. Or maybe even a draft pick. Draft picks would be nice. I didn't ever thought I'd see the Warriors like, hey, we want draft picks. But they could use some extra draft picks. So maybe you could get that and keep the guys together and just and maybe you can get something for Paul. But you hope that Podziemski, because let's not undersell. He led the Warriors in plus minus this year over Steph. Now, I'm not saying he's better than Steph, of course. That'd be ludicrous. But it just goes to show you how good he was. He was really good this year. He played really well this year. He made a lot of winning basketball plays. Now, is he ever going to be a main guy? No, he's not. But he can be a part of a winning team because he knows how to play winning basketball. So if he takes a step, TJD was a little in over his head last night. That was just, I think it was an eye-opening experience how different that game was than the regular season. The intensity completely ramped up, the noise completely ramped up, the attention to detail completely ramped up. It's a different game when you get to the playoffs, and that was as close to a playoff game as could be. So, and then Sabonis is really good, and I think I don't know if he was completely prepared for the intensity of that game, but that's okay because that's to be expected. He's a rookie. He made a lot of really, really good strides this year, and I think he can be a part of a rotation. And then if Kuminga takes a step, can Kuminga take that next step where he's a more attentive defender? He's more of a lockdown guy. You can count on him on defense. He could be a consistent three-point shooter from the corner. It drives me crazy still sometimes when he shoots above the break threes with 17 seconds left on the shot clock. It's bro, when somebody says shot, you shouldn't take that shot. When they're asking you to do something, you shouldn't do it. Just assume they're asking you to do something for a reason.
They want you to do it because it's beneficial to them. Yeah.
Yeah. So when they leave you open, they're saying, you know what, we'd much rather have you take this shot than Steph or Klay take it, and we'd much rather have you take this shot than put the ball on the ground. When he scored in the second quarter, I think he had 6 straight points. It was drive, pull up, and then drive and that bank shot. That was a really tough finish, but it was all going downhill. Teams don't want him going downhill. When he goes downhill, he can be a monster. When he's settling threes, above the break threes, people are like, thank you, appreciate it. I'm not got to worry about you getting in the middle, bumping me off with your shoulder, and then jumping over me. Because he can dominate people in there sometimes. But the above the break three, if there's 5 seconds left, go ahead. 18 seconds left, please don't. He does that too often, and he can be a little inconsistent. But, he's still young. So can he take it? Because I think that's probably, I know people don't want to hear it because when the season ends is on a sour note like it did last night, everybody wants to change. Get rid of this guy, get rid of that guy, get rid of this guy, go with that guy, get this guy. Oh, yeah, and get guys. And then get rid of this guy, and then get rid of that guy, and then get rid of that guy. It doesn't work that way. You just like they other teams got to want all your players, and then you got to try to get better. It's not about getting rid of guys; it's about getting better. So to me, the best path to that is young guys. The young guys get better. Maybe they hit on a second-round pick that they can, bring. I mean, we talk about Jokic all the time. They had a second-round pick of their own that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Draymond Green's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he is.
In fact, they may have had like 3 of the best second-round picks of all time. Him, Monte, and Gilbert.
Yeah.
We're all second-round picks.
Yeah, you're biased on Gilbert, though. 808 KNBR, the number to call. Hey, by the way, we didn't catch up with Mitch Richmond. We are going to catch up with Mitch and Marin. Mitch and Marin's got to take here on the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Mitch? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Mitch. I just decided to call from another number. You know, Tommy. You don't recognize his voice. My late night voice. You don't recognize it?
Just going to pretend to be Mitch Richmond from Marin. Is that the call we're getting?
Triple M, baby.
All right, thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Mitch.
Rich Mitchman.
It's Rich Mitchman. Yeah, that's who that was, dude. I'm just calling under a different name. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Mitch Richmond going to join us tomorrow.
Lame as hell. How many Mitch Richmond impersonators are there out there? Well, yeah, I guess there's one. We know one.
I was like, I don't even know specifically how his voice sounds till we get him on. I mean, I can really talk to him. I mean, you know him.
Okay.
I was like, what are we getting at here? Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, joins us at 5:30. Before we do that, is there a case to be made that this is the best coached season or the best job Steve Kerr has ever done as head coach of the Golden State Warriors based on everything that was thrown at this team? We'll talk about that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Saratoga, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's Sports Leader.
Steve Kerr joins Tom and myself for one last time today at 5:30 to recap the Warriors season. Listen live on KNBR, YouTube, or on twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here from our friends over at Kugelman Law, Tax, Crypto, and let's not forget about the estate planning. I don't talk about that enough, but they do have estate planning over there. And, of course, you get taxes. Your taxes done, and I know the 15th is gone. Bye-bye. But there's always taxes to do. Or maybe you were late in filing. You're like, okay, now what do I do? I mean, you don't want those penalties just accruing, and you're not even paying attention, and all of a sudden you look down and go, wait a minute, that's not what I owe. And the IRS says, oh, but it is now. That's now what you owe. You don't want the IRS sniffing around. You don't want Uncle Sammy sending you correspondence, knocking at your door, maybe giving you a phone call. That you do not need. To avoid all that, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. Maybe you don't even have problems. Maybe it's just taxes you want to get done. You could have him do those. Or you do have some issues. Could be late filing. Could be criminal even. Could be crypto. Figure out, what do I do with this stuff? They'll let you know. That's what they do. That's what they study. Tax law. You should be expected to understand all this. That's why you hire Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. Because they do understand it, and they can get it done, and they can get it done right the first time. So if you're facing IRS troubles and you want reliability, you want someone you can trust, choose Kugelman Law, your trusted partner in tax resolution. Visit sftaxteam.com today. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tama Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We are going to catch up with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr in about 12 minutes here at 5:30. Tom's camera died last segment. And somebody said, Tom went black. And somebody else in the YouTube chat said, yeah, and he never went back. Here we are, Tolbert and Copes, not going back. My. Steve Kerr in 10 minutes. I said this to you before the break. I said there's a case to be made, and we talked about it throughout the season, that Steve Kerr may have had his best. And it's tough to say, like, it's not the best team he had. It's not the most success he had, certainly. But I think there's a case to be made that this is the best coaching job he's had to do based on not just everything that happened on the court, but everything exterior, like on the outside. Let's go through some of it. So everything that went on, starting with and then continuing with Draymond's suspension and then indefinite suspension. Andrew Wiggins had another hiatus late in the season when the Warriors tried to make a push. Kuminga, don't forget, everybody loves Kuminga. So he publicly called out Steve Kerr. Publicly this year, right before he started to take off a bit, and then people went, "Oh, see, Steve wasn't using him." I'm like, "Come on, man." Klay Thompson struggled mightily, and then had to recalibrate. And again, this is something we found out Steve was dealing with all season long in getting him to come off the bench and find success in his career in other places. And then maybe most importantly, the death of Dejan Miljevic, the assistant Decky, who passed away earlier this year. Do you think this was Steve's best coaching season, even though the team did not? I mean, they competed for a play-in, and I at times didn't even know that they were good enough to do that.
I don't know. I think the 73-win team was his best coaching because he wasn't even there for 24 victories. How good of coaching is that?
Yeah, Luke didn't even get those, right?
You're great when you can win and not even be there. Like, bro, I don't even need to show up. We're going to win. That's how good I am. I don't know. It's hard for me to kind of rank those, like what was best, why was it best. I think he did a real good job. I think it was, there were some things in there that were tough. There's no doubt. You mentioned the death of Decky was tough. You got to be a leader. You get up and talk to the team. That's not easy. And just trying to kind of get everybody together and move on while everyone's grieving in their own separate way. But you got a season to play. You got to keep rolling. Kuminga's comments, how he didn't trust him to develop him anymore. He had to get, kind of talk to him and get on the same page with him. And then the multiple conversations he had with Klay. And then let's not forget dealing with Draymond suspensions too and having to deal with that. So it wasn't easy, but look, that's the job. That's what coaches on these type of teams go through. They just do. It's not an anomaly for a coach to have to deal with this type of stuff, aside from the passing of Decky, of course. But, players are disgruntled. Players aren't happy. Yeah, I'm not getting shots. I'm not getting minutes. I'm not getting burned. I'm not getting this. They just, stop. But that's what happens on teams that are, middle of the pack or maybe even a little bit lower. The top teams, you don't hear about that stuff because everyone feels like we're winning. I have a role, and this is whatever we're doing it right because we're winning. But when you're on these type of teams, then it becomes a little bit tougher to coach. So, it was a good coaching job, but coaches have been dealing with this kind of stuff for a long time. I just trust that Steve figures out the best way, the best path to get through a season. So I don't know if I still say, guess if I had to pick one, what was his best coaching job? Probably the first one in 15. You won a championship where there were no expectations. Nobody thought they would be that good. He had to deal with replacing Derek Lee with Draymond Green. He had to try to figure out a way to get Andre to come off the bench. And for those that don't know, I'm sure you know by now, but Andre was not down with that early. He was not digging that. It wasn't like, hey, Andre, I went to Arizona, you went to Arizona, maybe do me a solid, come off the bench. Oh, yo, I got you, coach. No problem. That is not the way that went down. He was not thrilled with that. But he got him to see that he's going to be in the finishing lineup, and this will be the best. This will be best for the team. And Andre understood that, and then once it was rolling and once it was working, then it was all good, right? But, it was still something. And then, you had to still win over the team because they like Mark Jackson. They had respect for Mark Jackson, and they were not super happy when Mark Jackson got let go. So you got to come in there and...
I think Mark Jackson was happy he let go.
Exactly. You had to earn your stripes a little bit. He had never coached before, so they didn't know. So, the Steve you get now is the same Steve you got back then, but they didn't know that. The guy that they say, I don't want to play for anybody else, they didn't know that back then. They didn't know who Steve was, other than he was a broadcaster and he won some championships with the Bulls and Spurs. That's all they knew. So, there's still a going in there and kind of proving yourself process and earning the respect of the players process. And he had to do that. So 15 for me is always going to be the best, but it is hard for me to kind of differentiate based on what he does as a coach, because you know how I am. I'm more about the players, and where the players good, do the players screw up, or the players they always get the credit and get the blame in my book. But yeah, I mean, I always think Steve does a good job.
Right.
I just know what type of coach he is, and know how he handles situations, and know how smart he is, know how thoughtful he is, know how much work he puts into this, how dedicated he is to this. He loves doing this. So he puts all his energy, all his effort into being as good as he can be and trying to make sure the team's as prepared as they can be. So yeah, I thought he was fine this year. Absolutely.
So fans call out Steve all the time.
All the time. Well, because that's what fans do.
That's what fans do. I mean, we see it with Kyle Shanahan because he hasn't won one yet. Andy Reid had that same stigma. Now he's the best coach in football, and he's a Hall of Fame. Right now, he's like, oh, look at all the success.
Well, Bochy did.
When you
they
win
all
it,
did.
yeah, Bochy was like 500 when he got to San Francisco.
Yep.
I didn't want him. I was like,
I
really?
know you didn't.
I was like
Yeah.
pissed. I was really upset. I was like, this is it? This is the move? Just catering to Bonds for another 2 years? Like, that's what's up? Which, by the way, I was all for. I was like, yeah, cater to Barry, whatever we got to do. So they call out Steve all the time. And you and I both agree unfairly. 4 championships. Well, I mean, again, It's not like things have staled and things have soured and it's time for him to go. It's not even like it was when Bochy left, where Giants fans still remember that fondly and they hated the following era so much that they forget he lost 89 and 98 games in the 2 years before he exited and then landed with Texas. Why do you think fans take Steve for granted?
You know what? I have a theory, and it's more of it's into football a little bit, but more baseball, basketball theory. That there's so many stats out there and so many analytics that you feel like, I think fans are probably more educated than at any time before. Like they know what lineups work better, what combinations work better, because it tells you. You know, this is the best combination of the team. This is the best combination of the team. This is the best combination of the team. And I think through that, they watch the game differently, and they probably understand it better. So they always think the coach should be playing a different combination or a different starting lineup more, or against a certain team. I think that's one reason. I think it's a big reason. But it's interesting because I was talking to somebody about this a couple weeks ago, that it's very similar to when I was growing up. So when I was growing up, if I got in trouble in school, and I know everybody's going to find this hard to believe, but it happened a fair amount, my dad would get mad at me. My dad would, first off, get upset with me. What did you do? Why did you do that? Why are you giving the teacher a hard time? You know, I would get in trouble. Nowadays, when kids get in trouble, the parent goes to the school.
What'd you do to my kid?
Yeah. Exactly.
What did you do to my son?
They don't hold the kid
They didn't
accountable.
ask if Tom was hiding in the closet so he could steal the test so that he could give it to the rest of his classmates. Or to
Allegedly.
one classmate.
Actually, it's not allegedly. I did it.
Well, there's one. We're past that statute of limitations. We've done.
Yeah,
this.
well, yeah, we are.
But
And
you're
it was
right.
my basketball
They used
coach,
to immediately. My dad would chew me out too. I'd get. in
Oh
trouble.
yeah, and that's the way it should be.
I was guilty until proven innocent, and get good luck proving innocence.
No, nowadays
luck,
it's you're innocent until proven guilty, and the teacher's automatically on trial. Like the parents are mad at the teacher, mad at the principal, mad at whoever.
My post online about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be my kid. Oh yeah, exactly. It can't be my kid. My kid didn't screw up.
No, God forbid.
So I think that's bled over into sports a little bit, in that I think more fans would blame players than coaches, because they're the guys out there. The players are the actual guys out there with the ball in their hands. That's why I blame players, and I give the players the credit, and I don't do it as much with coaches. Like, as much as I love Steve, and everybody knows I do, I don't give him that much credit or that much blame. I give him, what I think is fair, but, to me it's about Steph. It's about Clay. It's about Draymond. It's about those guys. Like, they're the ones last night. I don't know Steve couldn't have done anything different last night. They just didn't get to the balls quick enough. They weren't energetic enough. Again, they looked old, and Sacramento looked young, and to give Sacramento all the credit, their players all the credit. Mike Brown did come up with a really nice defensive game plan, but the players executed it, and the Warriors just weren't able to do it. So the players are the ones out there setting the screens, hitting the shots, getting the rebounds. They're the ones doing that. Coaches can can certainly affect a game, but mostly it's the players. So nowadays, everyone wants to blame the coaches and the referees. Back in the day, they would blame the players, which I think is the right thing to do. Everybody knows the name of every coach now. Probably even know the assistant coaches. Might even know the officials. Like, you didn't know that back then. They didn't know all the names of all the coaches, but they know the players. So I just think it's natural. I think every fan base does this, where they want to give the players all the credit, but they don't want to blame them. They don't want to hold them accountable. That's for the coach. Like, if the team loses, and this is one of the reasons I hate the playoffs. I love the playoffs, but I hate the playoffs, although I'm not on Twitter as much, which is nice, because that's all everybody wants to do during the playoffs. Blame the coaches, blame the officials, period. It just makes me nauseous. Like, they think they know that much about basketball, where they know what a great coaching move was. Few people do. I'm not going to say not everybody does. And then if that fails, then just blame the officials, because the officials suck. And I always tell people, I go, well, if the officials suck and you think they're rigging the game, why do you watch? Like, why are you wasting your time watching a rigged game? Unless you're Dante Porter.
Oh, man, banned for life. Huh? Is it for life, by the way?
Well, it is for life.
I said banned.
Banned
Dante
for
Porter.
life.
Oof.
So I don't know. I don't know, Copes. I don't know why they blame Steve, but I think every fan base does it. I think that's kind of the default mechanism. Like, let's blame the coach. We're not going to blame our players. Coach doesn't know what he's doing. Coach doesn't know. It's funny because everybody's like, "Oh, Steve doesn't know how to develop young players. Doesn't know." Can you say that after this year? I don't think you can. It was never true.
By the way, it's never a draft problem. It's never like how we drafted a guy that didn't develop. Like, so that's all on him now. I mean, again, it's the job.
Or we're trying to win a championship. We can't play these guys right now.
It comes with the territory. I get it. 916 says
he understands it.
Yeah, 916 says, "Come on, Coach. I'm a big Kerr guy, and I think he gets too much hate. But this is nowhere near his best job. He didn't get the most out of these guys." I disagree with that. I think he did get the most out of them, considering what the season threw at him. And we'll talk to him about all of that next. The head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us right here on The Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but one thing you might have in common with other homes is you have a bum Wi-Fi spot. You're not getting the Wi-Fi there. You're not getting the speed you deserve. You're not getting the reliability, and either you're upset or someone else is upset. You got a big house, a lot of devices, a lot of people. You got the tablet, the TV, the computer, the laptop. Everyone wants their Wi-Fi. Everyone deserves their Wi-Fi. If you don't have Wi-Fi, I mean fast, reliable Wi-Fi, in every part of the house, that's because you don't have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. You don't have to worry about having bum Wi-Fi in the house, like the attic or the basement or the corner bedroom. Nah, whether you're streaming, gaming, working, schooling, everyone has the same Wi-Fi, which is fast and reliable. And that is nice. And you get that with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout your whole home? You will love Xfinity.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It is time for our final conversation of the year with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Don't think I might not sneak a text into him a couple months from now and see what he's up to. You never know. Steve, what is going on?
Oh, I'm all right. How you doing, Tom? What's up, Coach?
Good. How was? So, I mean, I know you probably didn't get much sleep last night. If you didn't get much sleep in November, I'm sure you didn't get much sleep last night. At least you could tell Margot, "Go, leave me alone. It's the end of the season. Give me one. Give me one last night where I can just kick the covers off and be upset." I mean, what do you kind of just overview? What are you thinking about like after a game like that? Because it wasn't close. It wasn't one decision or another. I mean, it was a pretty comprehensive butt kicking last night, and it started from the beginning. I mean, what do you think about the night of and kind of when you're tossing and turning in this morning with this team?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what I'm thinking today is had we handled our business early in the season, and that's all of us. You know, I made mistakes. Players, you know, didn't perform well early on, some key guys, so we couldn't get that starting lineup too quick. You know, if we had handled our business earlier in the season, you know, that last night's game would have just been, okay, we're down 1-0, and let's respond. And we've always been at our best in playoff series, you know, coming back like we did last year against Sacramento, down 2-0, and, you know, figuring things out and figuring out, you know, how to counterattack and all that. And but because of our early season sins and struggles, we were stuck in a one-and-done situation, and that, you know, that can happen, and it did, and so there's kind of a, you know, a sense of regret that we didn't win those 3 or 4 more games that we needed to stay out of the play-in.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'd mentioned that a lot this year, especially toward the end of the season. Like, you guys were good enough to be in the playoffs, good enough to possibly do something, but the fact that you put yourselves in such a hole, it was hard to dig yourselves out of. Because you guys, I think we're 27-12. Like the last, that's almost half a season. But the fact that you put yourself in that hole and the West was just so good. I mean, you guys kept winning and couldn't figure out a way to move up because no one else was losing games. Put you in a one and done. And hell, in a one and done, I mean, in theory, you could lose to anybody. It didn't even matter if they were in the play-in. You could lose to them in a one-game scenario.
Yeah, completely. And last night was one of those nights, you know, the ball didn't go in for us early. I give Sacramento a lot of credit, though. They were really good defensively. You know, the trio of Ellis and Mitchell and Fox were really good with their ball pressure and kind of took us out of our offensive sets. And then, you know, they beat us to the loose balls and the rebounds and all those extra possessions. It's almost impossible when you get, I think, 18 fewer field goal attempts than your opponent. So they beat the crap out of us, and disappointing because we had a really good stretch, as you mentioned, down the stretch, and you know, I thought we would play better, but we didn't have it last night.
No, like I like to say, it's no way to go through life fat, dumb, and stupid and getting 18 fewer shot attempts. That's just
Have you always said that? Is that a life philosophy?
He has been using it a lot. Yeah,
you can't make a living out of that.
Let's take it personally.
Just seemed like, kind of to use one of your words, would you agree that they just played with more force than you guys last night?
Yeah, for sure, and you know, it's that's where, even going into the last day, we thought we had at least a chance to be 9 and get the home court. I think the home court mattered for them yesterday.
Yep.
You know, they were really comfortable and confident, and you know, Murray went nuts and he got hot, and so yeah, it's they were by far the better team, but this is kind of the beauty and the pain of the play-in. I mean, I think one and done games are really exciting in sports, but when you lose, it's, you know, it's tough. There's an abrupt end to the season, and it doesn't seem real.
I mean, just kind of focus on last night. Obviously, they were throwing the kitchen sink at Steph. They were not going to let him come in there and drop another 50-point gem like he did last year in Game 7. They were doing everything they could to make him work, and he was actually really efficient. He just didn't get a lot of attempts, and I think it could have opened up the offense had, Clay got going or Wiggins got going or kind of somebody get going a little bit, but that was never able to happen, and because of that, they were able to just kind of focus all their efforts on Steph continually, not worrying about anybody else. It just seemed like you needed one other guy to kind of come along for the ride, and no one was really there last night for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. They did a really good job on Steph. He only had 5 field goal attempts at halftime.
Yeah,
and one of them was a half-court attempt at the second quarter buzzer. So we came out in the second half, and I'm sure you saw we just isolated him at the top against Murray and didn't even bring a screen, and he immediately scored first couple of hoops, and then they switched Ellis onto him, and Ellis did a nice job. He had a couple steals and put a lot of pressure on Steph, but it's just too much to ask Steph to create every shot. And ironically, I think this season ended a little bit like last season, where Steph, I think his comment was we didn't have a changeup, we only had a fastball, and that's what it felt like again last night. And I think my staff and I need to really examine what we're doing offensively. We've got to figure out is there a better way to generate shots, generate some rhythm and flow, and better way to counter some of the pressure that we see at times, and reevaluate everything we're doing.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on the UMA guest line. Is when you say that, because some of our texters and callers today have said some of this too, and I'm wondering about just the evolution of the league. And we talk about how much length and size and athleticism there is. Is that a systematic thing? Is it readjusting to what the league has done? I don't mean specifically to the system you guys run, but when you say look at everything, is that part of what we're talking about?
Well, we've always been until the last couple of years, we've been a team that relied on flow and motion and a lot of reads where players have a lot of freedom and there's a lot of off-ball action, and we haven't been able to rely on that as much the last couple of years, and I think that hurts us because Steph and Clay, what makes them unique is their off-ball movement. What makes Steph unique is the combination of his pick and roll game and the off-ball movement. But the last 2 years, he's been more than ever, especially against the really good defenses. He's been all about the high pick and roll, and that is the way the rest of the league is playing. A lot of high pick and roll, but what people are doing now is they're putting 4, even 5 shooters on the floor. Boston has 5 3-point shooters on the floor with Porzingis, and that creates so much space. And if you think about our team, we're very top-heavy with our shooting. We don't have a lot of shooting depth. We have great shooters at the top. But it's tough to spread the floor with if you only have 2 shooters, 3 shooters on the floor. These days you need at least 4 and even 5 in some cases. And because we don't have that, we've always relied on more passing and screening. But it's the last couple of years we haven't been able to generate that same kind of flow. So that's what we've got to address.
When do you, I'm sure you're probably in your mind doing it, but it won't start in earnest for, I would think, a few more weeks. What are you going to try to figure out without asking you what you're going to do? Because I don't even think you know what you're going to do, or the organization knows what they're going to do. There's a lot of unknowns out there as far as contracts and who will be back and who won't be back. But in your mind, when you look at it, what needs to change for next year? If it's just a little tweak or not, but what needs to change to give this team a chance to, be a top 4 seed if possible, and have a chance, like a realistic chance to win a championship? Like, in your mind, what's the vision for what needs to happen?
Yeah, I wish there was an easy answer to that. because there isn't an answer right now. We would have done it already if we had that answer. So that's what this summer is about, is really examining it and figuring out what are our options. What can we do with our roster? Are we going to look for some trades? Are we going to bring Clay back, Chris Paul back? I hope so in the latter cases. I really want those guys back. At the same time, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not spending $400 million on a team that doesn't get to the playoffs. I don't think that makes any sense. It's not good business, And if that's the case, then what are we doing to improve the team? Is it more of a long-term picture of, all right, let's really lean into the youth and go that direction and can we do that and win? I would like to think so, but I think there's no doubt we have to improve the roster, and that's what Mike and Joe are going to do. And I even think we can do it without spending $400 million. I think we can, I think we can put together a very good team, and start to transition, towards the next era, because it's clearly, in our sights, but at the same time, Steph and Draymond and Clay and Chris, they're all still very good players. But as we are right now, we're not a championship team. We know that. We're not even in the playoffs, so we can't say we're a title contender.
It's just so interesting, Steve, because we were talking about it today. There's hey, let's just go all in while Steph is viable. I think we still believe that he can be the best player on a championship team. So there's that. But then you also have to have a future. It can't be, hey, let's sell the future for the next 2 years and see how this thing it kind of figures itself out. But you also want to have a chance to win while Steph is here. So it's a weird kind of balancing act, right? And you don't want to come back with the same team he had that finished 10th. Right. Unless the young guys can take another, like a big step, which I think is reasonable to expect at this point. So it's kind of a weird dynamic where you're like, I like these players, I like those players, but we just had those players and we finished 10th with those players. So, right? It's going to, that's why I've been saying all day, it's going to be an interesting offseason, kind of depending on which way you guys decide you want to go. And I've also said this that I don't know if you'll agree with or not. I said, look, this is a natural life cycle of a dynasty. When you want to keep guys and reward guys, they get a little bit older. They're not quite as productive. They're maybe a little harder to move. And I go, it doesn't last forever. If you want to reward guys and keep them, it's going to start going down a little bit. And then it's hard to kind of figure out a path to get back to where you were. And I agree with that. I would want to reward guys that help me win a championship. I'd want to give them everything they deserve. But there is a downside to that, right?
Yeah, and I think every organization has to weigh, what the downside is versus the upside. The good news for our guys is they're all still good players. I know Clay had a really tough night, but he's still a really good NBA player. Draymond is still a really good NBA player. Steph is still an all-star. These guys mean so much to the organization, not only to our play on the court, but to the way they represent us, the identity of the team, their recognition worldwide. All that stuff matters. Now we're greedy. We want to win. We want to keep winning. But there is value in transitioning to the next phase with those guys on board and with those guys together, riding out their final years together. I think there's a lot of value in that. But everybody wants to win the championship. It's really hard to do it. And obviously doing it 4 times and coming close 2 other times over the last 10 years, a hell of an accomplishment. We're just in a different phase now. We're so used to just being title contenders, and all of a sudden it's like, all right, maybe we're not. Maybe we're entering a different phase. So what does that mean? And those are the conversations that are going to be going on in the next couple months.
Time to leave the fairyland you've been living in for 10 years.
Well, Warriors fans lived in a different kind of land for the previous 40 before that. So
yeah, it was called excrement land, is what it was called.
Let's just say the Tom Tolbert era didn't.
Yeah.
Look, it wasn't inspiring. It was kind of fun, but it wasn't all that inspiring. It's inspiring. That's about as good as it got too, and we were barely 500. But I mean, look, you've said it. Like that was fantasy stuff. That wasn't the real NBA going to 5 finals in 5 straight years, winning 3, and then you can even come back and win one against the Celtics in 2022. Like. This is the type of stuff that like teams have to go through on a normal basis that don't even have the 4 championships to say, well, at least we got that. I mean, you grind and you struggle all the time. So this is kind of, and it that's why I said this is going to be an interesting offseason, because you could go one of 2 ways. And depending on, and again, the players have a say-so in this too. Who wants to be back? Who wants to be here? How easy it would be to keep them here, stuff like that. But like this is the stuff that that normal NBA teams and the NBA season have to kind of figure out and navigate their way through.
Yeah, and speaking of the NBA landscape, I think it is worth mentioning that 46 wins. Normally, you're the 5 seed.
Yeah, that's true.
Wins, and so while we had a relatively productive season, from a win-loss standpoint, there's just a loaded conference around us, and you got so many teams going for it. They're all in. They've traded draft picks. They're in their primes in Denver's case, or about to enter in OKC's case, and I don't ever remember the league being this deep in one conference where so many teams were kind of in their sweet spot going after it, and so for me, comparing the league now to 9 years ago when we won our first championship, it's so dramatically different. I think it's better coached. I think teams are smarter. I think teams are playing a smarter brand of basketball. There's so much more three-point variance. So it's a lot harder to win now than it was 9 years ago, and that's a factor too.
There's no doubt about it. All right, my friend, we will let you go. We appreciate you joining us every single week throughout the course of the season, and maybe I'll get you to come on in a couple months. We'll talk when the Dodgers and the Giants play one another. We'll have you come on.
It would be my pleasure, Tom. But for the time being, we'll give each other some space. And, it's me. It's not you. It's me. It's not you.
I'm blocking your number as we speak.
Yeah, right. Talk to you after Paris, maybe, huh?
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, when do you, real quick before we let you go, when do you take off for that? When does that get going in earnest?
Yeah, we start practice in Las Vegas. I think July 5th, and practice for a week in Vegas. We go to Abu Dhabi, London for exhibition games, and then we'll be in Paris for 3 weeks. So it's going to be fun. I wish I had more talent to work with.
Yeah, right.
The roster isn't quite up to my liking, but I'll just have to coach them up.
I thought you had a little bit of a talent deficit. And then I go, at least they were able to get Kawhi with the 12th guy. So at least they have him. That's nice.
And Embiid came over too. It's nice.
When Kawhi's your last guy, it's like, good Lord.
Right.
It's funny because it does feel like the dream team. The only difference is Jokic and Giannis, they didn't exist in 92. I mean, it's a lot different. So as talented as our team is, we got the best guys, best American players. The world has caught up, and it's going to be tough. These games are not going to be easy. There's a lot of really good teams, and those FIBA games are like NCAA tournament games. One game, 40 minutes. It's a different game, so it will not be easy. I can tell you that.
No, Steve, no longer are the opposing teams coming over to the American team asking for autographs and taking pictures before the game.
Before the game, that's right.
It is not happening. Well, yeah, we'll give you. I'll catch up with you before the Olympics at some point. Maybe we can get you on, or after the Olympics, find out about the experience. But thanks again. We always appreciate the participation. It's always fun having you on every single week throughout the course of the basketball season. We all wish it could have gone a little bit longer, but such is the basketball season. It happens. Enjoy and get some rest if you can. I think if you're tossing and turning tonight, then I'm actually going to side with Margot on this one.
Well, thanks for a great year. Always love coming on with you guys, and I want to thank all our fans out there for being so passionate and so supportive. And I know it was frustrating in a lot of ways, but it was a season where we gave everything. We just weren't good enough. That's the bottom line. But we're lucky to have the fans here supporting us, and appreciate it. Appreciate you guys too.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen Douglas. Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. Okay.
Take it easy, Stevie.
There he was, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us every week of the basketball season, which has now come to an end. But he'll be back out in Paris for the Olympics, as he said, in July. Kerry Crowley coming up next. Going to take you up until 10 o'clock with Sports Phone KNBR. We'll talk to Kerry next on the Sports Leader. Klay Thompson was 0 for 10 in last night's season-ending loss to the Sacramento Kings. Was last night the last we'll see of Klay in a Warriors uniform? Let us know your thoughts on our socials at KNBR. We're wrapping things up here on a Wednesday afternoon. Kerry Crowley is going to take you up until 10 o'clock after I tell you that. What'd I say? I meant 9. Kerry, you can go till 10. That's cool. This hour, Tolbert & Co. sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today, goldenstatelumber.com, and buy Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. Kerry Crowley, what's up, dude?
Not a whole lot, Copes. How you doing?
Pretty good. Did you ever read, I was actually talking to Derek about it today, did you ever read that book that Buster Olney wrote, The Last Night of the Yankees Dynasty? And it was
I did.
I thought it was a great book. I loved it.
Yeah.
They didn't go to a World Series.
There's really no baseball book that's come out in the last 20 years that I've missed, if I'm being honest.
I kind of thought that might be the case. As a guy who doesn't watch much TV, I was like, you better be a book. You better be a bookman.
Unfortunately, yeah. You know the bookstore that Marty pumps out up in Montclair, how they've got every book in
Passage,
the world.
is that right?
Yeah, I got no idea, but I'm telling you, I've even read most of those. So
I've read every page. I remember they started the press.
Gutenberg.
So that's stop. The book, The Last Night of the Yankees Dynasty, is a book Buster Olney wrote, and it's about that core of Yankees players that all kind of came up together. Posada and Jeter and Mariano Rivera. You had Andy Pettitte, who's there. You've got the other guys who were sprinkled in. Scott Brocious and Tino Martinez is there. And the whole slew of guys. Bottom line is they lose to the Diamondbacks in 2001, right? 3-2 in the walk-off Luis Gonzalez hit. He writes this book. They did go back to the World Series in 2003 and lost to Josh Beckett. That team wasn't nearly as good as the one that had won 3 in a row and then went again in 01 and playoffs and eliminated by the eventual champion Angels in 02. But I wonder, do you feel the same way about last night's game? When we look back, is this going to feel like, for the Warriors, the last night of the Warriors dynasty?
Gosh, that's a really interesting question because to me, it feels a little bit like this Warriors team is almost where the Giants were. Not necessarily in 2016, but maybe that's the apt
kind of off-season into 2017. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, because you go into 2017 and you feel like, hey, if you just run it back one more time with this core, if you just get Bumgarner and Posey and Crawford and Belt together in 2017, everything's going to go right. And then the Giants lost 98 games. And I'm not going to say that the Warriors would do that. I'm not going to say that, hey, you bring this group back and all of a sudden they're a lottery team. But I think there are some similarities between the Giants dynasty of the early 2010s and the way that this thing has played out with the Warriors. Of course, the Warriors win 4 titles. They have Curry, who was a far more dominant player than Buster Posey ever was, even as great as he was for the Giants organization, as the centerpiece of those World Series title teams. So it's not an apples-to-apples comparison, but I do think there are risks that this could go downhill quickly, and that's why so many opposing fans were so thrilled to see the Warriors lose last night.
Yeah, it did seem like that. It did seem like Ding Dong the Witch is dead across social media. What do you got going on tonight, Kerry?
Well, we're gonna talk all Warriors pretty much all night, unless we've got a ton of phone calls about the 3-1 Giants win that took place at around 6 a.m. this morning. Not sure if anyone caught that down in Miami. Baseball for breakfast. But
Keaton Wynn, by the way, dealt. Nice outing for Keaton Wynn. I'm a win guy.
That's all the guy does. Yeah,
I'm a win guy.
Head.
Yeah, I'm a win man. I'm a win man myself. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's win day, as your guy Joe Angel would say.
Actually, Joe Angel would say in the win column. That's what he'd say. You can put this. I was all down with the win column. It was when they lose, and he'd go, and you can put that one in the loss column. I was like, yeah, I know, Joe. I know. It was 7-1. I got it. Yeah.
Did you see the anecdote last week that I think Dan Connolly, who covers the Orioles, put this out?
I like Dan Connolly.
That Joe Angel was the quarterback at Galileo when OJ was the running back.
I did, in fact, know that.
Yeah,
I did actually. I knew that. That's wild stuff.
Pretty incredible stuff.
And he would have been there with AC if he'd answered the call, but Joe was busy. He's calling a game, so
Joe had Giants baseball on his mind.
It would have been juice in the back of Joe Angel's car, dude.
We're not going down the OJ path,
dude.
Tonight.
First of all, everybody knows I absolutely love Joe Angel. Like I'm the guy. Everybody's like, you're a Joe Angel guy. I'm like, hell yeah, I am, dude.
Yeah.
My favorite thing with Joe Angel, last thing, is 2003 opening day, Giants win. And on the postgame wrap, he goes, I know it might be early, guys, but I don't think they can be caught. Dude, and then they weren't caught. They weren't. They went wire to wire. That was so funny.
100 wins that season.
100 wins, yeah.
I still remember heading out to soccer practice in the afternoon right after Pudge held the ball in the air.
Oh, my God, dude. You know what's funny is I was standing there getting ready to leave to go to a referee a CYO basketball game, and I threw my mom's car keys across the room. I was infuriated. My dad said, you act like that, I'm not going to let you watch baseball anymore. I was like, yeah, right. Like, I'm not going to watch baseball anymore. Yeah, okay, Dad. Good punishment. How'd that work out?
Yeah.
Stifling my career. All right, Kerry, have a good show tonight, bro.
Appreciate you.
I'll talk to you later, man. All right, let's thank our guest, Sam Amick of The Athletic. Great interview with Sam. We talked a lot about the way the things went down last night, the game went down last night, and the way things may go down this offseason for the Warriors. Mark Spears, same conversation with Mark of ESPN and Anscape.com. Great convo with him. Mitch Richmond did not stop by. He's going to join us tomorrow, but a Mitch Richmond impersonator. Mitch, what do we call him? Rich Mitchmond called in from Rich Mitchmond. And then head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. I tell everybody to go check that out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And you can keep it locked right here. Streaming, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Kerry Crowley is coming up next. Thank you to Tim. Thanks to Derek. Eat Ass Derek. And we'll be back with you guys tomorrow. Another full show tomorrow. And then we'll be on the patio, by the way, on Friday. Giants and D-backs, Tolbert and Copes on the patio at 58 Social. Until then, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, what's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening here on The Leader. The Giants win 3-1 this morning in Miami, but that might be all the Giants baseball we get to this evening, as we discuss the fallout from the Warriors' earlier than anticipated exit from the NBA play-in tournament. And yes, they were the 10 seed. Sacramento was at home, and the Warriors were only 2.5-point favorites going into last night's ball game, but there was such confidence emanating from just about every corner of the Warriors world, from players to coaches to media members to fans. It felt like everyone expected this team, because of its history, because of its legacy, to go in to Sacramento and take care of business, and then you see what happens on Friday. But I think that there was just this assumption, this casual assumption that, yeah, the Kings are good, but they haven't been as good over the last few weeks as the Warriors had been. And the Warriors have this reputation. They've been there and done that. They played a do-or-die game against the Kings last year at Golden One, and they won with Steph Curry scoring 50 points in Game 7. And it all crumbles. It all comes crashing down in such magnificent fashion. It was a beating that the Warriors took up in Sacramento from the Kings, who, as Steve Kerr said, they took it to them. The Kings were younger. They were more athletic. They were faster. They looked like a team that wanted it more, and the Warriors had no answers for what the Kings were able to throw at them. I watched the game back earlier this afternoon. Remember, we were hosting during last night's game. No texters, no callers. I wonder why. I think the entire Bay Area was watching that Warriors-Kings game. But we will get to your calls this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. What I really want to do tonight is hear from you, the loyal Warriors fan, on how you feel about the state of this franchise right now. I think 7 o'clock hour will probably give your favorite moments the last 10 years. So we'll touch on kind of the nostalgia component. But right now, I think we need to address the fact that this is a franchise at a crossroads. This is a franchise that has some extremely difficult decisions to make over the next few months. And quite honestly, there are no easy answers. There is no good path right now for Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. to suddenly flip the switch and turn the Warriors into contenders atop the Western Conference. If we're being completely serious and honest right now, this dynasty window, this championship window has probably been closed shut. And I think that last night we all saw why. Because if your core three is Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, in the year 2024, it's no longer good enough. And that's not to take away from the remarkable heights that this trio brought this franchise to. That's not to take away from anything that this group has done together with the Warriors, because it's exceeded everyone's wildest dreams. It's just a commentary on the state of this franchise in 2024. The Western Conference the young NBA, the league that this Warriors franchise and this Warriors core helped revolutionize, it's now kind of passed them by. And it was hard to stomach for a lot of Warriors fans. It was probably harder to stomach for the people inside the building over at Chase Center who've put their heart and soul on the line this season, hoping that the outcome would turn out differently. Believing that the stretch of basketball that you saw from late January to February to March to April, that was representative of what the Warriors can be. And maybe next year, maybe if the Warriors keep this core together, maybe we'll see that they can do something. Maybe they'll shock us one more time. I don't know. I don't know that I want to be the one to officially write off the Warriors. But, folks, it doesn't look good. It hasn't looked good since that 2022 title. Of course, last year, Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and the scrap that ultimately upended the Warriors season. This year, Draymond Green, serves the suspension. Klay Thompson gets relegated to a bench role. The Warriors go through the growing pains at the beginning of the season. It's just not a franchise that's in rhythm anymore. Next year, Steph Curry's 37. Draymond Green and Klay Thompson are another year past their primes. And that's not to say that they can't be winning players. They can't be great players at the NBA level. But I don't think that this trio anymore is one that can elevate the Warriors to the NBA Finals stage. And it's disappointing, it's sad, it's frustrating. It's hard for anyone who's watched this team and seen what they've become over the last several years. Over the last decade, the Warriors have brought the Bay Area and its fans to unbelievable heights, and they deserve to be celebrated for years and years and forever, quite honestly, for what this franchise accomplished, especially when you consider where this franchise was. But it doesn't take away the sting from where this franchise is at this exact moment. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your calls on the other side, your texts on the other side. We'll play some audio from Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. We've got the entire Warriors post-game sound, today's sound. You'll hear it all tonight here on Sports Phone. But what I really want to do is hear from you, your thoughts on the state of the Warriors at the end of this 2024 season. And yes, it ends April 16th, far earlier than we're accustomed to here in these parts. Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
The Warriors season is over after last night's 118-94 loss to the Sacramento Kings. What are the biggest moves you want to see the Warriors make this offseason? Let us know at 808-KNBR or at our socials at KNBR.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Play with those 4 fouls. And a foul as Curry hits a 3. They're going to call this on Ellis. Sabonis was in the neighborhood as well. Stephen Curry, a chance at a 4-point play.
We are back. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. Chris Alvarez of ABC 7 Sports going to join us around 7:30 tonight. Danny Emmerman of the Bay Area News Group does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors. He'll join us for an end-of-season exit interview around 8:25 tonight. And your calls in between. 415-808-KNBR is the number. What should the Warriors do now? Where does Golden State go from here? How you feeling in the aftermath of a difficult loss on Tuesday, a season-ending loss, and maybe the loss that brings this dynasty window and slams it shut? Do you still have hope? Do you still have belief? Are you of the mindset that Steph Curry and Steve Kerr seem to share after Tuesday evening's game, that the Warriors ought to lean into their core and they ought to find a way to revamp on the fly with Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry serving the same roles that they've served for the past decade plus, and figuring out who the complementary pieces can be to take Golden State to the place that it's accustomed to being, and that is deep in the postseason, in the NBA Finals, and ultimately up on the podium, hoisting another Larry O'Brien trophy. Because if you listen to Steve and Steph last night, they sound adamant that they want Klay Thompson back. They sound adamant that they want to give this core another shot. But when you only win 46 games and you're the 10 seed in a very deep Western Conference that's only getting younger and more talented as more players enter their primes, the path back up the mountain looks steeper than ever before. And I realized that, look, after the 2020 season when the Warriors went 15-50 and didn't make the bubble, that the path looks steep. You had Steph coming off an injury. You had Klay coming off multiple injuries. Getting back to the 2022 NBA Finals and winning their 4th title was such a validating moment for this Warriors franchise. And it's one of the reasons that really is, a conundrum. Do you write off the Warriors now, or do you believe that they still have one more special run in them? A number of textures already chiming in. 949. Light Years Lacob has a lot of decisions to make about the future of this Warriors roster. No kidding. What do they do with Andrew Wiggins, Chris Paul? Does Jonathan Kuminga become a trade chip this offseason? Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, are those players you build around, or are those players that you go and you trade for established veteran talent and hope that by bringing in other players who are more ready to contribute in meaningful ways, even though TJD and Brandon Pajemski showed that they could as rookies, that's the way to maximize the remaining years you have of Steph Curry, who, by the way, next season, 37 years old. I know LeBron's still getting it done with the Lakers at 39, but it's just the older these guys get, the more difficult it becomes for the Golden State Warriors. 707 on the text line. Dub Nation is not giving up on the Dynasty Dubs run yet, and they should have a strong offseason. What does that strong offseason look like in your mind? Dial us up. 415-808-KNBR is the number. 520 down in Arizona. Re-sign Klay Thompson and build around the young Warriors. 650, just wanted to add that the Warriors don't need to make as many changes as many people are saying. This is a good point here. Draymond Green missed 17 games due to the tantrum that he threw, the suspension, the emotional issues that he dealt with over the course of the season. If he were around, Warriors probably win 5 more games, and you're looking at, what, a 51-win season at that point? Draymond needs to take some of the blame, grow up. Klay had a bad game last night, but 650 is pinning this on Draymond. Warriors need another shooter. The Warriors dynasty is not over. So where do you stand right now? 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's go to Mark in Millbrae. Mark in Millbrae, you're on Sports Phone. Mark, how's it going this evening?
Hey, what's up, Andy? Yeah, to me, I don't think the run is over. When you look at it overall, I know it's disappointing because they lost in the play-in, but they actually won more games this year than last year, and overall they had a better season, even though the results won't show that because the West was just that much better. I mean, look at the West is so damn stacked. You're having top-tier teams not even make it, and unfortunately the Warriors were that team. From my viewpoint, I think Curry's still playing at a very high level, so you got that. I'd like to see them re-sign Clay, but at a reasonable rate. I think he's got to come down to a rate where they can come to terms on. If not, then, and as much as I would hate to say you got to part ways with him because he's not that type of player. I think would probably thrive in a bench role, 6-man. I think he would be elite. As far as the youth cast, we finally got some young pieces. Podemski, Jackson Davis, Moody, and I think Kuminga has shown he can be that guy. Now we'd like to add one more building block to take the scoring pressure off Curry. I'd like to see him add maybe a type of one more player, maybe a guy like Siakam, Paul George, that type of guy. And finally, Draymond, I think ultimately you have to keep him unless you can land a big-time player, like I mentioned, a Paul George type of player, then I'd move off him as well. But he still played at a high level, and that was that killer. Him missing all those games really cost him because their record with him was elite in those games. They're probably a top 4 or 5 seed, and they're not even in the play-on if he doesn't miss all those games. And think about how many games they choked away, especially at home this year.
Mark, so many. I mean, they just that's the thing that, you know, you mentioned the Draymond situation and how he obviously cost the Warriors games, but also the personnel that was on the floor, Mark. They crushed them with the way that they couldn't close out games this season. How many times did you say, oh my goodness, the Warriors just collapsed in the fourth quarter? It was like nothing we've seen from this last decade has compared to the collapses that you saw this year, right?
Yeah, exactly. Especially at Chase Center. Just, I think the biggest negative is how disappointing they were at home. They've always been one of the elite road teams. When you think about conversely last year, they were god-awful on the road. They couldn't beat anybody. This year, they're one of the best road teams, and they struggled at Chase Center all year, and that ultimately was their downfall. So I think they're going to make some tweaks. They're going to make some tweaks to the roster. We know Lacob is dedicated. He's one of the best owners, not only just NBA sports. So I don't think they're down and out. I still think they're a legit competitive team. And next year, with 1 or 2 moves, they can be right back in the mix. So I don't think they're far off as a lot of people think right now.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah, thank you for the call, Mark. I appreciate that perspective. I think, there will be Warriors fans that disagree with things that Mark just said, but I think a lot of folks, and especially those people inside the building over at Chase Center, those are the people who are going to agree with Mark's take that the Warriors could keep this core together and could conceivably have been a top 5 or a top 6 seed in the Western Conference this year if things didn't spiral out of control toward the beginning of the season, if they had Draymond Green available for 82 games and the self-inflicted wounds have just gotten in the way in 2023 and 2024. I guess that incident with Jordan Poole technically was the what was it, the fall of 2022 when that happens after the Warriors win that title, but it's really known as the 2023 season. Again, semantics, no need to dwell on that. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on the state of the Golden State Warriors. What should they do this offseason? Do they keep this core together? Do they blow it up? In your opinion, knowing that the Warriors are likely to bring back Klay Thompson and likely to keep Draymond Green, Steph Curry all together, Steve Kerr signed on for 2 more years, still, what do you think they ought to do in this situation? Rick in Hayward back on Sports Phone. Rick, how's it going this evening?
Well, I'm not going to talk about the Giants, even though I was up and I watched the game. I actually watched the game this morning, so I'm still reeling about how bad they're playing, but they actually won. Let's go to Clay.
Yeah, let's do it.
First off, think about this, people. Clay, Andrew Wiggins, Chris Paul, and Draymond Green made $120.7 million this year. That was their cap hit.
A lot of money.
4 guys. That was those 4 guys. Those 4 guys averaged 49 points a game. And I'm not even going into the I'm not even going into plus minus. I'm just talking about points equal pay. I mean, that's ridiculous. You can't have that. And people are out there saying, bring it all back. I understand that there's no way to protect Clay's salary spot or salary or what do they call it, cap hit spot if they just dump his salary and let him go, because then they can't replace it because they're over the cap. So if they want to protect Clay's salary spot, they have to either sign him and trade him, or they sign him and keep him. The problem is his production at 17.9 points a game, his attitude that Tom's talked about, that multiple times, and you saw it last. Anybody that watched the game saw how he was sulking after he missed his third three-pointer. I mean, the guy, I love him. He's a Hall of Famer. But everybody goes through this, and it was so obvious last night that the team just doesn't have the horses, and it's not like they're going to regain the fountain of youth all of a sudden.
That is true.
I've been going to Warrior games since I was 18 years old in 1980. I mean, this is a joke. Everybody out there's got to realize runs happen. They begin, they're in the middle, and then they end. This is the end. If they don't do something to revamp this team, they're going to be in another 20-year Gilbert Arenas, Joe Smith, Mike Dunleavy. You want me to go into names?
Don't bring up those names. Don't bring up those names. My goodness. I mean, I could go back and go through the Brandon Wright, Patrick O'Brien drafts with you. Oh my goodness. The
I can go
back
to Chuck Alexinas and Joe Hassett, dude.
I know you could. Oh my goodness, Rick.
I've been living this right now. What we got to do, what Mike Dunleavy's got to do, is and it's already been stated by Lakeup, he doesn't want to go over the tax, and it's obvious. I mean, who wants to spend $1? I mean, pay a player $1 and then spend $3 more just to get the player.
Yeah.
I mean, and then on top of that, everybody in the arena, do you want to pay $85 for a nosebleed seat? I mean, that's what it's equated to. The team isn't worth paying $200 to go see right now.
I get it. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate the call, and I think that there are a lot of people out there who agree with what Rick has to say right now about kind of the state of the Golden State Warriors and the fact that this probably is the end of the run. And if that's the case, are you better off moving on now and not bringing back Klay Thompson and moving on from Chris Paul? Because there are really difficult salary moves that the Warriors have to make this offseason, and there's no easy path to bringing in a true 1B scorer off of Steph Curry. As Rick just mentioned, you look at this Warriors roster, and there are some very talented players. There's some very important players. Draymond Green serves tremendous value on defense. Klay can give you good minutes off the bench. I truly believe that. Last night was an off night. Chris Paul, at 39 years old, will turn 40 soon. I don't know. I don't know if you're going to get better than Chris Paul in the free agent market, and I just don't know what you do with this Warriors roster. So that's why I'm turning to you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's take one more call before we go to a quick commercial break. Mike in San Ramon. Mike in San Ramon, you're on Sports Phone. Mike, how's it going this evening?
Good. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I agree with the last caller. I think they should blow the whole thing up. I'd even trade Curry. I just think at this point they just lost by 25 to the ninth-seeded team that was on a bad run that is not going to go very far in the playoffs. I mean, it's sort of insanity to think they're going to do better next year. I think you got to start over again, and I think that's the best way to go. I think it's the only way to go, really.
Do you think so, Mike?
And anybody's worth anything.
I understand where you're coming from, and there are going to be people who text in and say you're crazy. I don't think you are. I think that you are looking at the with actually a pretty rational view of if the Warriors are going to blow things up, that trading Steph Curry would be the move. But you know that that's never going to happen, and you know that Steve Kerr is signed for the next 2 years. So if you take those two moves off the table, starting over with the head coach and starting over with your primary player in Steph Curry, what realistically do you think the Warriors can do?
Well, I wouldn't sign Klay, but I think you got to go to Curry and say, look, you're not going to win again here. You need to go somewhere where you might win. I think you can talk him into it. I think that's the move to make. I think it's the only move to make, really. Okay. Otherwise, you're just going to be doomed to mediocrity for the next 10 years or so.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you for the call. And on cue, 408 texting in trade Curry. He's not. Look, no one's trading Steph Curry. It's not happening. The Warriors are not going to make a drastic move like that. It would be like the Giants trading Buster Posey. That was never going to happen. You just don't do that with the generational player who wants to be here, who's the foundation of your franchise. He's the icon. He revolutionized the NBA. If Steph Curry wants to take another crack at it, you know what you do? You give Steph Curry another crack at it. That's the way this operates. That's the way the Warriors are going about it. And I think that, like, look, if you were truly looking at this in a rational way where you took every emotion out of this and you take your heart, you take your soul out of the equation, maybe 1 to 2 to 3% of people could look at this Warriors roster and say, you move Steph Curry. I'm in the 98, 99% of people who can't separate emotion from any sort of logic, and I just don't think that will ever happen. It's not something the Warriors will entertain. We've been so fortunate to watch Steph Curry, and the reality is, even if that was something that made sense, and to me it doesn't make sense to anyone inside the building over at Chase Center. It's not going to make sense to Joe Lacob. It's not going to make sense to Steph Curry. And so I appreciate the call. 707 saying, let Joe Montana know that. Yeah, it's a good point there. But I do think that they're, well, I was going to say at different junctures, but maybe not. So that's something to ponder, something to chew on for this commercial break. We do have a few callers on the line right now. When we come back, we will get to you some good texts so far this evening. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
phone. KNBR keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
4-point lead. Here's Thompson, topside three. Buries his second in a row. Golden State once again down one.
Boy, did he pick a good time to step up.
15 for Klay Thompson. Had been 1 for 5 from threes, made back-to-back. 68-67 Boston.
Yeah, those were the good old days, huh? 2022, just 22 months ago that Klay Thompson was popping off. The Warriors were hoisting the Larry O'Brien trophy. How quickly it all comes to an end. Or has it? Where do you stand on the state of this Warriors dynasty? Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. I think I'm firmly in the camp that this is over, and firmly in the camp that the Warriors, and Steph Curry in particular, deserve to take one more shot. And I don't know what exactly one more shot looks like, but that's on Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy to figure out. Because the way the Warriors looked last night, and the fact that they finished 10th in the Western Conference, indicates that they're not headed in the direction that you would need to be trending in if you were going to make another serious run at an NBA championship. And they've won 4 in 10 years. It's been a remarkable ride for the Golden State Warriors. And you can never discount the trio of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, the head coach, the core four. But I wonder if we've witnessed the end. Despite the Warriors saying that they want Klay Thompson back, despite Steph Curry saying that, he wants to win with Draymond and Klay by his side, the Warriors will have a firm price tag for Klay Thompson this offseason when they likely offer him a contract to stay for the next 2 seasons and align his deal with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. And if Klay finds a better deal elsewhere, I know that he says he wants to stay in the Bay, but he's also an individual with a lot of pride who still believes that he can contribute to a championship caliber team. And if the money matters, if the money makes difference, there's been rumors, there's been reports that Orlando, Oklahoma City could be good landing spots for Klay. Who knows? Who knows if we've witnessed the end of this Warriors dynasty? So 707 on the text line with an interesting thought. You need a disgruntled star that wants out. Think like the Milwaukee Bucks get swept and Giannis decides he wants to team up with Steph. You trade Kuminga and all you got for him. Now that's an interesting idea. That's probably the best idea I've read about in the past 24 hours about how the Warriors get back to relevance, because I've insisted, early on in tonight's show and really in the conversations that I've had today with my friends, Warriors fans, with people who are in Warriors media, that you can't just run it back and expect your 3 best players to be Steph, Klay, and Draymond. I don't think that the Warriors in 2023 operated under that assumption that they could win with those 3 being your 3 best. But I also don't think that it's as simple as just getting a number 2 scorer who complements Steph Curry the way that maybe Klay used to. I think that you probably need a 1B to play off his 1A. And so where do they go in acquiring that? Is it possible? Do you package all of the kids together? Pajemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, Kuminga, Moses Moody, and bring in that number 2? Is there a team that would make that deal? And is it palatable to Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. as they try to move forward with this franchise? Who knows? Who knows? So 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on the state of the Warriors franchise. Let's go out to Mike in Concord. Mike in Concord, you're on Sports Phone. Mike, how's it going this evening?
Hey, Kerry, thanks for taking my call. Every time I hear your name, I think, Kerry Crowley. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh
man,
gosh, yes.
You mentioned a moment ago the heart and the mind. Right away, my heart says the core 3, Dre, Klay, Steph, don't break them up. Whatever chemistry there is valuable enough that Steph can feed off of it. Mm-hmm. My mind says there's 0% chance that Steph gets traded. No matter what anyone could possibly offer, he's going to make $1 billion+ over the next X amount of months for the Warriors ownership group, and there's no way you can capture that value as an ownership group any way possible. I think Draymond, with the contract, we're stuck with Draymond. I'd like to see him mature. I know that what he can bring is that chemistry, and he can be valuable. I think he's more valuable with the Warriors because we're not going to get any value, as much value back. That's again if he can stay on the court. And I think, like to chime in what you said, Clay needs to take a big salary hit, and I'm 43. Chris Paul's close enough to my age, so he's got to go.
Isn't it amazing though? I mean, I wake up and I'm closer to 30 than 40 right now, but I think to myself, there are people my age who are playing professional sports and who might consider themselves still close to their prime. Like, it's just crazy to think about the fact that Chris Paul is 39 years old and still trotting around for 20 plus minutes a game.
Yeah, that's totally absurd. I'd had a lot of martial arts and stuff like that, so I'm just fighting arthritis to walk on a daily basis. But these guys are moving around. Anyway, thank you for taking my call. Wow, wow, wow.
There we go. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the Ozzy Osbourne impression. Good stuff there. Text line blowing up right now. Some good stuff. Got a few people immediately saying no to Giannis, which is interesting. 408. Steph, Clay, and Draymond have made Joe Lacob billions of dollars with the growth in franchise value, and of course Lacob knows that. I think that everyone understands that. It's the arena at Chase Center is built because of the Warriors' success that they had, and of course it was in the plans all along. And when Joe Lacob became the owner, that they wanted to build this waterfront property. But let's be real. I think that the Warriors' success with Steph, Clay, and Draymond helped significantly in the financing of that stadium. Joe Lacob's made plenty of money as the Warriors owner. The franchise value has soared, and if Steph says that he wants one more run at it, is Joe Lacob really going to be the one who stands in the way and says we can't do it? I don't see. It's within reason, it's within possibility, it's within the realm of possibility, I should say. But I don't see the Warriors suddenly, after signing Steve Kerr to this 2-year, $38 million contract extension in the middle of this season, giving up, blowing it up, and saying, hey, it's not going to work anymore. Realistically, I think they're going to go into next season understanding that the mountain that they have to scale to get back to where they want to be, it's steeper than ever before. And they've come back from various situations. 2020, 2021 were not great years for the Golden State Warriors, but in 2022, they had everyone healthy. They had Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green healthy. They got the most out of Andrew Wiggins that anyone has ever gotten out of him in his career. Jordan Poole played like a championship caliber player for so many games. It was just incredible for portions of that postseason. And those days, despite being just 22 months ago, those days are now well behind the Warriors. So is the window slammed shut on the dynasty? Should the Warriors rethink this whole thing? Should Joe Lacob say, you know what, when we signed Steve Kerr to that contract extension, we expected a whole lot more than 10th and being bounced in the first game of the play-in tournament. Should they reframe the conversation around this franchise, or should they look and say, if Draymond Green was healthy, or not Draymond Green being healthy, if Draymond Green was not suspended due to the antics, if Klay Thompson was more consistent this year, and if you'd gotten the consistency that you got out of Trayce Jackson-Davis at the beginning of the season that you did toward the end of the season, then maybe you're talking about a 50-55 win team. And do you buy that version of the event? So I think it's just a franchise in a really difficult position right now, and the rest of the NBA is dismissing. The rest of the NBA thinks that this run is over, and I wonder if there's still people out there, outside of the walls of Chase Center, outside of the Warriors fan base, who think that the Warriors aren't as far away as they may look. So let's see. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's take one more call before we go to the break here. There is some sound that I want to get to later on this evening. Let's go to Bob in Saratoga. Bob in Saratoga, calling to talk Dubs tonight. Bob, how are you?
I'm doing well, Kerry. I just had a couple comments on the Warriors. I think that one of the things we do have, I think, a second-round draft pick. I saw so many good centers or 7-footers in the NCAA playoffs, as well as the NIT and all that other stuff. I think that they need to hopefully use that draft pick to add a little more height. One of the best acquisitions they made is Jackson Davis. I mean, he needs more playing time, but he's got some height, but he's really got a lot of potential. He's played 4 years in college. Tom Tolbert keeps coming up with, well, we tried to get a big man, and we had to let him go. Well, he played less than a year of college ball.
Played, what, 12 games at Memphis?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to argue with Tom. He played in the NBA, but at the same time, every time somebody brings up the idea of getting another big man, he poo-poos it. He says, there's none out there, you know. But at the same time, we ought to try, and we use the international market too, because that's where a lot of these guys are coming from. And whoever found Jackson Davis should be the guy in charge of finding that person, because he really did a great job. And I would
pick 55, and the Warriors got a starting caliber player out of that. That's an impressive draft. To do what they did with Podziemski and Jackson Davis this year, regardless of the way the season ended, that's still an impressive draft, Bob.
It is. If we can do that again, and then keep the 3 key guys, let the 2 guys go that I mean, we just can't count on the guy that's got excuses all the time. He's a good player, but we need somebody that can be consistent and be there when we need him. And so I think that'll do it, and that'll get the salary cap down, because we can't give Clay an increase, but we can give him what salary he's getting now, and I think he'll stay because he really likes the Bay Area.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Bob, before we let you go here, the Giants pitched today. Keaton Winn, he looked good. Your thoughts on the Giants pitching so far this season? Because I know you called all offseason asking for arms.
Well, when we start to see this staff gel with Cobb and eventually Ray, and I think that one of the best acquisitions was the guy from St. Louis who is pitching well as a starter, but he could strengthen our bullpen if we have enough starters. But let's wait and see how many guys come back, and we got a lot of potential here, but it's a little early to know until we get these pitchers back. But I like the fact that all it's going to take is one of these rookies, young guys, to become a really good starter, and he may be the guy if he can pitch like that today.
Okay,
and
good stuff.
One of the relievers pitched very well too. So.
Yeah, Eric Miller. Eric Miller looked really good today. Yeah, so there you have it. There's your Giants talk from Bob. I know that he called Talking Warriors, but I can't resist it. Thank you for the call, Bob. Always appreciate our conversations, and always good stuff on the state of the San Francisco Giants. We'll turn things back to the Golden State Warriors when we come back here in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll keep this conversation rolling. Chris Alvarez of ABC 7 Sports is going to join us. He was on hand at Golden 1 last night. He was on hand for the Warriors exit interviews today. I want to remind you that this segment is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. On the other side, more Warriors discussion as we continue into the 7 o'clock hour. You're listening to Sports Phone KNBR, or KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Every time I hear your name, I think, Jerry Crowley. Wow, wow, wow.
The Giants won 3-1 today over the Miami Marlins. What can the Giants do on this next homestand to spark the imagination of Bay Area sports fans? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Little token pressure from Marcus Smart. Now falls back as Steph Curry will dribble across the timeline.
Yeah, I thought they'd come after him a little bit more in a free throw situation.
They trapped him at half court. He passes out to Looney. Out to the corner. Thompson. One dribble. Fires for three. And crushes it from outside. That could be the dagger with 1:40 to go here in Game 5.
Our producer, Jacob, is cooking this evening, folks. Kerry Crowley hanging with you till 9 o'clock here on The Leader. Is it the end of this Warriors dynasty? A lot of people, myself included, think that this current iteration is not going to get back to the mountaintop. And that's not to say that without a dramatic change, like, say, bringing in a star and figuring out a way to revamp this roster, that they can't. I'm not going to write off a Warriors team as long as it has Steph Curry on it. But I don't think that you can look and say that Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson will again serve as the nucleus for a Warriors team that wins a title. And I think it's an interesting kind of discussion to have, because you look at the New England Patriots and their near 20-year run of success with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. And they revamped, redesigned, reshaped that roster time and time again. There was the early portion of that dynasty, and then there was the latter portion of that dynasty. And there's some serious separation between the rosters. I think early on, it was the defense for the Patriots. It was the defense that Bill Belichick designed that allowed a young quarterback to come into his own in the NFL and succeed. And ultimately, Tom Brady was good enough to win when he was young. In fact, he was great in the biggest moments. And toward the latter part of Brady's tenure with the New England Patriots, when they were still winning, when they were still playing deep into the AFC playoffs every year, when they still hoisted Lombardi Trophy, it was Tom Brady who was leading the way. He was the catalyst. He was the best player in the NFL. And the defense was still really good. It was just a different looking New England Patriots team. And so I look at this Warriors team and I say, hey, if the dynasty is going to continue, there's a way for Steph Curry to potentially win another Larry O'Brien trophy and bring a fifth title back to the Bay. I just think that the roster will look significantly different. It will be dramatically overhauled, and it will feel different, much like those Patriots teams felt different during the latter part of Brady's tenure than they did at the beginning of his tenure. And yes, the Warriors they won before Kevin Durant, they won with Kevin Durant, and they won after Kevin Durant. 4 titles in 8 seasons. If the Warriors are to win again, I think it would feel very separate from what they did during that 4 title in 8 season run. Because, in my opinion, it will take somewhat of a dramatic overhaul for this team. So here we are, Sports Zone KNBR, presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on what the Warriors need to change, your thoughts on where the Warriors go from here. James in Stockton patiently waiting on the line. James in Stockton, you're on Sports Zone. James, how's it going this evening?
Doing good, man. I was listening to you talking and everything, and I was talking to your coworker. The thing with Klay Thompson, I believe Klay Thompson is still a good person, a good player, Spencer. But the thing with Klay Thompson is that if someone needs to question, what are you prepared to do to get back? Are you willing to put in the work on the court and practice? Look at Steph Curry came back this year. He was in better shape than any of them, okay? So what are you prepared to do to get back where you are? Honestly speaking, I would keep all 3 of them. I think they can do it again. And another key thing would help them out if they got a real big man to put in the hole. They got a true center or a veteran center to help them out. I think they can do it again. But, again, the question with Klay Thompson, what are you prepared to do to get back? You know,
okay.
You got to be able to condition yourself, and, you know, what sacrifices are you willing to make to get back? Like I said, I think they can do it again. It's all about what they're prepared to do.
Okay, good stuff. I appreciate the call. Thank you for that one, James. I think it's interesting because you talk about Klay Thompson, what he's prepared to do. I don't know that we've ever seen a better example of someone who had to fight his way back to relevance, had to fight his way back to get to the mountaintop than Klay Thompson, who tears the ACL and then tears the Achilles. He went over 900 days without playing a basketball game. He sat out 2 seasons and then some. And this is someone who put it all on the line to help the Warriors get back in 2022 to the mountaintop. I talk, about the Warriors and after exiting as the 10 seed early in the play-in and getting blown out by Sacramento and thinking about next season, how steep of a mountain they'll have to climb to get to where they want to be. It's not nearly as steep of a mountain as Klay Thompson had to come back from after tearing his ACL, then tearing his Achilles, and putting himself in position to contribute to the Golden State Warriors. This is someone who is an absolute icon in the Bay Area, someone who will have a statue outside of Chase Center. The number 11 will be retired because of what Klay Thompson did before these major injuries, but especially because of what he did after. Because the perseverance that he showed in battling through those injuries. And so, look, he is not the same player he was in 2022. He's not the same player that he was at the beginning of his career, nor should anyone expect a 34-year-old who's had 2 major injuries to be that guy. But I do think if you're asking, as our last caller James was, if he's ready, if he's prepared to put in the work to get back, I think he's the best example of someone who's willing to put in the work. The one thing that you can say about Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry, they're always prepared. Now, are they the same caliber of player that they once were? No. And that's why I advocate for the Warriors, if they're going to try and keep this intact, try and keep this core together, which it seems like they are, to bring in a star from the outside, because I don't know that you've got enough internally with Kuminga, with Podziemski, with Trace Jackson-Davis, with Moses Moody to just get you there. I think it's probably going to take some sort of creative work from Mike Dunleavy this offseason. The Warriors don't, unless they somehow land, I think, a top 4 pick, have a first-round pick. And so it's going to take some trades. It's going to take some uncomfortable moves, and the Warriors might have to mortgage some of the future. But the reality is the present is dwindling, and we saw it dwindle yet again last night. So I started this segment with the tangent on the way that the New England Patriots won, and I'll kind of end it with this. When Tom Brady was at his best, he was in the latter half of his career with the New England Patriots. The early years, again, he was great, but they relied on their defense. This Warriors team, if they're going to figure out a way to win another title, I think it's, again, going to look very different than it did the first 4 times they won a title. I think it will take a roster overhaul. I think it will take dramatic moves. And quite honestly, I don't know if Klay Thompson will be a part of that, because he could get an offer this offseason from the Magic, from the Thunder, that's just simply too good to pass up. There are so many teams in the Eastern Conference that could benefit from adding some of the talent that's in the West. Look at the disparity between conferences right now. That Klay might decide, you know what, there are greener pastures and a better opportunity to win elsewhere. And despite the fact that his heart is telling him to stay with Golden State and to finish what he started, his wallet might tell him otherwise, and that's okay. It won't change the way that he's celebrated in the Bay Area. It won't change the way that people worship Klay for what he brought to this Warriors dynasty, to this franchise. And I think you want to talk about someone who's prepared to put in the work. I think Klay is the best example of that. There are other players who I question. Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga. There are other players who I wonder if they are prepared to do what it takes to get the Warriors back to where this franchise expects to be. Klay is not one of them. And I know that his body language last night wasn't great. I know that the frustration of his up and down performances has sat wrong with fans at times during the second half of this season, but this is someone who's worn his heart on his sleeve throughout his Warriors tenure. He's an icon. He's an icon for a reason, and I will continue to give him the benefit of the doubt. 707 saying Klay statue, not a chance. I'm telling you right now, it's already been decided, folks. Klay, Draymond, and Steph are getting statues. This isn't up for debate. You can debate last night's game. You can talk about, should the Warriors move on from Klay? Is it the right decision to bring him back? But the jersey retirement, the statue, that's all happening. 4 titles in 8 seasons, yeah, that's all happening. On the other side, we got some Klay Thompson clips from today's end-of-year press conference that he held over at Chase Center, as several Warriors players did exit interviews today. Chris Alvarez will join me at 7:35 this evening of ABC 7. Looking forward to that conversation. We'll talk more Dubs, and then we'll do a quick Giants segment as well around 7:50, 8 o'clock this evening. So if you have any Giants thoughts that you want to get off your chest, 504 chiming in. Bring back Brandon Belt already on the text line. That was quick. Maybe we'll touch on that as the Giants won a series today in Miami against the Marlins. So Klay Cuts on the other side. You're listening to Sports on KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 9 o'clock this evening here here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Brown deflected momentarily. Brown against Curry. Drives, spins into a double team. Another turnover into that crowd that you spoke about, Jeff. Here's Thompson. Thompson to Green. Banks it in. And just like that, it's back up to 13 with 4:40 to play.
Well, we talked about it last segment. 22 months ago, Klay Thompson, in one of the ultimate showings of resilience from a Bay Area athlete, he came back and helped the Warriors beat the Celtics, and now his future is uncertain. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on The Leader. We addressed the fact that Klay had come back from the ACL tear, the Achilles tear, and worked his way into form to help the Warriors win that 2022 title. And no, it wasn't the same pre-injuries version of Klay that fans had known and loved, but it was a different version that fans had the ultimate respect for, because this is someone who went through hell to put his way, or to force his way back into the equation, and just did a remarkable job in getting into a position where he could be a positive contributor for the Warriors in 2022 and leading them to that fourth title in 8 seasons alongside Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole that year. Just an incredible achievement for him. And 2 years later, is this the end after the 0-for-10 performance, no points in 32 minutes against the Sacramento Kings, in a season in which he went back and forth from the starting lineup to the bench, back to the starting unit? It's crazy to think that at 34 years old, Klay Thompson could be putting on a different jersey next season. And Steph Curry both said they were adamant about wanting him back, needing him back is the word that Steve Kerr used last night when asked about Klay. But the future remains uncertain because I think for a lot of people, the state of the Warriors is uncertain. It's not going to be decisions that are made in a matter of days and weeks. It's going to take the Warriors a couple of months to sift through all that they have to with regard to getting this roster in a position to compete next year. Because I've had a few texters say this. I know that the West shouldn't be as good next season. It's almost impossible for it to be as good next season, but who's getting significantly worse next year? One of the teams that missed the play-in has Victor Wembanyama, who is set to, I think, take over the sport within the next few seasons. So we will see what the Warriors do this offseason, but clearly some challenging decisions, and for Klay Thompson, some challenging personal decisions as well, because the Warriors are going to have a limit as to what they want to offer him, what they want to pay Klay Thompson next season, and other teams might blow that out of the water. And if you're a team in the East like the Orlando Magic, who have been rumored to show interest in Klay, aren't you going to offer a lot to help a young core? Aren't you going to say, hey, we could use this guy off of our bench in a wide open Eastern Conference behind the Boston Celtics? I think that it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. And so earlier today, Klay held his end-of-year exit interview, and we're going to play a number of cuts from them. Some of them are going to be short. We'll bounce from cut to cut here, but I just want to kind of take you over to Chase Center earlier today, where Klay did his end-of-year media obligation and kind of spoke to everything that's on his mind right now after the Warriors lose in disappointing fashion last night. So let's start with cut Y here, Jacob. This is Klay being asked, how he felt walking off the floor last night against the Sacramento Kings. Here's Klay.
Some of the things going through my head. Well, the first one, just disappointment because did not shoot the ball well, obviously. Big old donut, so that wasn't very fun. I did look up in the nosebleeds, though, and I did see a man wearing a number 11 jersey. That made me happy, considering my history in Sacramento, from playing a state championship there to playing the Kings in the playoffs. That was kind of a full circle moment for me. So that was actually a good moment, just seeing that Warriors fan standing by his lonesome up in the 300 level, repping 11. That made me grateful.
Kind of a metaphor, honestly. If you think about it, a Warriors fan last night wearing the 11 jersey, standing up alone in the 300 level, reflective of the moment that Klay Thompson finds himself in, wearing number 11, and he's on an island that no other Warriors player is on right now. Steph is signed, Draymond is signed, Steve Kerr is signed. As far as this core four goes, Klay is unsigned right now. He rejected the Warriors' offer last summer, played out the season, set to become a free agent, and they'll make another offer. Steph and Steve will plead Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy to bring him back. But will that offer satisfy Klay? Will he find that he can go to a greener pasture elsewhere, make more money elsewhere, maybe have a better shot at winning a title elsewhere? I think that it's his future. Well, it's undecided right now. He was asked about his future. This is Z1, Jacob. We're going through the cut sheet right now from what Klay had to say today. And as he reminded folks, it's pretty early in the offseason. Here's Klay on his future.
Well, consider it's April 17th. I don't think I have to pivot that quickly. When is free agency? July 1st? Yeah. I got some time. Got some time.
He does have a little bit of time, and you can bet that every emotion is going to run through his head over the next couple of weeks. And that lingering image of the fan wearing the 11 jersey up in the 300 level last night, I have a feeling that's going to sit with Klay Thompson as he ponders that future. And, you know, I don't think that the memories that he's built in the Bay Area and the fan base that he has here are going to be what ultimately sway his decision. I think it's going to be his ties to Steph, Draymond, Steve, and the contract situation, and the pull from elsewhere, how seriously other teams take Klay Thompson as someone who can be a contributor for them, even knowing that he didn't score last night in 32 minutes, that he had a brutal shooting night, ice cold from the field, and that there are nights like that at this juncture of his career, and maybe there weren't back pre-injuries back in Klay's prime. And so who knows what he ultimately decides, who knows what type of an offer the Warriors give him this offseason, but last night, Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr all praised Klay postgame, even after he put up the 0-point performance, as he called it, the donut against the Sacramento Kings.
Big old donut.
This is Cut Z, Jacob. Klay on hearing that praise after what's got to be the worst performance of his pro career.
It means a lot. I mean, we've been through the highest of highs and lows. Whether it's losing a championship, winning a championship, missing the playoffs, we've been through everything together. So that does mean a lot, and makes me grateful to have the times I've had with them. Like, done some pretty historic stuff.
Done some pretty incredible stuff, to say the least. 4 titles in 8 seasons, the homegrown core, doing it all together with Steve as the head coach, with Steph, Draymond, and Klay all drafted by the organization, all sticking with the organization for more than a decade. I mean, it's almost unprecedented in the NBA and the current state of the NBA, which, by the way, Steph and Klay, with their shooting, helped revolutionize. I mean, we're talking about a Warriors dynasty that changed the game. And it changed the game so long ago that we might be seeing the game change yet again. I mean, we're seeing this rise in big men now who can space the floor, who can shoot the 3 ball, who can win off the dribble. That type of player just didn't exist when the Warriors burst into the playoff picture with Steph, Klay, and Draymond. And so the Warriors have been relevant for so long that we're seeing almost another dramatic change in basketball. That's how long they've been on the minds of NBA fans and on coaches around the league and executives around the league, and how you build a roster, that we're now seeing the sport shift again. And it's almost shifting away from the way the Warriors played and the way the Warriors can play with the current iteration of their roster. And so I wonder with that, what Klay will prioritize this offseason. Will he want to prove that, the Warriors can do this again, that they can get back to the mountaintop, that he can once again go through a journey of perseverance and be a part of a winning core? Or will he seek that opportunity elsewhere? He was asked about his priorities as he ponders free agency and the decision ahead earlier today. And here's what Klay had to say on his priorities. Oh, sorry for a moment. This is got Z5 there, Jacob. Z5. Here's Klay on his priorities for the future.
obviously you want to keep winning. I mean, when you've been a part of winning seasons, you don't really want to go away from that. So I would like to win again. One for the thumb would be nice. I still think it's in reach. It's just going to, take a huge effort. But other than that, just got to think about that. What will really make you happy in the last, few years of your career?
One for the thumb, as he said. It feels unrealistic. It seems unrealistic. I've said tonight, I think the dynasty is over. I think the overwhelming majority of people are ready to slam it shut, slam this championship window shut for the Warriors. But you listen to Steve Curry, you listen to Steph Curry, you listen to Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, and I don't think they're ready to grapple with that reality. And I've mentioned the changes that need to happen on the roster. I've discussed with anyone who's called up tonight, what this next version of the Warriors needs to look like, because it can't be the same version that relied on these three players and this head coach to get them through everything. It needs help. They need help. Steph needs help. And I just wonder how they move on and evolve and create from here, because it's not just running it back. It's not as simple as that. So with that being said, there is one last thing that Klay said today that I do want to play. And we touched on this at the top of the 7 o'clock hour when we started talking Klay Thompson. And we had a caller dial in and say, is Klay ready to put in the work this offseason to get himself in position to help either the Warriors or another team advance toward their goal of winning an NBA title after the Warriors bounced in the 9-10 game in the play-in after a 46-win season in fashion that they did not expect, in a brutal collapse against the Sacramento Kings last night. Not even a collapse, because they weren't really ahead. It was just a brutal showing against the Sacramento Kings. But I said yes. No one understands what it takes to put in the work quite like Klay Thompson. Coming off the Achilles, coming off the ACL before that, to get himself in position to contribute and help the 2022 Warriors win a title, it's one of the crowning achievements of his career. And earlier today, he was asked about stepping back onto the court following the injuries that wiped out 2 seasons for him. This is cut Z7, Jacob. Here's what Klay had to say.
Yeah, that was one of the best moments of my life, to be honest. Before those injuries, I was really naive and thinking, like, this is easy. Like, all I got to do is do your routine and you just go out there and hoop. And, yeah, it's that easy. But, playing that many years of basketball takes a toll on your body. And I think that's for any sportsman who plays a physical sport. There's going to be times where you might break. And like I said before about being a front runner, you don't want to be a front runner when things are great. You got to really dig deep when you go through injuries like that. That's just a part of the beast.
Very well said. So before we head to a commercial break, before we bring on Chris Alvarez, we do have one caller who wants to talk Klay right now. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We'll take more calls around 7:55 this evening. But let's go out to Stroke in Oakland. Stroke in Oakland, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening?
Hey, how we doing? Tough.
Doing well on our end.
Tough to watch last night. Now, here's the deal, I think, that made Klay so valuable when Klay was he was a great two-way player. He is no longer a good on-ball defender. And if it's because of the injury, that is huge. I want him to stay. Of course I do. But is he going to help us, even with the pay cut? He would have to reinvent himself and become more of a Kyle Korver or someone like that, where we need him to come off the bench and just score, because he puts the ball on the floor now. He's just too slow and old. I mean, you saw it last night. And I think he would have to reinvent himself. I don't know what we can get for him, but I'm with you. I would love him to stay somehow. I'm just thinking, even with the pay cut, is it going to make the team better? Because the team is a mess right now.
Yeah. No, I think these are all valid questions, and thank you for the call. It's one that we're going to get into with our next guest here. We got to go to a quick break as we want to welcome in Chris Alvarez of ABC7. So I will address all those questions that he just asked in just a few minutes with Chris Alvarez, who's going to join us from ABC7 Sports. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. You're You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Dallas, though, still down 20, 78-58. Loads of time to go, 8:11 to go. Here's Klay Thompson for three. Off the screen, buries another. 7 3-pointers for Klay Thompson in Game 5. He had 7 total in the first 4 games of the conference finals.
What does the future hold for Klay Thompson? Well, we'll ask someone who was out at Golden One last night. We'll ask someone who was out at Klay Thompson's exit interview at Chase Center earlier today, and that's Chris Alvarez of ABC7 Sports, kind enough to drop by here on Sports Phone KNBR. Chris, how you doing this evening?
Kerry, thanks for having me. I really appreciated cut Z7 because that was the question I had. So very happy that one of my sound bites got on the air.
Love that. Love that. Always appreciate you putting in the work. I know you're all over the Bay Area sports scene all the time, Chris. So the fact you could make a moment for us, we appreciate that. So let's talk a little bit about Klay and what you saw from him last night and how dejected he looked and kind of the turnaround 24 hours later today and the answers that he gave to you and your fellow media members and talking to him and as he ponders his future.
Yeah, I mean, Klay obviously wasn't happy with his performance, and if that is the last performance in a Warriors uniform, you just think that maybe he put a little too much pressure on himself last game. But at the same time, if you look at some of the shots he got, they were open shots. He just missed, and sometimes that happens. It's just unfortunate for Klay with all that's surrounding him and his potential future with the Warriors or not with the Warriors to have a scoreless performance and go 0 for 10 from the field is not what he wanted. Yeah. Sorry, I'm running into some of my coworkers. I'm on the radio, guys. Yeah, they're very impressed with that. But anyways, I mean, Klay, look, he was somber. He answered the questions today, and I think he was very reflective of his time with Golden State. And so you heard it in some of those answers about his time. He talked about, seeing that fan up there in the 300 section of Golden One. And I asked him also, Klay, can you reflect on your time basically being drafted? When you were drafted back in 2011, could you have ever imagined your career playing out the way he did? And he basically said that you never could imagine what the Warriors have become in this time with him, the winning of championships, becoming a global brand. Because, look, the Warriors fans have been they've been spoiled over the last decade and a half. You got to remember this team made, one playoff appearance and then two decades prior to these guys coming on their team. So it's been a lot of things that have happened, good and bad, with the Warriors, and we'll just wait and see what happens with Klay. I know there's a lot of emotions surrounding him because he's been such a good Warrior and he's dealt with so many things, especially those 2-season injuries that he missed 2 years in his prime. We'll never know what he could have been in those years, and I think that's a little bit too of what probably irks him inside. It's like he got robbed of 2 years of prime Klay. So the emotions were all over the place, and I thought when he answered the questions, he was very reflective of his time with the Warriors. And again, it might not be over.
Yeah, that's very true, and it might not, because if you listen to Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Draymond Green talk after last night's loss to the Sacramento Kings, they're all adamant that they want Klay back, and Steve Kerr went as far as saying we need Klay back. And I know that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr., Chris, they aren't making decisions based off of what the most popular members or the most important members of the organization from an on-court perspective are pleading for, but at some point that has to matter a little bit too. And do you think that the sway that Curry and Kerr and Green have with the front office and with ownership could ultimately dictate the Warriors making an offer to Klay that maybe seals the deal and brings him back for another season or two?
I think that's a good point. I think you have to listen to some of the top members of your organization, whether it's the coaching staff or Steph or Dre, and see what they have to say regarding Klay. Obviously, they all want him back, but I think at the end of the day, Kerry, I think that the decision is going to come down to Klay, whether or not he can come to agreement with whatever contract the Warriors may or may not offer him, and the role. I think that's another big thing. Like, what's the price, what's the years, and what's the role? And like you mentioned in the previous segment, are the Orlando Magic or some other team going to blow him out of the water and offer $30 million a year? And is that too much of greener pastures or a reset for him to say, you know what, I had a great run in Golden State, I'm going to go try to win what he calls one for the thumb with a different team? And so I think a lot of it bears on what the market says Klay is worth. And he also said this too, like, one game doesn't define his whole season, it doesn't define his whole career. It's just unfortunate the circumstance it came in a big game. But he had a really good year. I mean, he played 77 games this year. He hit almost 273s. He had the league's lead in free throw percentage. And so for Klay, a guy that, like I mentioned, missed almost 2 full seasons of basketball in his prime, to play 77 games this year, that's pretty remarkable at his age.
Yeah, it really is. 77 games. I mean, that's a great stat. Chris Alvarez of ABC 7 Sports, kind enough to join us all over the Bay Area sports scene, but the last 48 hours, he has been tracking the Warriors out at exit interviews today. Of course, talking to Warriors players and coaches last night after the disappointing loss against the Sacramento Kings. Chris, what was your level of surprise or shock? Or did you have a level of surprise or shock that the Warriors exited the way they did? Because I know they were confident, and I think everyone here at KNBR was preparing for the Warriors to be playing on Friday. What was your sense, as the Kings started to pull away in the third and fourth quarter there?
Yeah, I think I was surprised at the end of the game what the final score was with the spread. I thought the Kings could potentially win the game, but the Warriors, listen to them talk about their team, their camaraderie, the karma, the vibes, all those things that really weren't there last year, and the fact that they won 3 or 4 more games than they did the previous regular season. You thought this was a better team. But look, I mean, coming out of the 10 seed, no 10 seed has ever won in the play-in tournament, or at least gotten out of that section. It's really hard to do. It's set up so, if you're the 10, it's going to be a really hard road for you to get out. But I think what hurts the most is that the Warriors were, outside of Gary Payton II, were relatively healthy. I mean, everyone else was available to play, and the Kings were missing not only Malik Monk but Kevin Huerter. And Malik Monk, we all know, has had some really good success over the Warriors, not only in last year's playoffs, this year's regular season. And so to have 2 of the Kings' star players and firepower out, and you're missing Gary Payton. And look, Gary Payton is a big piece. He's a good defensive stalwart. He can do some things. He can score some baskets, easy baskets off turnovers and all those different things. But just in the health sense, it's like, oh, man, you really feel like you just missed an opportunity. And you look at what happened in the other game where the Pelicans lose to the Lakers, and now Zion's out for that game. It's like but again, I think that's kind of what happened this year. It was a roller coaster of emotions. They just couldn't capitalize when they needed to. You look at the Friday's game just recently against the Pelicans. You win that game, you have a front row seat to the 8th seed, and you just got to play it out and win. The Mavericks game a couple of weeks ago was another game that the Warriors had pointed to that if we just would have won that game, and we all know about the clutch games and their lack of closing in those games. And so, look, I mean, it was a long season. Don't lose the fact that, they had a family member pass away in the middle of the season, the emotional drain and toll that took on them. It was not your classic 82-game regular season. There was a lot of ups and downs, and then I think you add in the loss of a family member. This was a tumultuous season, and look, they gave themselves a chance. One-game playoff scenario. They got beat by a hungry team on their home floor, who seemingly couldn't miss shots early on, and I think that kind of served the momentum. And they just never made a run in the second half, and it's just kind of where it went. It's a one game. Anything can happen in a one game, and that's what happened to the Warriors.
Yeah, you really put it into perspective so well there, Chris. I mean, what a roller coaster of a journey this 2023-2024 season is. When you think back to when it all started back in September and October, my goodness, what this Warriors team has been through. And I want to ask you, 12 months from now, the Warriors and the NBA will be back in this play-in week, and there's so much that could change over the next 12 months. What do the Warriors have to do to make sure that they aren't a play-in team next year and that they are a playoff team? What, in your mind, is the biggest thing that needs to change, or what's the biggest thing that maybe doesn't need to change if you're of the belief that they can just run it back and keep this group intact?
Yeah, I don't think they can run it back as currently constituted. They're going to need to make some adjustments. Look, it's more than likely Chris Paul's not coming back, so the roster changes at least there. The Warriors, and this has been a thing over the years, and you talked about the generational way they changed the game. They need size. They need athleticism. They need younger bodies that can do all those types of things to shoot and extend the floor. And I think they had wanted some of that with Dario Saric. He had an up-and-down year. Look, a lot of the Warriors had up-and-down years, and so Clay as well started out slow. I think he was in his head with the contract situation that he turned down. He didn't, he put a lot of pressure on himself. He had a lot going in this year, and he mentioned the numerous conversations he had with Steve Kerr, and then he takes that six-man role, lights it up, and he kind of in and out of the starting lineup down the stretch. But I think, look, the young guys keep growing. You had Pajemski had a nice year. Trace Jackson-Davis didn't have the best game, obviously, last night, but he was a nice find. Look, a value pick at number 57 in the draft to have the kind of impact he did. But you got to look at what you can do in the free agent market and find some of those guys. It's like just for example, you look at the Lakers. It's like, how do they have every guy is like big, like Rui Hachimura, Jackson Hayes. It's like, and then I'm not talking about LeBron and AD. You're talking about your stars, but these other guys. It's like everybody's big. Denver has Porter Jr., and he's obviously one of their better players. Aaron Gordon, like everybody's big, and the Warriors seem undersized generally every matchup they have. And yes, they have those superstars, but every year you're getting older, and the wear and tear that the Warriors have had from winning, going to 5 straight NBA Finals, it catches up with you. And so I think they need an infusion of youth, but guys that also can, like I said, shoot the ball, defend. You need some different players, and I don't know how they do that with the salary cap situation. It's going to take some, mental gymnastics and math, and that's why I'm not in that position. But there's some work to be done. And what do you do with potentially any trades? Like I still think you need to keep Jonathan Kuminga, but he's one of your pieces that would have value across the league. Are you willing to give up on a guy that you can see is rising, but maybe he's not quite ready for this window and give Steph, Clay, Dre one more shot? I think he's a big part of their future. I wouldn't get rid of him, but you got to see what offers are out there. So I think everything's on the table for the Warriors this offseason.
Yeah, very well said. Everything is on the table. Everything should be on the table, and the urgency is clear. You listen to Steve talk, you listen to Steph talk. They all want to get back. They all believe that they can get back, and you just said it, Chris. They can't exactly run it back, but there are so many different changes that they can ponder. So I'll leave you with this. You've been covering the Warriors for the last 48 hours. Your April, your May, your June are going to look a little different than they usually do over at ABC7, Chris. How ready for you, or are you to spend the next few months at Oracle Park?
Well, I love Oracle Park. It's not a bad consolation prize, right, Kerry? I mean, it's one of the best parks in all of baseball. And believe it or not, look, the 49ers, the NFL draft's next week? They'll have some OTAs coming up. Football seemingly never ends. But, yeah, I will be at Oracle Park a lot. And next thing you know, these guys will be lacing it up in September in training camp, and we'll do it all over again. But that's the question, is in those months, as Clay mentioned, I got a couple months till July, but time kind of goes pretty quickly. And so, unfortunately for us here at ABC7, we cover a lot of those big playoff games. Some of those are on our air. I've enjoyed those big playoff moments, and so we're not going to have them. But you know what? Maybe I get a little recharge on the body for next year's playoff run. And congratulations, Curry, for making the Olympics. It's going to be really cool for him. So we'll see Steph in the summer game trying to win a gold medal.
Yeah, any chance we can get the budget to expand a little bit and get Chris Alvarez reporting from Paris on Steph Curry?
We'll see. I'll have to put in a little request there. That'd be pretty cool, though, for sure.
There you go. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Chris. Always appreciate your thoughts.
All right, Kerry. We'll see you at the ballpark, and I'd love to be on anytime. It was a great pleasure.
All right. He is Chris Alvarez, does a really good job for ABC7. I always appreciate the energy and passion that he brings to the Bay Area sports scene, and great questions as well. Always gets insightful answers from Bay Area athletes and coaches. And you heard today, he asked, as Chris referenced, Cut Z7, where Klay Thompson discussed what it was like stepping back onto the floor for the first time after dealing with the injuries that he suffered, the ACL, the Achilles, and then feeling the love from Warriors fans, what it was like to come back at Chase Center. And the Warriors were very intentional about making sure that when he returned back in the 2022 season, he returned at home, that the Warriors crowd could show him the love and admiration that it has for him. And what a career it has been. What a career it could continue to be for Klay Thompson, whether it's with the Warriors, whether it's without the Warriors. And I think that Chris did a really nice job of putting it all into perspective there. So on the other side, we're finally going to talk a little bit of Giants baseball here. We'll get back to Warriors in the 8 o'clock hour. Danny Emmerman, great Warriors beat reporter for the Bay Area News Group, San Jose Mercury News. He will stop by around 8:25 this evening to talk more Dubs, wrap up the season. But I did want to get to some Giants baseball tonight as they finally win a series in Miami against the Marlins, their first series win at Marlins Park since 2016. Keaton Wynn threw the ball extremely well today. The offense didn't show up much during this Marlins series, but it was good enough to beat one of the worst teams in the National League 2 out of 3. So we'll cover all of that on the other side and more. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rebounded by Curry with the Warriors down 2. 4.5 minutes to go in game 4. Curry dribbles, finds Thompson, topside 3, good. Klay Thompson, the catch and shoot triple. Golden State takes the lead with 4:24 left.
The response of two champions who've been through about every circumstance you can be in.
Well, I said in the 8 o'clock hour we'd talk some Giants baseball. And I promised that. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock here on the leader, but it's still 7:58. We're still talking a little bit of Klay Thompson because I think Warriors fans very eager to know more about Klay's future, very eager to think about whether he will be back with the Warriors or whether he will go elsewhere. And we've received a number of calls tonight on Klay Thompson and his future. I want to thank Chris Alvarez of ABC7 for stopping by, doing a great job breaking down the situation, why the Warriors can't just run it back, but why Klay could be valuable to the Warriors next season. Bruce in Modesto is on the line here on Sports Phone. Bruce in Modesto, you're on Sports Phone. Bruce, how's it going this evening?
It's going well. A little disappointed about last night. But here's the thing. If we'd been able to keep DiVincenzo, we would have had 3 of the top 4 three-pointers in the league. Klay had an inopportune, horrible game. You know, Curry's entitled. He's entitled. Look what we put up with from Draymond. I love Draymond, but still, he cost us probably, let's say 5 victories by himself this year. You know, you can't hang Klay out to dry. You can't do it. If he can, you know, he's a great ball player, and he deserves the benefit of the doubt, and one bad game doesn't end your career or get you traded.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that, Bruce. So I wonder from your perspective, Klay has obviously bounced back and forth from the bench to the starting lineup this year and was more inconsistent than we've seen in years past, and that's expected for someone who turns 34 years old. He's not the defender he once was. Do you give him a much better contract offer than the Warriors reportedly gave last year, which was 2 years, $48 million? Do you match a hungry team to sign him like the Orlando Magic? Or do you rely on the nostalgia to hopefully lure Klay back to Chase Center next season?
Yeah, I think you rely on the nostalgia. You respect him, you know, but you don't try to match an offer or even come close to an offer of some team that's, you know, pardon the expression, desperate for a guy who's got 4 rings.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can't do it. I love Klay. I want him to stay, you know, but if he can't be happy on what's his contract now? What's he making a year?
Oh gosh, I don't know, because all I've looked at is the projections for the future. So I can pull up the numbers in front of me.
Let's say
but yeah.
he can't be happy on 15 or 20 million. I mean,
so
you know,
5 years, $190 million is the contract that he's been playing on. So he was making this year he made $43 million is according to Spot Track.
You know, at his age. You know, and he coming back from the injuries. The injuries have hindered him. There's no doubt about it. You can't ignore it. You know, $20 million wouldn't make him happy.
Yeah,
I mean,
look, I know what you're getting at, and the reality is no one's going to take less than they're offered. No one's going to take significantly less. So if, let's say, the Warriors offered 2 years at $40 million, $20 million annually, and the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Orlando Magic come out and say, you know what, Klay, we want you for 2 years, but it's $70 million, $35 annually. You think he's going to turn that down?
You know, and I'm sentimental. I grew up in the city. I've been going to games. I went to football games at Kezar. I shook Rick Barry's hand in 1975 during a timeout of the NBA Finals as a 10-year-old kid, 14-year-old kid, whatever the hell I was. I'm sentimental. You know, I still can't believe Sandoval left for what, 10% more? You know, so
I know.
You know, Klay, please be happy and come back. You know, so you know, hey, if your family needs the money, somebody needs surgery, and you need the extra $20 million a year, I understand.
Yeah, no, that's the fan in us, Bruce. I believe me, I come from your perspective. Be hard to walk away from a great situation. So thank you for the call. I appreciate that one, and I do think it's always interesting. I mean, he'd have to potentially uproot his life and move to Florida and go play out the end of his career with the Orlando Magic, where maybe he would have a better opportunity to win a title, or the Thunder, or any of the number of teams that will have the cap space to make a bigger offer than the Warriors want to make this offseason. But still, I think the Warriors will probably make a competitive offer and potentially need to rely on the nostalgia factor for Klay to return. He might have to turn down better money elsewhere to try and run it back one more time with the Warriors. And as I've said, and as Chris Alvarez just said, the Warriors can't exactly run it back. They can't exactly go into next season with the roster that they've got right now and expect everything to be A-okay. This is a Warriors franchise that has a lot of work to do. It's a Western Conference that is extremely deep. It's a Western Conference playoffs that I will pay less attention to than probably any time in the last decade, because the Warriors were bounced early. And there's some teams that interest me. I think that Denver in its title defense, that should be a lot of fun, especially Denver against the Lakers. That'll be a really interesting series. Oklahoma City and Minnesota, two really young and exciting teams. It's good for the NBA to have young talent and guys who are on the up, on the rise. And, the Warriors, if they want to make another run at it, if they want to win a Larry O'Brien trophy next year or the year after, I think that the roster has to look significantly different. But I also think it doesn't hurt to have Steph Curry off of his feet for much of the next 2 months because of all the mileage on his legs right now, knowing that he's entering his age 37 season and knowing that he is about to go suit up for Team USA at the Paris Olympics this summer with Steve Kerr, who was on Tolbert and Copes today, summing up the end of the season. At the end of that interview, he talked a little bit about the Team USA roster. By the way, 11 of the 12 guys will be competing for Team USA at the Paris Olympics, all-stars this year. The only one who wasn't, Drew Holiday. Kawhi Leonard got the final spot on Team USA. So not such a shabby roster. The Warriors, Team USA has won the last 4 Olympic gold medals, but they've struggled in the FIBA competition. So we'll see. We're a long way off from Team USA basketball. Let's talk a little Giants baseball for a moment. Is Danny Emmerman going to stop by and join us around 8:25, 8:30 this evening to continue our Warriors wrap the day after they exit against the Sacramento Kings? The Giants today, they win in Miami. They improved to 8-11 on the season. And despite last night missing an opportunity to win the series, despite last night playing an ugly ball game, they come out, baseball for breakfast on the West Coast here, a 9:10 a.m. start. And Keaton Winn twirls a gem. Keaton Winn really pitches, in my opinion, up to the capabilities that I think he possesses, and this is the Keaton Winn who I think the Giants could rely on for much of this season. And, when Alex Cobb comes back from the injured list, the Giants are going to be faced with a difficult decision. Do you send Keaton Winn to the bullpen as he's your 5th starter, or do you go to a 6-man rotation? Because I think that there are significant benefits for the Giants in going to a 6-man rotation, which is something that Bob Melvin has used prior in his career with the Oakland A's, which is something that is becoming increasingly common around Major League Baseball. And in reality, at some point, a pitcher is going to go down with an injury. They're going to land on the 15-day IL, and the Giants are going to have to go back to the previous construction of a 5-man group. But let's say that Alex Cobb gets healthy within the next few weeks, and he's ready to rejoin the Giants by, let's say, the middle of May. And that might be optimistic. I haven't read up on the most realistic timeline for Alex Cobb in the last few days, but the reason I say a 6-man rotation makes sense for the San Francisco Giants is you've got Jordan Hicks, the converted reliever, who has been a revelation in the starting rotation for the Giants. He goes 5 innings last night, gives up 2 runs, and it was his worst start of the 4 he's made as a San Francisco Giant. If you watch the first 3 innings last night, he was cruising. Jordan Hicks looked great on Tuesday evening against the Miami Marlins until his defense let him down. Tyler Fitzgerald unable to turn a double play, but beyond that, unable to get an out on a ground ball hit to Nick Ahmed that the Giants should have had 2 on and ultimately come away with 0 on because Fitzgerald couldn't keep his foot on the second base bag. Jordan Hicks ends up throwing 37 pitches last night in the 4th inning and still is able to get out of that game 5 innings, 2 earned runs. He's been really strong, but you're talking about a converted reliever in the starting rotation. Kyle Harrison, a guy who's 22 years old and does not have a lot of mileage on his arm. You're expecting him to help you throughout this entire 2024 season. Blake Snell didn't get the normal ramp up that he's accustomed to. And even though he's making $30 million, it's probably going to be a month or two before he looks like prime Blake Snell, before he looks like the pitcher that the Giants signed him to be, the Cy Young winner in 2023. And so the reason I say you go to a six-man rotation is because Keaton Winn is good enough to make it work. I really do believe that he has been the victim of bad luck in his early starts this season, and today he shows you what he's capable of. The fastball can run up to 98, 99. The splitter's good. You watch the Patrick Bailey interview after today's game, as I did on NBC Sports Bay Area, and Bailey was talking about how he had all 4 pitches filling up the strike zone, even though he's primarily a 2-pitch guy. This, to me, is someone who can be a solid mid-rotation starter for you for the next few years. And he's still young. He's still developing at the major league level. And I think that the way that he was able to pitch against the Miami Marlins today, 81 pitches through 6 innings, it's indicative of what he can be at the major league level. And I know it's a Marlins offense, a Marlins lineup that's not nearly the caliber of other teams. And 6 innings of 1-run ball against the Marlins does not say that you're going to be a great starter against the Diamondbacks, the Padres, or the Los Angeles Dodgers. But I do think this morning's game for Keaton Winn was more representative of who he can be as a major league starting pitcher and exactly what the Giants envisioned for him when, prior to signing Blake Snell and prior to understanding the type of results that they would get from Jordan Hicks, this is someone who they thought that they could rely on all year long. And today is what you saw that made them believe that. And so Jung-Hoo Lee comes through with 2 hits. Jorge Soler comes through with 2 hits. Matt Chapman gets a big RBI double late in today's ballgame to extend the lead to 3-1. And Camilo Doval picks up his 3rd save of the season, 2nd of the series. And the Giants win 3-1. A lot of room for improvement. The offense wasn't great all road trip long against Tampa and Miami. They finished 3-3 on the road, and now they've got to come home, and this is where they've got to start taking care of business. The Giants open up with a 4-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tomorrow evening, it'll be Logan Webb on the hill for the Giants. On Friday evening, Blake Snell makes another start for San Francisco, and he'll face Jordan Montgomery. And then next week, the Mets in town, the Pirates in town, an opportunity for the Giants to climb up back to 500 and finish April on a strong note, build off of this series win against the Miami Marlins. Their first series win since they took 2 of 3, their only other series win against the San Diego Padres in that first set of their last homestand. So an opportunity for the Giants to gain some momentum. On the other side, we'll look at the out-of-town scoreboard around Major League Baseball, keep you updated on the NBA play-in games in the Eastern Conference tonight, and welcome in Danny Emmerman, who will join us around 8:25 this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Zone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swing. Moran rims out on a 3-ball. And Looney gets it ahead. Well, there's another example. Thompson got a 3. A pool. They advance.
Oh, man. Our producer, Jacob, is having some fun tonight behind the scenes, folks. Don't let him get to you. I think we've covered enough Warriors basketball this evening, and we'll do so again with Danny Emmerman when he joins us in just a few minutes here from the Bay Area News Group, breaking down the scene from last night. Klay Thompson going scoreless in Sacramento, breaking down the scene from today after Klay Thompson's exit interview at Chase Center as he becomes a free agent. Will he be back with the Warriors, the only franchise he's ever known? That's the open question that we pondered this evening, and I'm sure we'll do plenty on the air for the remainder of this spring. Do want to keep you updated on other play-in games taking place this evening over in the Eastern Conference, and I don't know how much of an appetite there is, admittedly, for Bay Area basketball fans who are probably not as dialed in to the NBA playoffs anymore. But the Philadelphia 76ers overcame a big halftime deficit and beat the Miami Heat in the 7-8 game. 105-104, they'll advance to take on the New York Knicks in the 7-2 matchup. Late third quarter in the 9-10 game. What an atrocious 9-10 matchup. The Atlanta Hawks trailing the Chicago Bulls right now 91-85. Chicago holds that lead in the third quarter. My goodness, how are the Bulls and the Hawks in the play-in? If you look at the Western Conference, the balance of power is just clearly there. But let's take a spin around Major League Baseball. Keep you updated on the scores from around the league today. Of course, the Giants won it 3-1. Keaton Winn gets the win for the Giants, his first of the season. Camilo Doval gets the save for this team. Tyro Estrada had an RBI. Matt Chapman helped add an insurance run late for the Giants, and so they'll come home with a 4-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks, team that had a little fun last night against the Chicago Cubs in a wild game down in the desert. Final in Baltimore this afternoon, Craig Kimbrell gets the win in a close one over the Minnesota Twins. The Orioles take it 4-2 against Minnesota. Final in Queens this afternoon as the New York Mets beat the Pittsburgh Pirates 9-1. Luis Severino getting the win for the Mets. He's now 2-1 on the season with a 2.14 ERA. Was reportedly tipping his pitches with the New York Yankees. The Mets may have found a fix for that, and Severino might be regaining his form over in Queens. Joey Bart placed on the IL today. I believe the concussion IL, as he was clocked in the head just a few days ago with a batting practice home run. So wishing all the best to the former Giant as he recovers from that injury. Final in Detroit earlier this afternoon, the Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers, beat the Detroit Tigers 5-4. Kirby Yates gets the win in that one. Yates is yet to allow an earned run out of the bullpen this season. San Diego Padres fall 1-0 to the Milwaukee Brewers in a very well-pitched game. Michael King flirted with a no-hitter in that one up through, I think, the 6th inning today. Abner Uribe gets the win for the Brewers out of the bullpen as the Brewers finish with just 3 hits against Michael King's San Diego Padres, but they still take it 1-0. Final in 10 innings, extra inning ball game in Houston earlier today as the Astros fall 5-4 to the Atlanta Braves. AJ Minter gets the win in that one. Seth Martinez the loss, and Raisel Iglesias for the second day in a row picks up a save for Atlanta, which improves to 12-5. The Astros 6-14 on the young season. I think they've been to 7 consecutive American League Championship Series. That streak in jeopardy right now. The Yankees win it 6-4 over the Blue Jays up at the Rogers Center in Toronto today. Clay Holmes gets the save in that one, his 7th of the season for the 13-6 New York Yankees. They've won a lot of close ball games. Down in Los Angeles earlier today, the Nationals pull off a surprising 2-0 victory. They shut out the Dodgers. Kyle Finnegan gets his 7th save of the season. 7 saves for Finnegan in 8 Nationals wins now. The Dodgers fall to 12-9. Top prospect Landon Knack made his debut in that one for Los Angeles, but he did not come away as a winner. Over at the Coliseum, Paul Blackburn leads the A's to a victory over the St. Louis Cardinals. Blackburn now 2-0. He did give up his first earned runs of the season, though. I think he starts the season with 22 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings. Mason Miller, the flamethrower out of the bullpen, picks up save number 4. Arizona Diamondbacks fall in the desert today to the 11-7 Chicago Cubs, 5-3. The score in that one. Brandon Pfaadt took the loss for the Diamondbacks. Final up in Seattle as the Mariners sweep the Cincinnati Reds 5-1. Miller with the win. Andrew Abbott with the loss for the Cincinnati Reds. Final in Philadelphia where Christopher Sanchez gets the win for the Phillies. They take it 7-6 over the 4-15 Colorado Rockies. What a brutal start to the season for the Rockies. The Angels take it 5-4 over the Tampa Bay Rays. The Guardians fall 2-0 to the Boston Red Sox. Tanner Houck throws a complete game shutout against the Guardians tonight. Final in Chicago, the White Sox fall to 2-15 on the season as the Royals beat them 4-2 today. And then our other game, the White Sox did improve in the second half of the doubleheader to 3-15 as they beat the Royals 2-1 in that one. Eric Fetty gets the win. He's been one of the few bright spots for Chicago early in the season. On the other side, Danny Emmerman going to join me talking Warriors basketball. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show's KNBR tonight. Sports Phone KNBR. We're rolling until 9 o'clock here on Leader. KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you just a little bit longer until 9 o'clock this evening. Our discussion on the end of the Golden State Warriors season. The end of this dynasty run continues here with Danny Emmerman of the Bay Area News Group. Danny, how are you this evening?
Is it the end? Is it really?
That's everything that I've read today. I mean, the Warriors may refuse to believe it. What's your sense? What do you think internally the Warriors believe about themselves right now, Danny?
I think they've earned a sense of delusion, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think winning 4 titles in a decade earns you a certain amount of confidence, of bravado, of maybe irrational confidence that, the group that you've done it with before can do it again. I think that 2022 title run also did a bunch for that aspect. But I think there's still a sense, especially within Steph and Draymond and Clay and Steve, that core still has a lot of good basketball in it, and that it's still possible to build a championship team around them. I think there's some truth to that. But I think the margins are thinner now. They've been thinner for the past couple of years, and they're only going to get thinner.
I wonder, for as optimistic as they can be, and for as well as they played really down the stretch, outside of that, Pelicans game on Friday night, and of course last night's game against the Sacramento Kings, this was a good team that was playing some of its better basketball at the end of the season. I wonder if the Warriors internally are going to just try to dismiss what happened at the beginning of this season. Are going to try to, turn a blind eye to the antics that cost Draymond Green part of this year and to the cold spells that Klay Thompson went through, and just try to run it back with their current group and, say salary cap be damned. Let's just see what happens one more time. Do you get the sense that that's the way that this will trend, Danny?
Yeah, I know there are some within the organization that consider this season more like a 50-51 win season rather than a 46-win season. If you win 50 games, you're not in the play-in, you're in the real playoffs. The narrative is a lot different than it is now. But, the reality is they didn't win 50 games. They won 46, and Draymond was unavailable for 21 games. And Wiggins had a really, really slow start. So did Klay Thompson. And then it's reality that Steph Curry wasn't himself for the second half. He didn't play as well as he could, as he's shown that he's capable of, and it really hurt them. So I do think that there's some thinking within the organization that this team is better than the record showed, and that might carry over into their decision making. But I would caution against that. Their record this year against winning teams was 22-32. They only beat the 6 Western Conference playoff teams 4 times. The story of this season was their ability to beat up on bad teams, and that matters. It's important to do that. But they were really kind of a class below all the best teams in the league pretty much all year, even when they were playing really well down the stretch.
You wrote in your story today that was so great, and you've written several stories today for the Bay Area News Group, but my personal favorite was how the Warriors lost their way this season. The Warriors, winners of 4 championships in the past decade, don't hang banners for play-in seasons. And you just mentioned now that internally there may have been people who thought that this was more like a 50-51 win season. So let's say they do keep this group together. What is the path to making sure that they escape the play-in next year and improving on what they did this year? Is it just continued improvement from, Brandon Podziemski, Trayce Jackson-Davis, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody? Is it somehow an acquisition from the outside, if that's even possible? What, in your mind, can they do to take a step forward?
I don't think it's possible to take a step forward while running it back completely. I think there needs to be serious changes. If you're going to bring back Klay Thompson and you're going to extend him and kind of align him with Steph Curry and Draymond Green's contract that expire in 2 years, if you do that, I think everything else needs to be on the table. That includes, looking at deals to trade Jonathan Kuminga for an established second scorer who is more along the timeline of Steph and Klay and Draymond, meaning that they're maybe 25 to 30 years old instead of 21. Same thing with the rookies. As great as they played this year, maybe you try to spin them into something that can help you more immediately. And that type of move hurts, but you're looking at a 2-year window here with Steph Curry and Draymond Green for the next 2 years under contract. I think the Warriors need to do everything they can to maximize those 2 years, and every year is going to be easier to do it than the next. And I know it sounds like a broken record there, but maximizing Steph Curry's window is really simple. You're never going to have another player like Steph Curry. He's going to be the greatest player in franchise history. Shouldn't you want to do everything you possibly can to give him as many shots at championships as you can?
Yeah, it sounds like a very easy yes. And you wrote this so eloquently today. He's still elite. The Warriors will never have another player like him, and they can't afford to waste another of his last great seasons. Do you think that Steph, at his current age, 36, and headed into next season, 37, can he still carry a team to where he's once carried teams? And I know that that's a loaded question, and no Bay Area sports reporter wants to really ask it, and no one wants to address it, but at 37 years old, can he still do that, or do the Warriors need someone who can be more of a 1B next to him as opposed to a true number 2?
I think he still can carry a team. I think even when he's not playing great as well as he can, he's still an amazing player. Like his bad shooting nights are, league average, or 38, 39% instead of 44 on insanely difficult shots. And the way he still tilts the court and the gravity is still immense. I think the biggest difference now with Steph Curry between maybe even a couple of years ago is I think back then you could make a case that he was the best player in the world. I don't think you can make that case anymore, even at his peak. And that has almost as much to do with his play as it does the rest of the league. And that's something that the team is going to have to grapple with. But, he's not going to be better than Nikola Jokic or Joel Embiid or some of these players who are going to finish in the top 5, Luka Doncic and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Curry's more like a second or third All-NBA team guy now. And that type of player can get you to the finals for sure. We've seen it over and over again in this league. But he's not going to be able to go toe-to-toe alone. He's going to need kind of like the perfect supporting cast around him. And that's possible. We saw it kind of in 2022 when they had the right pieces around him, the right amount of veterans who can contribute steadily. So it's possible to do it. It's just Mike Dunleavy is a very difficult task ahead of him.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And it's crazy to say because you consider where the Warriors were 15, 20 years ago, and a 46-win season where you got a play-in berth, that would have been a heck of a year for this Warriors team. And now everyone's looking at it like it's just an abject failure, and it tells you where this franchise was, where this franchise has been, and what the fan expectations look like now around the Bay Area. Danny Emmerman of the Bay Area News Group joining us here, Danny. And I know that there's a lot to glean from last night's scene at Golden 1. I want to zone in on Klay Thompson, and obviously going 0 for 10 from the field, a futile effort from three-point range and not scoring. What did you pick up in terms of just his body language, his post-game comments, and then, I guess there weren't really post-game comments last night, but what he said in the 24 hours since last night's game ended?
Yeah, we just caught up with Klay about an hour ago in Chase Center in his, exit interview. Klay is a guy who really, he wears his emotions on his sleeve, sometimes even more than he might be trying to. Mm-hmm. He kind of started his press conference today with a bit of a canned, prepared routine, talking about how, it was a joke that people wanted to talk about his future. Then, how he loves staying in the present. It didn't really make much sense. I think he's kind of in his head, and, it makes sense that he would be. There's a lot going through his mind right now. Between last night was the worst game of his career. He's a pending free agent now. He's going to have a big, really big offseason with a lot of major decisions to think through. So I understand why he's probably in his own head a little bit right now. But in terms of last night, I think, that's not the way that Klay Thompson should go out.
Yeah.
he deserves a better ending to the script than that. You know what I mean? This is a guy who's been Game 6 Clay. He's shot this team into wins, saved them from the depths of losses, led them to titles, overcome so much adversity too. Like, if you were writing a script, I think, he'd have more of a triumphant ending than that. And I think that he'd hope so too.
Yeah, and I think the challenge for the Warriors, the great challenge, is figuring out a way to make it look like a triumphant ending for Clay, because last night certainly wasn't it. And if they do bring him back, who knows if he's a starter, if he's coming off the bench, what his role looks like in the future, Danny. So it brings me to my next question. That's Steph Curry and the comments that he made post-game and what you've heard from him, because, he's obviously said he wants to win, but he also wants Draymond Green and Klay Thompson with him. He wants to play alongside them, at least through the end of this contract that takes him through the next 2 seasons. And so any reading between the lines of what you picked up from Curry and the way that he views the franchise's outlook moving forward?
My takeaway from that is just kind of what we've been talking about this whole time. The Warriors can still bring Clay back and have that championship core and compete. It will just have to look different. They can bring that core back, but they just can't be their 3 best players. They've got to bring in more talent. Klay Thompson has to probably buy into a smaller role, cede some more minutes to players who are a bit more athletic, a little bit more capable of playing both sides of the ball. Draymond even has some limitations, and it kind of messes a little bit with what they can do when they have Draymond playing power forward and another center next to him. Maybe they could stagger his minutes a little bit more if they brought in more of a versatile center. That championship core is still capable of winning games, but to win a championship, they can't be, the 3 best players. And I think that's what my takeaway was from Steph Curry, saying that he wants to win, but he wants to do it with Clay and Draymond.
Yeah, very well said. Danny Emmerman of the Bay Area News Group. One last one for you, Danny, because obviously you used to work here at KNBR covering the Giants, covering a little bit of the entire Bay Area sports scene. You get planted on the Warriors beat with the Bay Area News Group toward the end of the season. What was your favorite part of covering the end of this run? Because there's certainly no shortage of storylines and subplots.
That's a good question. I've really loved covering the Warriors. I also loved covering the Giants. I think the most exciting part of it to me is the uncertainty of it all. And there are so many, topics to broach, threads to pull, conversations to be had with people in and around the team, even now after the season's over. And, covering the end or the twilight of a dynasty is really fascinating to me. And I'm excited to continue continue doing it.
Yeah. I certainly wish you more luck than I had jumping onto the Giants beat in 2017 when they lost 98 games and then they were irrelevant the next 2 seasons. So, Danny Emmerman, thank you so much for joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR. Always appreciate your time and really look forward to reading your stories this offseason.
Thank you, Kerry. I appreciate it, man.
All right, good stuff from Danny Emmerman, and I think some really insightful comments about how I kind of viewed this as the end. I think we all have assumed throughout tonight's show that this is the end of the Warriors dynasty, and the Warriors will never look the way they once did at the height of their run. But as he said, he's on the ground. He's there at Golden One last night. He's covered this franchise for the last few weeks. He's gotten to know people and now has these relationships with the stakeholders inside the Warriors organization. And it certainly seems to Danny, and it certainly feels like from the outside, that the Warriors may try to keep this group together and bring Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson back and give it one more shot. And how they restructure the rest of the roster, I think, will be one of the most fascinating discussions throughout the course of this offseason, because going from what they were this season to a team that can suddenly compete for a top 6 spot in the West, I think there do need to be changes to the roster, and I don't think that comes through the draft, and the Warriors don't exactly have the salary cap space to go out and add free agents to their current core, and so it means some hard decisions, as Danny forecasts, and whether that means trading Jonathan Kuminga, Trace Jackson-Davis, Brandon Podziemski, I don't know, but I do know that Mike Dunleavy Jr. faces one of the most challenging tasks of any general manager in all of sports right now, and that is figuring out a way to try and reopen a championship window that seemingly closed last night at Golden One. So we've got more on the way here. I'm going to wrap things up, and I know that Danny says that the Warriors still believe that they can keep the lights on with this dynasty, even as they may be flickering. I think that I'm going to sum up tonight's show, and I'm going to sum up this run of the last 10 years or so on the other side. And we've had some negativity tonight. We've had some frustration, anger spill out on the show, and I totally get that from the callers this evening. But I do want to spend some time praising what the Warriors have accomplished over the last decade or so. So we'll do that when we come back. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley wrapping things up, closing up the shop this evening, and saying goodbye to Warriors basketball. I'm off tomorrow night. Bill Lasky is in the next 2 evenings following Giants baseball. And so this is, in my opinion, well, I'm the one who sets the agenda for my shows, but in my opinion, this is probably the last time we'll have a really substantive conversation surrounding Warriors basketball for the next few weeks. I don't anticipate talking about the Western Conference playoffs in the NBA, especially during Giants season. I don't anticipate talking much about the Warriors when the 49ers and the NFL draft are taking place and you're learning things about football season, really, until decisions are made about key figures who are a part of this dynasty and a part of this 2023-2024 Warriors basketball team. Feels like it's going to be relatively barren on the airwaves with regard to Golden State Warriors basketball, which is crazy to think about because of how much they've dominated the discussion and how much they've dominated the discourse, really, on KNBR in the months of April, May, and June for much of my adult life. I mean, you go back to the first title at the beginning of this dynasty era 9 years ago, and you think about what this franchise has accomplished. And I know that we've discussed the big picture changes they've got to consider tonight, and we've discussed the frustration that everyone's had with the way the Warriors exited. But I think I want to end tonight on a note where we celebrate what they accomplished over the last decade. Because as Marcus Thompson wrote in The Athletic today, this is a Warriors franchise that changed basketball. And for those of us who grew up with the late 90s, early 2000s Warriors, it's impossible to fathom that this is the franchise that ushered in the modern NBA, that completely revolutionized the sport and really played a massive role in growing the NBA to what it is today. And I think that there are, other contributing factors to obviously what made the NBA such a cultural sensation that it is. And, you go back to the 80s and there were games on tape delay airing on ESPN back in the day. And that was just 40 years ago. And now you look at this league and you look at the salaries the superstars are making, and you compare those figures to the money being made in the NFL and money being made in Major League Baseball. And, Steph Curry is getting paid more than top quarterbacks, and role players are making more than Major League starting pitchers. And for the most part, NBA players are well taken care of. And a lot of that has to do with all the revenue the Warriors generated for the NBA. This was a must-see product that defined the limits of entertainment in the NBA because of what they had when they were at their peak. When you think about what this franchise was back in the early 2000s when, Oracle Arena, it was incredibly passionate out there. And I remember going to games growing up. We never expected the Warriors to win those games. It was just a good time out, like you used to say about Giants baseball in the 80s. But from what they were to what they became over the last decade, it is truly stunning. It is truly remarkable. And I'm not sure we'll ever see it repeated in the way that the Warriors have done it. Because, look, there are great teams. There are storied franchises. There will be another team that probably wins 4 titles in an 8-year run. And who knows who that franchise is? Who knows who those stars are? And maybe Victor Wembanyama is the guy who's going to revolutionize the sport next. But what I can tell you is none of us in our right mind would have ever believed in watching the 2002, 2003, 2004 seasons that this would be the franchise that would change basketball forever, that it would draft Steph Curry. And I still remember where I was when Steph Curry was drafted. I still remember Steph Curry going on the run at Davidson in the NCAA tournament and, igniting the country at that time and, reminding everyone what fun you could have in March Madness when a small school that you'd never heard of would go on a sensational run. And then when he became a part of the Warriors, it was that much more special because you got to see one of these larger-than-life March Madness characters come and have an opportunity to revitalize a franchise. And even at that time, I don't think in our wildest dreams we ever could have expected the Warriors to become what they did. We couldn't have expected Steph Curry to become the unanimous MVP, in my opinion, one of the greatest players to ever step on the court in the NBA. And we certainly couldn't have imagined 4 titles, 6 finals runs, and a style of basketball that has transcended the league and really is reflected in every team now, both at the pro level, at the college level, certainly at the AAU level. Every kid grows up wanting to play like Steph Curry. His influence on the game has been so tremendous, so sensational. And I go back to it, growing up, like the We Believe team, the We Believe Warriors, the 8 seed that took down the Dallas Mavericks. How many regular season games did We Believe and Steven Jackson and Baron Davis and that crew win? Because for so much of that year, it felt like that was as good as it could get. The 2006-2007 Warriors season, 42-40. 42-40. And they had us on the edge of our seats every night because the Bay Area was a basketball-hungry area that just wanted to see a winner. And when We Believe Warriors burst onto the scene and made people believe and gave fans hope, you knew that if the Warriors were to ever get good one day, it would be something else. It would change the area. It would change the franchise. And you didn't know that it would change the league, but it certainly has. Because you go back to that season, 42-40. Of course, they upset the Dallas Mavericks in the first round of the NBA playoffs. And they showed what really was possible in a market that had not been tapped for so long in terms of fan excitement, fan energy. And it was there. There were the diehards at Oracle Arena. It was one of the loudest places to play in the NBA, even with the Warriors in their years of futility. But, man, We Believe really, for me as a kid, it gave me hope. It gave me optimism about what could happen if the Warriors were ever good. And this season, the year when the Warriors are the 10 seed in the NBA postseason in the Western Conference, the year when the Warriors exit in blowout fashion to the Sacramento Kings, they win 46 games. Their record is better than what it was back when the We Believe team gave fans hope and showed people what was possible when Warriors basketball was a fun, entertaining, compelling product. And so what a treat it has been over the last decade. What a treat it has been in the years that since Steph Curry joined the franchise, since the Warriors drafted Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, to watch this homegrown trio lead Golden State to unprecedented heights for this area, to lead this franchise into a place that none of us ever saw coming, and in all likelihood, the Warriors will never go again. It's not just a once-in-a-generation type run that this group has been on. It's a once every 100-plus years type of run. And so while much of the conversation tonight here on Sports Phone has focused on what went wrong and the things that need to change for the Golden State Warriors, I do think it's worth celebrating everything that they've accomplished. And if you haven't read Marcus Thompson's piece in The Athletic today, you sure should. I really say that he's as good as anyone when it comes to breaking down the Warriors and discussing what this team, what Steph Curry, what Klay Thompson, what Draymond Green, what Steve Kerr have meant to basketball at large. And it's why, folks were so excited last night on social media to dance on the Warriors' graves, as Marcus Thompson wrote, because, when the Warriors were at their best, their enemies hated them the most. They were one of those teams that, man, if you weren't a Warriors fan, you despised them, but you still watched them. And to me, that was the ultimate sign of respect. They made fans all over the country bandwagoners, and for people who had their teams already and the Warriors came down, they wanted to beat them that much more. They played with a target on their back for the better part of a decade, and what a joy and what a privilege that was for every Warriors fan to watch. It's almost unimaginable that this is the franchise that went around for a decade with a target on its back, making things so fun. And so it's sad. It's sad to see the way they go out last night. It's sad to know that the dynasty has come to an end, and it's sad to know that the Warriors have all these challenging decisions to make. I've watched the Giants go through this, with Buster Posey's retirement, Brandon Belt moving on, Brandon Crawford joining the St. Louis Cardinals, Pablo Sandoval making cameos here and there, but, never the Pablo Sandoval that he was during his prime. And you see, times change, you distance yourself from the heights of the dynasty, and it's just sad because you don't know how great the things you have are when they're transpiring, and you try to celebrate in the moment, but when they come to an end, man, it hits hard. And I think for every Warriors fan last night, and even at points during this season, at points during last season, it started to hit hard. It makes you realize how special that 2022 title, that fourth ring, really was for this franchise. Steph Curry will play on. Draymond Green will play on. Steve Kerr will continue to coach, and who knows if Klay Thompson's with this Warriors franchise next year. But if this is the end for the core pieces, the core members of this Warriors dynasty, it's a heck of a run and one that will be celebrated forever in these parts. It was a privilege to watch, and we're so grateful we got to talk about it here on Sports Phone and here on KNBR for so long. I'm Kerry Crowley. This has been our show this evening. I want to thank everyone who contributed to making tonight special, fun, and really, like I said, a robust discussion of Warriors basketball for what could be the final time for a long time until bigger decisions are made for this franchise in the coming weeks. We got Giants baseball back on the air tomorrow evening. The Giants take on the Arizona Diamondbacks to start a 4-game series. That one starts at 6:45. Giants, of course, win today in Miami. They take the series from the Marlins, their first series win in Miami since 2016, and boy, did they need it. The Giants did not look good on Tuesday evening. The offense wasn't great today, but Keaton Wynn gets the win for the Giants. Camilo Doval gets the save. There'll be a lot of Giants talk. All of a sudden, the pressure is on this franchise to deliver. Next week, got the NFL draft, and of course, the sports calendar moves on, but it's unfamiliar in these parts right now for it to move on into late April, early May, and into June without Warriors basketball. So thanks to everyone who called in tonight at 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone will move on tomorrow night. Bill Lasky, your host, tomorrow evening after the Giants and Diamondbacks. For our producer, Jacob Violante, I'm Kerry Crowley signing off. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
To start is, you see Caitlin Clark do the heart thing where she puts her hands together and does a heart. She does that after every game. You've seen it in commercials. So Greg Doyle does that to her while asking her the initial question that he wanted to ask her. And then it got awkward, and this is what happened.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's
cool.
start doing it to me, and we'll be able to get along just fine. So, question is.
So who cares what the question is? I mean, by that point, you've weirded out a 22-year-old woman. And I think what my first thought of that was, oh boy, he's the main character of the day. Here's what I want to share. Here's what I want to share while being in the locker rooms that I've been in and being around people in this profession, whether it's sports writers or journalists or whatever. A lot of times it's a weird experience to be in where you are introducing yourself to one of the biggest stars right now that we have. And you want to stand out. You want to make a good impression. He should have never done the star thing in the first, or the heart thing in the first place. You just ask your question. Just don't make it about you. Ask your question. We are in an era where a lot of people do make it about them instead of just asking the questions because, podcast and profit and Twitter and clicks, whatever. I mean, a lot of reporters, I know plenty of reporters. Plenty of reporters have blocked me that we cannot get on the show because I have tweeted at them, stop trying to make yourself the star. Now, I'm not a reporter, so I can be all Bart Winkler all I want. Big difference. But I think what happened was he did the heart thing, and then Caitlin Clark gave an answer that was like, don't do that. She's like, that's a thing between me and my family. Why are you doing it? And then he said, well, you could do it to me and we won't have a problem. Can you play that again? I need to hear how awkward it was again.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me, and we'll be able to get along just fine. So, question is.
Hearing it the second time is way worse. Yeah. I think that here's what I want to say. A lot of people that cover sports are weirdos. A lot of people that cover sports are not well-adjusted humans. A lot of people that cover sports are not good at interacting with other people. I've been around some of the weirdest people in my life. I would say out of the 100 weirdest people that I've ever met in my life, 98 of them cover sports. I mean, it's a lot of them. And this guy's in an awkward setting, and then he says something that flops, and then he tries to get his way out of it, and then makes it exponentially worse. He has now written a column about it, which, do I read the column? Is it the column? He tweeted, Caitlin Clark, I'm so sorry today I was part of the problem. I don't even think this is a man versus woman thing. I don't even think this is a WNBA versus NBA thing. I think it's like some of these people are just weird. And don't be weird. I mean, it sounds worse than a lot of the other stuff there's a lot of stuff that got overblown. I mean, we've not even overblown, but they got a lot of attention. Articles and sound bites and whatever. There's been a lot of things that we all looked and were like, oh, you can't cover these athletes this way. Certainly saying that is weird. I don't think that he would have said it to a man. It sounds less creepy if he says it to a man, right? All right, I clicked on the column. Yeah, I'm not reading this. So now, geez. So now I don't know. You got any thoughts on that, Shep? I'll throw it to you.
Yeah, so I'm thinking to myself, like the one physical sign that Jeff Hornacek used to make to his kids was, and the guy never missed free throws. When he was at the free throw line, he would always like touch the side of his face and he would like kind of rub his cheek. I would be completely the blank freaked out if another man like rubbed his cheek at the introduction of my time at a new franchise or a new league. That would be very off-putting to me. Like this is beyond awkward.
He was trying to do it to like gain a relationship. Or...
It's inappropriate.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's not, forget being awkward. It's inappropriate. It really is. This is a 22-year-old young woman. This is something that she does with her family. And
Which is marketed, though. I mean, it is marketed.
Sure.
It's in a commercial.
Sure, but it's look.
And young girls do it back to her.
Look, as a Bart, fair or unfair, as a white male in this country, you have to be very careful about how you come off. You do, more than any other time in our history. And there are certain things that, for example, a woman could do to another woman and it would feel a little more comfortable. You can't do this as a male. You can't.
I agree. This is creepy.
Yeah, 1,000%. And it doesn't. And look.
What I'm saying that there's a lot of creepy weirdos in this business.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's more creepy than it is weird. And the thing of it is, Greg Doyle, it might be a little better if this is like a 23-year-old male reporter or a 25-male reporter.
I don't know.
No, it's. I'm not saying it's right. It wouldn't be right. It would still be creepy. But it's even worse that it's obviously a man old enough to be her father, and he's giving heart signs to a 22-year-old female. Honestly, it's a terrible look. It's a terrible look, and there should be consequences for this. His employer should have a big issue with this. It's crossing the line, Bart. It really is crossing the line to a 22-year-old female for a male to be doing something that is so intimate with her family. It doesn't. Yeah, it just reeks of creepiness.
I don't know that some of these people that cover some of the stuff should be interacting with humans in the first place. That's what I'm saying. There are some weird people that work in this business.
Right, Bart, and I understand that, and I hear your point loud and clear about, weird people in this business. There's weird people in every business, every walk of life. Reporters, I mean, it's a mixed bag, right? But this is not weird. This is completely unprofessional, and it's getting into a dark area. As a male that's old enough to be her father, that's doing heart signs to a 22-year-old female, and that's her introductory press conference. Like, that's what people unfortunately are going to be talking about. A lot of them, not, hey, this is the first time she's addressing the media as a member of the Indiana Fever, somebody who is going to turn this league upside down.
So what do we think happened here? What, like, are we at the point where we have to do something wrong for us to know that it's wrong?
This is common sense to me.
But like at 11 o'clock this morning, Greg Doyle thought this was okay, and then he went through with it, and then it wasn't okay.
By the way,
at 11 o'clock at night, he realized it's not okay.
Has he addressed it? Like, has anyone?
Yeah, he wrote an article. He just wrote an article.
About this specific interaction.
Yes.
And what did he say?
I'm devastated to realize I'm part of the problem. I screwed up during my first interaction. What happened was the most me thing ever. I'm sort of known locally, Cy, for having awkward conversations with people before asking brashly controversial questions. I've done this with Chuck Pagano, Frank Reich, Shane Steichen, Carson Edwards, Zach Edey. Guess what? I realize they're all men. On the one hand, they should be treated the same. I'm talking about coverage, respect, you name it. Then along comes a story about another insensitive man, which goes viral on social media, and I have to write about that idiot. Oh, that idiot is me. I need to be more aware of how I talk to people, not just athletes. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to. You say it's absurd that I should have known better, and I do, but here we are. I was just doing what I do, talking to another athlete, another person, and I didn't see the line, didn't even know there was a line in the vicinity until I crossed it. Well, first of all, I think his old little shtick of, I'm sort of known locally, Cy. I'm sort of known locally, comma, Cy, comma, for having awkward conversations with people before asking brashly controversial questions. That's lame. That's like a lame shtick. I've done it with Chuck Pagano. What'd you joke with these guys about? I've done it with Zach Edey. Hey, you're tall. How's the weather up there? Anyway, what do you think about this next? Why? What's the point? These reporters, like these players that play, they don't want to talk to anybody in the media. And over time, relationships might develop and they might eventually get into the media. But let me tell you firsthand, those relationships that foster over time between an athlete and a reporter, they kind of just happen organically. If you try to come in with like a joke, if you try to come in with like a, that's not going to, it doesn't work. Now, she will forever not, like, you ruined any coverage that you're going to have if they allow it to you in the next place.
I don't know if Bart, I don't know if he ruined it for good, but I know that he certainly set himself back. Like, this is where you got to avoid whatever. And by the way, anyone who, if you really follow sports, you know who Greg Doyle is. He's had some interactions in the past with college basketball coaches, and he was a national guy for CBS a while ago. But this guy is not a household name. So people know him in the industry, but he's not that big where he thinks that everyone knows his shtick in Indianapolis. But what I would really like to have seen him do was just say, you know what, I thought about it some more. I got enough people saying what I did was wrong. I really reflected on it. I will never do that again. That was inappropriate given the fact that I am an older male saying that to a younger female. You know what? I understand she's a professional athlete, but there is a level of professionalism that I need to rise to as a journalist, and doing something like that was unseemly. It was really unbefitting. It was unsuitable. It was inappropriate, and I will
doing
never...
the heart symbol symbol is not like a sexual symbol.
No, but it's him trying to be cutesy with a 22-year-old female. It didn't, Bart. It looked horrible.
I think play it again, because I think doing the symbol is like, if you're gonna rank what's worse, I think the follow-up is worse.
Yeah, Caitlin was very uncomfortable. I'll play it again right now. Here we go.
Yeah, I think the follow-up's worse.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
So that's lame. That's lame.
I like that you're here. I like
Yeah.
This sounds weird.
I do that at my family after every game, so
Okay, well, let's
cool.
start.
Bart, listen. I mean, I'm gonna play this. This is, to your point. This is almost disgusting.
I like that you're here. I like that
he
you're
likes that.
here.
No,
I like
that doesn't.
I do
He's
that-
not intending to be creepy.
Like
But
you're here.
I understand. You have to. I understand.
Bart,
What he's trying to say. Don't make me defend Greg Doyle. Go ahead. Go on.
Bart,
No. I'm not.
You can say,
you're going to make me defend Greg Doyle. I'm not defending him.
You can say, Caitlin, so happy that you're a member.
He
of,
said
of
it
this
in a weird
community.
way. Yes, he did.
Weird way. I mean, this is like lacking any kind of propriety or
I understand.
decent-
I agree.
Bart, this is improper. Listen to this.
I'm the one that brought it up to say you
I
did
like
something
that you're
wrong.
here.
You're making
I
me
like that
feel
you're here.
like I'm on his side.
I like that you're here. I like that.
Don't make me. I'm not on his side.
Okay, but
I'm not on his side.
But there's no defending that. There's no defending that.
Well, you're like arguing against me that I'm on his side.
I'd say. Well, what I'm saying is you're coming to this like. This is I'm not trying to like have you.
I'm
support.
not on. I'm creeped out for Caitlin Clark.
Okay, good. But you're saying, and I'm just being real about this. You're saying it's not sexual, and I'm not saying he's trying to be sexual with this press conference. That's a stretch, but it is.
It gets creepier the more it goes on.
It is borderline, like almost.
No, it's past the border. It's creepy.
Correct. It's almost like he's got his tongue out. that Caitlin Clark is in front of him. It's just it
really sounds gross.
Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah. That's the best way to say it.
Even if the intention isn't there,
it's gross.
It sounded very gross.
It's
Even
gross.
if he didn't intend to do it, it sounded very gross.
I like look. You said it. People monetize social media all the time. Of course, they insert themselves into stories all the time. Adam Schefter, the ultimate NFL insider, more often than not with his tweets, makes it about himself. Okay, that's just a fact. Now, with all that being said, you need to have a hard apology at this point, not a half-ass one, not a comical one. You got to be genuine in your apology, and you got to show remorse. And there didn't really seem to be any of that either. It was more about like, hey, let me apologize by telling you how great I am as a local sports writer, and this is kind of it's like he's trying to justify it. Instead of just saying, I was flat out wrong. I apologize to Caitlin. I apologize
the way that
to
he
Indiana
ends
Fever.
the column is after going through denial and then anger. I'm on the wrong side of this. I now realize what I said and how I said it was wrong. I mean, it was just italics wrong. Caitlin Clark, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Now that's a good. Now, Greg, I know Bart's not going to defend you. I'll defend you a little bit here. That's a good start. And you owe an apology in person to Caitlin Clark. You owe an apology to the franchise, and just make sure it never happens again.
He owes an apology to me for doing this so that I brought it up. He made an apology to me.
Yeah.
Don't do stupid things that I then talk about that then make me tiptoe over what I'm saying.
And to your point, and the reason why I'm kind of reacting as strongly as I am right now, Bart, is because the more you listen to it, the worse it sounds. Every time.
It does. You're right. The worst. I don't want to hear it again. It's pretty bad. It's pretty gross. It sounds weird. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it sounds that bad because a lot of these people are weird and don't know how to act in real life. And now this guy's probably only covered men his whole life, and now he's going to cover a woman, and he doesn't know how to do that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that men can't cover women in sports. I'm saying that a lot of guys don't know how, and they're going to have to learn the hard way that some of their little bits and tricks and shticks already sound creepy in one way, but sound way worse when it's a woman and she's 22 years old. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but also
that's what I'm saying.
But also, let's not give him that out either. You don't talk to anybody like that. Like, you don't take what someone is doing.
I'm saying these people don't know how to.
Yeah, but there's a difference between not knowing and just flat out being disrespectful and unbecoming. It's one thing to not know how to talk to people, and if you don't know how to talk to people, Bart, you probably shouldn't be asking questions. You should keep your mouth shut.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're gonna see, but yeah.
And by the way, it'd be nice for some leadership. Where's the Indianapolis Star in all this? Because he can make all the personal apologies he wants. There should be some accountability here. There should be some consequences.
Well,
it shouldn't just be, hey, let me build myself even more for this. I'm already known and being talked about and trending because I want to be creepy. Let me actually get more attention and notoriety by making it a public apology. And it just seems like all this is just building his brand. There's no punishment. There's no consequence. There needs to be something here, Bart. I can't just do a physical heart sign to a woman half my age.
You're not going to get anything because Indy Star is run by Gannett, who has been eating up local newspapers and consolidating them for the last 20 years.
Well, then I'm going to make up. Then you know what? You did a band.
You're not going to get anything from Gannett.
Okay, I'm going to be an Adam Silver here. Didn't you do a band tonight, Bart, about something? Didn't you ban something that you would talk about?
About things being over?
Yeah. Okay, well, let me make a personal ban. Anytime I am on any national platform moving forward, if the Indianapolis Star does not do anything to somewhat hold Greg Doyle accountable, I'm not saying you have the guy lose his job, but you got to demand repercussions here. If they don't do anything, I promise you, I will never ever give them the light of day again in any way, shape, or form. I will refuse to talk about them.
David Shepard's not going to talk about the Indy Star?
Correct. If they're not going to hold...
How are they going to publish
If they're not going to hold creepy, foolish, inappropriate, Greg Doyle doesn't belong as a writer tonight. If they can't hold that guy accountable for coming off as off-putting as he did to a 22-year-old female, I want nothing to do with them. They don't deserve to even be uttered in a single breath.
And with that, we conclude our conversation about...
People are calling in and have opinions about this, but yeah.
I might leave.
Okay. Listen, I'm not going to talk about it.
Sometimes I just want to say something and not talk about it for 2 hours. Is that a rule? Can I do that?
You know what the problem is? If you have an enticing enough conversation, I like to think you and I have those every single night. We have many of those. People are going to want to react to what we have to say, whether they agree, disagree.
I
or
was just
want
talking
to
about this to give
cents.
it lip service and to give it I'm not doing the rest of the night on this.
No, you don't do the rest of the night, but I personally do want to hear what people have to say about this topic.
I don't think I do.
Okay. Well, you have the final say on the show, so.
All right, screen them and then I'll decide.
Okay.
855-212-4227, Infinity Sports Network.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium full synthetic motor oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tyler.